Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NECC. Tonight in the Navigators Yellow Division. You have me, your play-by-play caster Acho, and with me, the wonderful Rudu, is guiding you along the game between the two behemoths that are currently in the semifinals, the Misericordia University and Ithaca the College. How we doing?
Doing pretty good here. There's certainly an expectation for a fairly one-sided affair so far, all for tonight's games. It's been a matchup that has been played before between Ithaca College and Misericordia Cougars. Last time played, it was Misericordia that were able to come away with a 2-0 win. And throughout their entire regular season run, they have been undefeated. They've dropped 2 games total and 0 series. So coming into the night, we are expecting a one-sided matchup, but I know that if you're looking at this from that alternate perspective as Ithaca College Gold, you do want to put a bit of a stamp down and say, hey, you know what, this isn't all over just yet.
Indeed, it is not, and it's gonna be one big game coming up here because Ithaca College Gold will finally have a moment to redeem themselves, right? I believe last few matches haven't gone on by quite as smoothly. They lost like 2 in a row. They had an FF, so now they really just want to go all in, and they want to prove that it was just all a fluke. They got here based on their own main skills, and that's how they're gonna take away this game. But we do have the rosters that we're going to be watching on over today. As we do know, there are quite a few players in these lineups. So let's see who we do actually have to watch on over. So for one side, we have our beautiful top laner Meat and Cheesy. We have our jungler M1 Scrent. We have Oxen. We have Ripus Kiwi. And we have Sketchy Pepperoni to hold us on for today. And we're already moving into the ban scene.
Yeah, and then for Ithaca College Gold, it's Runes, Halachu, Rosehawk, Crisis, and Antarctican on that side. Yeah, like we say, picks and bans already going on. Reminder that they have done the picks and bans before the draft is going through, so we are just getting to see what has happened in the pro draft that they've done off screen, and they should be able to run through this lobby fairly quickly.
Indeed, they should. And we see the usuals, right? I mean, Diana's mega strong right now, from what I remember. Ezreal is always a nice little band to have. Excuse me. MF as well can be so scary late game, so of course you'd have to ban her away. And then let's see what our top laners are going to be picking here. A Wukong going in against a Ornn. Okay, that's a lovely matchup to see. How do we feel about it? Because usually when you see a Ornn, you just think, okay, it's island top lane. We're not going to look at that too much. But he can really dish out some damage early game, can he?
He can. Ithaca actually went for this on their first rotation, so blue 2, and then you'll also get to see the mid laner as well, was their actual first pickup of choice. So the Wukong was picked as a counter, as an answer to the Ornn, and I quite like it. I think that the Wukong is going to have a lot of power in the late game in those later stages. And you're also getting to see here why we're maybe getting some fairly exciting mid lane matchups as well. Anivia is going to get locked in, and as a champion itself can be fairly boring, honestly. Very vanilla gameplay. You just press your ult, and then you've done the wave clear job, and then you just end up with a really powerful late game team fighter. But Oxen on this phase is going to have a lot of power through the early game phase to try and annihilate Rosehawk, to make sure that they aren't having a good time in the mid lane, and make sure that this assassin really gets the ball rolling with a Trundle in the jungle as well. Immobile mages versus that pillar, certainly not too easy.
Certainly not. And for the Cougars here, a lot of versatility on the team, right? A lot of team fight potential, especially coming in from the Fizz and the Trundle, managing to actually start and engage the fight with an ultimate, maybe with a pillar, as you said before, and then having that Wukong come in, dish out some CC, and then having a character like Xayah dish out insane amounts of damage. I'm questioning this bot lane if this really is a Zillion, which it is. I haven't seen Zillion played as much. I know he is great, but does he go well with that Xayah pick?
It's not the typical pairing that I'm used to seeing. You normally want Zillion with either the likes of a Jhin, who gets a lot of movement speed anyway, or with a hyperscaling crit AD carry. And if Ripest Kiwi goes for that crit style build, then that is going to be a very nice pairing. But what we've seen a lot from Xayah's recently is this very poke oriented build where you just go for QE spam. You throw out a couple feathers, you pull them back, and you chunk somebody for 30-40% of their health. Just in a couple spell rotations, not so much focused around those auto attacks. And I like Jhin Zyra as a bot lane because proccing that Deadly Flourish can be very easy. All you need is one plant to tag somebody, and then all of a sudden you have the setup. You have the ability to just find a Deadly Flourish, and then you can start your engage. from there, there's a lot of tools open to the Ithaca bot lane to maybe try and find themselves a route to success.
Exactly, and as you said before, speaking about poking, you have that Zyra going in all in. You have that Zaya also being there in the front line in the battlefield. So bot lane will be one to watch out for. But also, you said a bit about a vanilla style comp right in the mid lane, which
Yeah.
I don't believe it's completely true. I'm a bit biased. I do love playing my Anivia, and it can
Hmm.
absolutely one shot absolutely everyone on the enemy side team, beside on the Cougar side team besides perhaps Oxen and the Wukong, like those two would be perhaps the only ones that may be able to escape Anivia's grasp. But I do think at the end of the day, this is not going to be a draft difference. There are a lot of good combos coming in for both of these sides. So it will be a lot of fun to actually see and cast the team fights. Those will be very high intensity, very high just all around particles flying all about the place, and a lot of damage will be exchanged between all of them. So I can't wait to see how this is going to start. And do we have a chance at seeing an invade? That's what I'm interested about.
Well, if we take a look at our level ones on either side, the supports and the junglers tend to be who you look at for your early on CC. We've got Zyra versus Zillion, so you do have a root on the Zyra, and Deadly Flourish can follow up, and Ivy has Flash Frost as well, so there is that opportunity for Ithaca to go for the invade. On the flip side, I don't think that the Cougars are going to go for it. Miss Cordia don't have too many options open to them at level 1 at the very least. If they try and defend, then maybe they can get away with a cheeky kill, but for the most part, if we do see an invade, it's going to be Ithaca starting things up, going for those early skirmishes, and I think that they don't necessarily need to go for those, right? I think that this composition that they've drafted for themselves, Anivia, Ornn plus Jhin, all very good scalers into the late game, and they will be able to pump out a ton of damage, or have that tanky front line that you're going to expect from an Ornn. That I don't know whether or not Miss Cordia have got the damage to chew through with a Zaya that can very easily go the crit build, want to reiterate that, but if she goes for that lethality, tends not to be as easy to come by damage onto the tank, so there is a little bit of a bit of ticking time bomb that Miss Cordia do have to play to here, because if they don't end up with a really early lead and nice early advantage, then they could find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation, trying to get through an Anivia Glacial field, trying to get through an Ornn and a Jax as a front line to get to that backside of Anivia, of Jhin, of Zyra, who will just pump out damage every single second.
Yeah, but that's why you have the literal Ticking Time Bomb over on your side of the team, right? Zillion has a lot of utility, especially with that E. And if he has played Zillion before, if he's confident on the champion, he does know how to use and work around his E ability to kind of weight it down, not necessarily use it for CC. Instead, get all of his team players out of a necessary team fight where there is a lot of CC, especially coming out of the Cougars. So there will be a lot on his back, a lot of his back to actually pull up and manage to impress us with some good Zillion plays, supporting plays. Of course, Vision will be the name of the game because, as you said before, in the early game, we'll kind of have to watch out a bit for early gangs for the bot side. Then mid game will be all about the mid side, and then late game, well, everybody's just start. Excuse me. Everyone is just gonna start scaling. Everyone is just gonna have very high damage pumping out. So all around the place, we'll have to be very careful of how we'll actually proceed into, well, where to look at.
Yeah, exactly. And for the top lane in particular, when you have Ornn versus Wukong, also want to keep my eyes on that matchup, because the Wukong come level 6 may well have a large amount of priority to try and get a solo kill onto this Ornn, and even in the later stages can try to be that split push threat. Maybe try and get something going up against the Ornn with Divine Sunder in the build path, most likely as that 1v1 tank shred option, maybe even a Black Cleaver in there as well. There is going to be an option, a window of opportunity for Wukong to have a bit of a field day up against the tanky and the tank in the top side, because there's not a lot of damage that you can pump out the later the game goes. Definitely becomes more of that frontline utility style of champion. Whilst we know that Ornn in the early stages is actually no slouch, and despite the fact that he's a tank, there was all the memes about Ornn of the tank slash assassin slash mage slash AD
Yeah,
carry
yeah,
slash
yeah.
all of these different titles that came with the Forge Master in the top lane. But that has been slightly worn down a little bit, and the later the game does go, finding that damage up against somebody who's likely going to have a little bit of lifesteal, a bit of Omnivamp in there, that's going to be pretty difficult.
It is indeed. But one thing I feel like we kind of glossed on over is that this is the semifinals. We're finally entering the last stages of the NECC, at least for this division and the rest of them. So if let's just say that the undefeated Cougars continue on with their win streak and get all the way to finals, they will have to face off either King's College or Holy Cross Crusaders, who, from the names themselves, I think they are amazing, and I have seen actually King's College play before, and they are no team to scoff at. So this is going to be a very, very interesting play along, and I think it's going to be a grand final all in all.
Yeah, to remember, certainly. And both of the teams have, obviously, but these two teams have battled out against one another previously. They've also battled against the teams on the other side of the bracket. So there's that chance at revenge, chance at a grudge match on either side, depending on if you did win or lose that first round matchup, or the first round robin matchup, that is, so to say. So there's obviously a lot on the line. Semi-finals, it's a single elimination best of three. If you don't find the win here, unfortunately, that is the end of your tournament. You've got to, go back home, pack up, reassess, come back in next split a little bit stronger. Both of the teams are going to want to make it to that grand finals. They're going to want to win this here, with the Emergence division, making sure that they are making a bit of a statement, a bit of a name for themselves here.
Well, of course, every team wants to win, right? That's why they're here,
Hmm.
and that's why we're here as well, to see which team can actually win it all and which team can actually impress us most while doing it, because we have seen so many plays, we have seen so many games at this point in the NECC that there are already a lot of MVPs, a lot of people. When you think of the NECC, you think, okay, there's that player, he's made big plays, there's that caster, there's that producer, right? Everyone in the team of the NECC is amazing, and currently jumping into the game, I think these two are going to be even greater.
Okay, on to the Rift then for our first match here of this best of three. It's going to be on your red side. Have got Misericordia on the blue, and we looked to see if there were going to be any invades. That doesn't look to be the case. Both junglers starting down on this bot side. What you can see a little bit cheeky from Antarctixian is a bit of an attempted cheese on the way back to the lane, but Rifus Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni are not going to allow it.
They are not indeed, and it's just the usual farming. Nobody is being overly aggressive just now, not like they had the chance to. Zyra playing up with her vision down there into the bot lane. It looks like people are going for a pretty standard jungle pathing as well. Miscreant over there onto the Trundle doing his little stones. Actually getting a full clear down before perhaps going down there into the top or mid lane, not opting in to help our good old Pepperoni boy over in the bot lane. Already though, Wukong playing very aggressively. It looks like he doesn't want to give off any sort of lead to Dior.
And when you start off with that Doran's Blade, you really do want to find the early aggression. Is a very lane dominant item to go for to begin with. Good to see Meat and Cheesy making the most of that to begin with. Making sure that he's going to have that slight advantage in the sort of stage of the lane. Ornn may have the best standing. This Wukong counter pick already showing a little bit of presence. Grasp of the Undying versus Conqueror, your top side rune choices, so there should be a little bit of a laning advantage to runes in that regard, just because the Conqueror takes a long time to stack up, and that Grasp of the Undying, very easy to proc in the early stages of the lane, would be very easy to get that procced off and maybe try and steal away some health back.
Indeed it is, and it looks like the mid laners are not as overly aggressive as I would have thought at the beginning, going against each other. You'd think that at least Anivia has the advantage going in before level 4 or something. But currently, up until now, we've just seen some pretty decent laning, pretty decent distancing from each other. And currently, right now, that passive stacking up from Sketchy Pepperoni is definitely going to help out Kiwi in this 2v2 scenario, because it looks like the advantage on farm is currently on the side of Crisis. So that is definitely something to watch out for. And also, the poke seems to be doing its work. But the first gank of the game is going to start out. Miscreant tries to go in for it. Oxen as well under the tower. I think they're going to dive it. The flash is already expended. And he's still going in for it. The proc of the electrocute has gone on through. The ignite, will it get the kill onto Ornn? No, it does not. That was a valiant attempt coming out of the Cougars, but it wasn't just enough.
Really good timing from Oxen to make the roam up, pushes his wave in the mid lane. He's probably not going to lose anything in the lane itself for going for that roam. You can see that I think we've got a little bit of a bug on the scoreboard. If we just hit N a couple times, beautiful. It does indeed update. There we go, wonderful. And you can see that he's got a lot of a CS advantage as well. So doesn't mind going for that roam, trying to sacrifice a bit of time in his lane where he's already got a sizable advantage to try and help out in the top side, and that's exactly what's happened. Flash burned onto runes, and he's going to have a good time, or he's going to have a bad time rather, trying to continue to lane up against this Wukong. And if there's an extra gank to come through, certainly going to be some advantages drawn there.
Certainly, certainly. But if we do take a look at over at our items, we do see that people are starting to get those mobies up, starting to try and attempt to perhaps play a bit more aggressively over here. Oxen getting that wave under his tower, clearing it out, and perhaps hoping that Miscreant is going to come in here for a gank. If he does, though, Rosehawk would only have a flash to actually get out of there, perhaps an exhaust as well, now that he has chosen that respective summoner spell going up in the top lane either. There is nothing yet to be determined. You know, people are still playing it safe, and I do think that we're going to be seeing some lane aggression only after level 6.
Now the dragon started up for Misericordia should be fairly easily secured. You can see that bot lane for Ithaca College Gold is now basing, and that gives Sketchy Pepperoni all the time in the world to move over, help out his jungler, give him a little bit of an airy shield as well. First Drake going over very early on level 4 on the jungler as he snipes down the first Infernal Dragon. Second one up on the board going to be a Cloud, so we are going to get ourselves a fairly entertaining soul at the very least. We have still got the Hex Tech, the Mountain, and the Ocean of choice.
The wind is there as well, right?
Well, the wind is the next one, so we know that
Okay.
that won't be Drake's soul necessarily, but either way, at this point in the game, I think that Misericordia are having a pretty decent time. They have found some advantages. You can see in the early on laning phases, they've got CS leads in both mid and top. Just need to start leveraging those into kills.
We're starting already the fight, and it looks like ultimate has already been used. You know, Meat and Cheesy as well as Oxen have been hitting their 6s alongside Rosehog. They have been actually farming up in that lane as best as they can. You know, still 43 farm on over to Fizz. You wouldn't really expect it, but this time Anivia does truly gain her worth after level 6, so we will see how the clear will happen after that. Until then, though, the extremely fun name to say, Halachu, is going to be having a bit of a skirmish down there, but it's not going to be able to do anything really tremendous on it. Although the first kill of the game might roll on through here, and Tartisan, really low HP there, will actually be able to get away, thankfully.
So we saw Chum the Waters use mid lane and Halachu burn their flash down on the bot side as well. Tartisan definitely not in a good spot either. Almost gets taken down to the lethality style of Xayah, which we can confirm is now coming through, so that crit that we maybe talked about being the hyperscaling of the Xayah, not necessarily going to be the case, but still at 3 items does have an absolute abundance of damage should that mirror mana have been completed. Crisis now left in the 1v2 to try and farm up on their own. Sketchy Pepperoni not really doing the best job at zoning out, but you can see Rapid Kiwi doesn't let this farm go down uneasy.
The thing about Zillion, you know, is that currently right now Crisis can just push up as pretty much as he wants. You know, it's pretty hard to hit on that double Q setup from Sketchy Pepperoni, but he just did it as I said it, so caster curse myself, I guess. But currently right now it does look like it's going to be a bit of a setup for the bot side, while the top is going to have a bit of a fun time. You know, runes might just get out of there, but there will be a bit expended over there as Xayah already falls down to low HP. The first blood is going to be hit on Crisis, and let's see if Sketchy Pepperoni can get out of this really bad setup. He uses up that flash to try and get away, and does he manage to do it? It looks like Xayah is going to pick up that kill after a good setup. Whew, that was an intense bout.
Really good play from Ithaca. Now here comes Chum the Waters.
Yeah,
Flash away, and Rose. They do manage to get away. Both someone is expended. Now if Oxen gets their ult back up, obviously we'll have that back up by the time those summoners are back. That's a window that Oxen may look to use to find a solo kill. Meat and Cheesy finds his own one up in the top side as well. So these solo lanes going well for Misericordia. Unfortunately, the bot side of the map did certainly get punished. Really good route from Antartisan, who's now obviously putting a couple kills on the board for the bot lane of Ithaca College.
I mean, that's kind of like their only hope right now. The Ignite is going to go in along with the Q, and Oxen, can you get away from this one? You still have the passive coming in on Rosehog, but Oxen on 1 HP might just opt in to get out alive here. Let's see if they actually manage to do it, because... Okay, yes, there is no gank priority going to be coming in here from Halachu, and still, Rosehog will be managing to continue on with their expenditures down in trying to farm the mid lane, as there is a pretty big differential over there in the farm, seeing as the same case can be said about the top lane.
And Rosehawk, they've currently not found a base timing just yet. Still sat on that Doran's ring, has absolutely no mana to their name, and needs to get a base in. Unfortunately, the wave is in a position where, you know, can't really find a base timing unless they want to miss. a lot of experience, a lot of gold we can see as well. There's a difference in our mid laners here. Only the 400 thus far, but that's the power of about 20 CS. It is that little bit over a kill's worth of gold, and we look at the top lane as well. That was some lead that I'd seen.
True, true, and right now there is a bigger
1K.
difference going down to the bottom lane though. Ithaca having so much over Kiwi and the Pepperoni, excuse me, having so much over on them. They have almost a full component item to go off of, and that will definitely help them out if they do decide to play a bit more aggressively, although they can't really hit that just yet as they have hit their 6s just now. Sketchy Pepperoni just seems to be hitting more and more Qs, not letting them actually zone themselves out, instead playing up the aggressive pressure and holding down their lane. Currently though, Fizz is going to come in through the river to try and hold up perhaps a tower dive. That might be happening over here. He does have his ultimate up. So in any second here, we might be seeing them try to go for it. There goes the flash as well, coming in from Crisis. Oxen is trying to go in to Tartarson, but he is going to run away. Now Miscreant is going to look over at Halachu's advances, and he is going to decide that he won't go for it. Instead, he opts in to perhaps attempt to clear out this Drake. I do think that the better choice here for Ithaca is to leave it be.
And with the bot lane having both burned their flashes, it's certainly going to be fairly difficult for them to make any real stand at this Drake fight. You can see Sketchy Pepperoni handily just putting down enough vision to deter any force through from Ithaca. Halachu could go for this. Going to be in trouble though. 1v3 doesn't opt into it, and in just enough time as well. I mean, we know Ripus Kiwi's just died in the bot lane actually, but Oxen is going to be able to catch this wave.
Under our noses, Halachu is actually going to go in for this 2v3 right here. Let's see if Tartarson is enough to with enough utility to get him out of there, because Halachu wants to get that kill, but he falls down to low HP. He's going to go in for a one-on-one trade. Zilean is going to pick up that kill instead and still get out alive. Crisis does not have Curtain Skull to finish him off, and that will be the fight in the bot lane. Although in the top lane, Meat and Cheesy is still being as aggressive as ever, forcing out Rune's flashes away yet again, and still gets the kill on their tower.
Crushing Blow finishes the Ornn off on the top side. Rune's not having the best of times.
Look at Oxen as well, trying to do some mysterious play over here, getting Rosehawk down to low HP, taking them out with the Ignite. That was a pretty harsh trade, might I say so myself.
It's a 1-for-1, and ultimately when the wave is under the turret, that is going to favour Oxen. He's going to continue picking up those kills, and actually with the way that Dark Seal worked, he got that kill after he died, so the Dark Seal gets those stacks regardless. Falling underneath the 2 turrets certainly not ideal, but you will take it, going for that dive and trading your life, as the wave is going to push back out for Fizz and give Oxen a lot more time to go for these plays once again, with Chum the Waters back up and available, and that flash for Rosehawk still not quite ready. There's another window where this Anivia does need to be careful.
Our junglers right now are pretty passive, aren't they? They're trying to farm up as much as they can after they both had their first death going in for this game. They are trying to take it a bit more slower. They're trying to build up their first item. But until then, we do see that the mid side is a bit contested, right? Oxen right here, we don't want him... if you're Ithaca, you're probably thinking we don't want him hitting a power spike. Fizz is very annoying to deal with late game, especially now as Tartarson finds this vine onto Sticky Pepperoni. He's gonna try to go in for it, and the Gale Force was not enough to actually take him out. And again, we see that the bot lane is the one to watch out for. It's very aggressive, as an attempted gank was happening down in mid side, and it didn't just work.
But playing at range is going to be a friend here for Miscordia's bot lane. They do need to be careful of this Jhin Zyra bot, because they've got the Zyra who can keep at range quite easily. Or they've got the Zyra who they can keep at range quite easily, but now there's another guy.
Oh, Miscreant. It looks like the Cyclone's gonna come in from mid and Cheesy. Call the Forge God is gonna come on through, but it's gonna be blocked away by Miscreant and by Meat and Cheesy. Well played, coming in for that gank. That was some amazing mechanical play coming out to actually block away the CC and perhaps give the Ornn a chance to actually run out of it.
Oh, Sketchy Pepperoni.
Yeah, he's trying to go in for it. He's hit the stun, but Halachu is still up very much HP. He's not going to go in yet again for it, but still, that was some pretty good deterrence to actually continue pushing onto the bot side.
Yeah, the stun does enough. It actually prevents Halachu from getting their own stun off from the counter-strike, and allows Sketchy Pepperoni to just walk away, no ultimate needing to be expended. A really good disengage from that situation. And to talk again, credit on that top side, I don't have time.
Ooh. You don't have time because the strike is going to go on through. Let's see if the passive is enough to get Anivia out of that situation. Oxen is going to fall back knowing that is under tower. And is he gonna go yet again for it? He knows they have the Q already up and available. Rosehawk is gonna miss it, so there is still the possibility of Oxen trying to go in for something, but he is just gonna back away and continue to buy up some of those items.
Yeah, and it's a game of it's a war of attrition really against Anivia like this when she's got the egg. When they're able to stay at least somewhat safe using the passive. Now that that passive has been burned, now the flash has been burned, we'll be able to go for an all-in attempt on the next base when you've got a bit more health, a bit more resources to work with. Of course, at that point, Rosehawk, they're probably going to have their exhaust back up, and then you've got to try and work through that cooldown, and you constantly playing this game of can I get the kill when there are all of these cooldowns available, and as a Fizz, honestly, 9 times out of 10, the answer is probably still yes. But we'll have to wait and see whether or not Oxen's able to make that one work.
Yeah, but you were speaking briefly about the difference in range right on the bot lane, and you can definitely see that happening right now as Kiwi is finally starting to hit those items, picking up the Vampiric Scepter to actually have a bit of sustain down in the bot lane. Sure, it's a 3-0 Jhin right now, but it's still a chance to actually make it up. Now, Meat and Cheesy will have to get out of here from this gang coming in. Halachu is going to go under the tower, stun him away, and it looks like the Ornn Q is going to hit him as well, but it's not enough to actually deal enough damage to take him out. Still, though, the fight's still going on in the bot lane, and now Sneaky Pepperoni. Oh no, Sketchy Pepperoni falls down to such low HP. He gets taken out himself, but the ultimate's gonna come in from Kiwi. It's not gonna be enough to take out the Fed Jhin, but it was enough to actually get him back to base, as Fizz might have a bit of a chance here to perhaps go under tower and take that important kill. He is gonna block away the recall. Dead. And he is definitely dead, but let's see how Oxen tries to do it. Does he do it? Does he leave it away to Kiwi? No, he does not. He picks it up, and that was a wonderfully executed shutdown.
Yeah, when you've got the Dark Seal, you're always saying, hey, give me that kill. That's mine. I get more AP, I get more gold, I get more value from it. Oxen just walks up quite easily, able to use the Playful Trickster out from under the turret, having already taken aggro, and we are 16 minutes into this game, Atro, and already we are at soul point. We could have a 21-minute soul on the board.
We really could, because Cougars right now are just dominating almost every single lane, you know? I love the way that Crisis plays this one, and that was just unfortunate. Oh, Oxen, you had to force out that flash, missing away the E. Herald was also on bot lane, courtesy to Miscreant, so I guess that is kind of a get out of jail free card, but all in all, it does seem like all the turrets seem to be just falling away from Isaka's sides.
2 of the 3 outer turrets have gone down to that point. The mid lane tier 1 turret still stands fairly strong, and that's to be expected when there's a Nivea defending it in the mid lane. Quite difficult to get a turret off of an Nivea typically without Baron, unless of course Rosehawk is in a different lane, and when you're moving Crisis and Antarctican around the map, there's a chance here now for them to be punished. Really good Fizz scaling at the minute into the game, 2-1 so far with the Ludens finished. Has one-shot potential on pretty much everybody. With Meat and Cheesy as well, who's had an impeccable game to begin with. 3-0, most CS in the game, and working his way towards that death stance. Is going to become a point where Crisis, despite this Fed Jhin status, isn't going to be able to deal with the Wukong with the Fizz, and right now we're going to see.
Oh, there's the shark going in. He's gonna go under tower, and almost the one-shot potential came on through, but the stun did not hit. Already the Chronic Accelerator coming in from Zilean is gonna hit away onto Anivia. She's gonna be able to get away. Kiwi as well. The back over there is going to be attempted. Not a bit of a push-off, but right now it's still going to be 3 minutes until the next Drake comes on through, so they're just taking their sweet time. Remember, currently right now, as you said before, Wukong has double the farm of Ornn, and here we were at the beginning thinking, well, Ornn is definitely going to be an early game problem, isn't he?
Yeah, and it would appear that a counter pick has certainly done its job. Full credit to Meat and Cheesy for that, knowing what to play into the matchup. 3 levels to the good right now, and I should be feeling pretty confident about the remainder of the game. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that does carry through to a point where, hey, you can just win the game outright through this Wukong's power. Stealing away these jungle camps certainly could be on the agenda, and it's these little incremental advantages that start to stack up and start to give the Wukong more and more of a lead, and puts College even further behind. With them not able to collect those jungle camps, they're not able to get gold back into their pockets, and it means that the snowball starts to get bigger and bigger for Misericordia, who've done a very good job so far at starting it. We've got a Hex Tech Soul in 2 minutes and 10 seconds time. If that one comes through, that is about as hard as it's going to get for Ithaca. There's no Baron on the board just yet, but in a certain amount of time, it'll start spawning. That's when you start to get really scared.
Wow, the mechanical play coming out of Meat and Cheesy to be able to dodge absolutely everything thrown his way is just beautiful to see at this point. And I do have to say, you know, Crisis has been playing this one out of his mind, but it's not like he has a lot to do, especially as you said, the Hextech Drake is going to come in, the Hextech Soul, and that's going to be perfect coming in for somebody like Xayah, like Kiwi, who has been, up until now, having a bit of problem, you know, having a few issues going up against his Jhin. Then she will finally have that, that attack power needed to perhaps take him out in one hit, although now Rune forcing out everything as well as Meat and Cheesy. That is a hard-earned kill coming in from the top laner of the Cougars, and that's about how fed you get.
Yep, Flash expended on both sides, so there's no team fight pressure from Meat and Cheesy for a couple of minutes here until that ult does come back, or until the ult and Flash come back to safety. Rosehawk forced to flash away, and that's without expending Chum the Waters. Oxen finding success, finding a side lane power just in time for this dragon to spawn. 50 seconds, and you want to keep those teamfight ultimates up and ready for when the Drake spawns, because if you are Ithaca here, you do need to make a bit of a stand. This is when you want to put your teamfight composition to good use. You've got the Zyra, Ornn, and Nivea who teamfight incredibly well. You want to use those at this dragon when it spawns. Try and find a fight. Their issue, they're 5,000 gold down and they don't have gold to fight.
Oh, poor Ornn getting CC'd all the way out there, and it looks like Xayah's going to continue on with that trend, taking down Miscreant. It looks like Oxen tries to do something here, finally hitting the root over there. Crisis, can you pick up the kill? No, you won't. Actually, Sketchy Pepperoni is going to attempt to save away Oxen, but the cooldown is going to go away, and it looks like you are in no way to get out of there. Halachu as well, low HP, still going to get away with a kill himself, and finally, Ithaca seems to be evening up the score.
Exactly what they wanted here. They're able to find a couple kills in the jungle as people go back Meat and Cheesy.
Meat and Cheesy, what was that? Currently coming in as well. Kiwi has nothing to do, especially when the Curtain Scroll has been deployed in as well. That was a very weird engage coming out of our top laner.
Yeah, Cyclone, I think, was just coming back up, so thought that they could make the play. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, and a little bit greedy there from Misericordia. They overextend when they could have just sat back, waited, and taken the dragon. They tried to get a couple picks in the jungle, but unfortunately, they didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the resources there to make the play work. And without doing their due diligence, they get punished. There is a great punish from Ithaca. They get by themselves 5 more minutes in this game for this teamfight composition to start to scale up. This Zyra, whilst being on a support's income, is actually very scary. 4, 1, and 5 right now. 9 out of the 11 kills of the team have been a part of this bot later, this support's doing effectively. Has got the Liandry's picked up, got the stopwatch as well working towards
stopping away recall right now without even wanting to. Well done, Oxen. But I do ask you now, you know, that was a wonderful return coming back from Ithaca, but is it enough to go up against this Fizz and this Wukong, combining together in a full actual team fight? I don't believe it's enough to actually take on over the whole arena.
That's what we'll have to wait and see, because obviously in these team fights, Wukong's going to be very powerful. The Fizz, certainly a lot less so. It is a much better side lane champion, much better in those 1v1s at just picking somebody off or playing around the skirts, the edges of a team fight itself. The level lead that Oxen had is completely closed on up. Rosehawk, they've done a very good job at starting to close that gap and finding a way back into the game. A Sketchy Pepperoni.
Ooh, finally Halachu forcing out Sketchy Pepperoni to go down. Kiwi as well. Wow. And now he seems to be starting up even better than he was before. Finally, this jungle vegetable pick has finally started to come online and do a lot of damage. 5 and 1 with the Divine Thunderer as well. Along with that Zyra, they should be unstoppable at this point. Call the Forge God is going to come on through from Ornn as well. The Curtain Call is going to just be the nail in the coffin for Miscreant over there. And it looks like hopefully Meat and Cheesy could get out of this one. And let's see if he does go in for the play with the Cyclone. He could pull something off, but I don't believe he has enough damage to actually do it. The tier 2 turret is going to fall down here. And the only helping asset that they have is going to be the Zillion.
Yeah, would like to see them just let that fall, let that drop. Let the minions collect the wave afterwards. That's absolutely fine. 1v4, you don't want to be jumping into that. And you can see that he's actually been half HP'd by a Zyra plant. So if you're not hitting those and getting them taken down, then you do need to be careful of all the damage they're going to deal. Still 2.5 minutes on this Chemtech this Hex Tech Dragon, and that's something that you do need to be careful for. If you are Ithaca, if you take a bad fight at the wrong time or you haven't found your resets at the correct window, there's a chance that Misericordia can go and just quickly collect that soul. You always need to be on top of your timings now, because every 5 minutes you have this window where you have to go and collect this dragon. Otherwise, you're giving over a very powerful permanent buff to the enemy team, which obviously you do not want to be doing. But right now, this is the same type of situation that I was just talking about. You take all of your resets, this leaves you open to the Baron. They have no vision on this, but Rune's going to try and check it. The rest of the team, they are coming. They've got Hex Tech Drake gates as well to get there faster. Can Misericordia get this Baron in time?
Oh yeah, but Crisis doesn't have Curtain Skull to attempt to steal, and there's the root coming in for Sketchy Pepperoni. A one-shot material has just been shown to us over there, and Meat and Cheesy will have to back away. The Baron will be reset, and that is already a good win coming out of Ithaca. You just don't need to take the fight right here, but they're still gonna do it. The Call of the Forge God is gonna be faked along into Meat and Cheesy to be able to take him out. And that was such a good mind play coming out of the Ithaca players. But let's see, the fight is not over yet. Oxen is going to bait away that passive coming in from Anivia. And let's see if the Gale Force is enough to take him out. He forces out the flash, and still, Kiwi and Miscrith are going in for it. The Rosehawk, they are very low HP, but don't go down. Not yet anyways. As long as there is a trade, all is fine and well. Wow.
These team fights, they continue to go well for Ithaca. If they go for this Baron, this is incredibly risky. They all have very low health pools. Meat and Cheesy's got TP in 10 seconds, and Oxen, he's going to be around. There's an opportunity here. Chum the Water's starting to come back up. Sketchy Pepperoni's here. This fight is not over yet.
It is not indeed, but the Baron is slowly getting lower and lower, and the Chum the Waters is going to hit its target. Antarctica. Artarctian is going to almost fall down there. Good flash being expended by his willpower right there. 2k left at the Baron. It looks like it's not going to be still in the way, but the one that's going to die here is most likely going to be Oxen with Curtain Skull being used up there. He used up that time from the Zillion ultimate, and it looks like the double kill is going to go actually to the support.
Wow, and they get away as well. They just lose their top laner. That was incredible for Ithaca College. They played it so nicely to get everything that they needed. I mean, they'll happily sacrifice their own, flash out of the pit from Crisis, flash out to safety from Artartisian, and gets out away with their lives here. 7-1 and 10 on the Zyra, 6-2-7 on Rose, on Crisis now. The question is, can they get here in time for this dragon? Because they spent so long around the Baron that this Drake is going to be secured. And that's a soul.
But this is one of the best comebacks we could have seen out of Ithaca. So even though this soul does mean a lot, and I mean a lot currently for the Cougars, I don't think it means everything. And I don't think that it's going to be a good enough a reason to start going into more team fights.
They have got this Baron, and there's a lot of standing gold. They've only collected 2 turrets on the map so far, and they're both in the mid lane. So if you can get out to those side lanes and start picking up even more gold, then you're going to be in a very good spot. They're already 2,000-3,000 gold ahead of their enemies right now. Ithaca, if they can put more and more resources into these carries, because they're the ones that are actually struggling right now. The Anivia and the Jhin, 2.5 and just the 1 item for Rosehawk. But you have a jungler who's almost at 3. Your support's at 3 items themselves, and you know, I mean, there's no harm in it, because the Zillion rather is absolutely wrecking people. So you can't really be too hard done by if you're in Antarctisian's shoes. You've got this Zyra who's currently 7-1-10 and absolutely loving life with 3 items on a mage.
Exactly. I mean, when you think of Zyra, you usually think of poke, you usually think of CC, but this time we just think of absolute carnage coming out, because a single full combo could take out both Kiwi, perhaps Sketchy Pepperoni as well, and could definitely do a lot of damage to Oxen. So they have to be very, very careful of how they approach these bushes and how they actually face check a lot of stuff, because even though they do have that soul, they do know that Ithaca has the advantage currently in a lot of team fights and in a lot of skirmishes as well. 3v3s, I think most of them would be won by Ithaca College at this point if they don't involve Ornn, which finally starts hitting some big items as well, hitting them up. And there's the one shot that I was talking about. There he goes. Just easily giving away the kill on over. And Rosehawk, they don't seem to be having the best of time, having to fight away. Meat and Cheesy, interestingly enough, they used up both the stopwatch and the exhaust. Even though that was a sure kill, there was nobody to help you around that jungle. But that does just sometimes happen.
So a trade of 1 for 1 here, and Sketchy Pepperoni unfortunately continuing not using the
Oh,
ult.
there goes the Call of the Forge, got into Ox and he jumps it away, but I don't think it's enough. Still, the Jax continues on with his rampage. 7-1, he doesn't go for Miscreant just yet as he has stolen away those abilities. He's still alive.
And a really good dive. It doesn't matter that the Call the Forge God goes wide. I mean, as soon as that goes down, Halachu just feels confident to jump in with the counter-strike, lays their own stun, and the Fizz under the turret unfortunately goes down very swiftly. No stopwatch, no Zhonya's used, which may well have been able to buy a bit of time. So again, just not quite expending these cooldowns. We've seen Sketchy Pepperoni time and time again falling with that chrono break up and available. Sometimes it feels rough trying to ult yourself time and time again, but if you keep getting caught out, putting that ult down on yourself, it's better than not putting it on anyone.
Indeed, that is very true. And after these few fights, we now have a difference in gold of around about 3k, which definitely is, it's a whole item, it's a whole mythic, right? So that helps out a ton for Ithaca College. But still, we are looking at a possible comeback out of the Cougars in as well. Wukong seems to be in a decent enough spot that now he is debating on whether or not to go in for these side lanes to take away the tier 3 turrets. But the minions aren't quite there yet, and it seems like everyone is starting to take a bit more of a defensive position. They don't want to be caught out, they don't want to go into a 1v1, 2v1, and still Halachu just does not give a single damn.
No, and this is a very scary point in the game. I want to know how much gold this Jax has got in his inventory, actually, because Halachu is not based in a large amount of time. Found a lot of kills as well. Yeah, 2.4k.
Wow.
So if he can get back to base and spend that, you're going to finish off your Blade of the Ruin King and maybe a little bit extra as well. There's a very, like I say, important couple minutes coming up where this this Hextech Soul has already been found. So it's Elder Drake spawning in 2 minutes, Baron in 1 minute. Some very important objectives about to respawn. You want to be at max power for that. Halachu does go back, does get the Blade of the Ruin King, picks up a Phage as well as Meat and Cheesy. Oof, just not even going for Rosehawk there, interestingly enough, doesn't want to take the fight.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have as much vision as the red side team does currently in the bot side jungle, but he has blocked away that recall, and he does see that the egg is online, the passive is online. Let's see how fast he takes it out right now. The stun was perfect coming in from Rosehawk the wall as well, but there's nobody to really peel for you as the Zyra is quite a ways away. Partition is still going to go in for it, but it's still too late.
Good timing. Really good pick and well executed from Mr. Cordia. With 20 seconds on this Baron, it takes out the mid laner, who is a very big teamfight presence in these fights for Ithaca. Granted, hasn't had the best game on the Anivia, and large portions of the damage have been coming from this Jax and the Zyra in particular, who we could see find a pick.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy one, isn't it? The stopwatch has been used, though, Ignite as well, and the flash even, for good measure, but he is going to get away almost. Oh, there it goes. Wait, what?
Oh, and
dies. So close
dies.
to being a save, but it wasn't at the end of the day. Still, Sketchy Pepperoni wants to peel away from Ripus Kiwi, who has the support of Meat and Cheesy, but they don't know that there is a vision there. There is a bit of a war there, so they are going to back away. Miscreant as well coming into the fray, being like, hey, maybe I can get something into this, but they're not going to go in for a tower dive yet. And as Ithaca sees it, there is currently nobody to really stop them from a recall.
Interestingly enough, we do not see the Baron started on spawn, and that means that the Elder and the Baron are both going to be prized contest, really, as in 5 seconds time the Elder is going to respawn, and now we're going to have a very big sort of discussion point between the teams of who's going to try and prioritize what. This phase now back up.
Oh, there goes the curtain call, and the Call of the Forge God has been missed already, and Sketchy Pepperoni tries to go in for the chrono ship onto Ripus Kiwi. He gets it at the last second, and Runos just tries to get away over there because Jax is already dead. The flash is going to come in for the Cyclone, and there goes the Trundle getting all those kills, and Crisis does not even get away. That was a fight and a half coming in for the Cougars. Let's see if Rosehawk, they actually manage to get away. No, they do not, and it's only Antarctian left alive, but that just means that there are 3 objectives coming in here for the blue side.
Yeah, they have their pick of the litter right now. There's no jungler, so they have to be a little bit tentative around Antarctician's way into the pit. Very big Ripest Kiwi plus Sketchy Pepperoni. They should have no issues using their time now to collect the Elder Dragon. The Baron likely not going to come through. It's probably going to be a bit of a wait, a bit of a stall out. Just wait and make sure that everybody is okay with the situation at hand. But when you have an Elder Drake, it means that getting that Baron is so incredibly easy, because if they ever have to take a fight, they're always going to win it.
Yeah, and this late in the game, it's minute 34. You know, those death cooldowns are already so big. The Chum the Waters is gonna miss away though on Tardison, still staying alive. Not for long though. The stopwatch comes on through, and Zillion is gonna do the dirty job and take him out. Actually, it's gonna be Kiwi's kill. How
And
did
that's a
Kiwi
plant
get
hit.
away?
Oxen!
Gets taken
No!
out. That is extremely huge. Loses out on the Elder as well. And now Ripus Kiwi and the rest of her teammates are going to go in over there. The Freedom Call is not going to be called in, but the Call of the Force God is going to do a lot of job, a lot of work coming in here. Halachu, low HP, still not going to die here. Still leaving Meat and Cheesy alive, but not for long. Crisis going to be baited out here into a death, but it does not matter. Everyone just keeps on falling, and if Taka is going to be back into this one by a miracle.
And now it's just Ripest Kiwi. He does have damage to poke from far, but checking into these brushes is so difficult. You can see Halachu waiting off in the wings here.
Oh,
Nobody gets it. He's buying a lot of time though. Ripest Kiwi doing a very good job. Can't face check these brushes. Just making sure that little by little he's clearing the vision and able to get away with it. They have the vision on the Baron. They know that it's not been started up, and funnily enough, the Elder Zaya has done enough here to deter the Baron from being taken away. But this is very important because the Baron, the Elder rather, that we saw from Misericordia, it meant nothing. They've got nothing from this. They've got one fight really, and they lost it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one fight did prove a bit ferocious, you know, a few kills gone on over there, but most of all, Ithaka managed to get up so many kills, now 8 kills up. They managed to even out the score, even out the gold, right? So now there is a true fighting chance in between these two teams. It's whoever gets the Baron that has the more pushing power that has the true advantage here.
Yeah, Misericordia, they've done a very good job at starting out the game, but these mid-game, late-game woes continue.
And indeed they do on Tardison, falling down to low HP already. The Elden is still alive. And Ripus Kiwi is going to get that kill. Roshog, they are in such a bad spot. They are completely dead even with that passive. Nobody to peel away for them, even with the Curtain Skull being used up here. Meat and Cheesy could even go for the kill, but he decides against it. Low HP, Sketchy Pepperoni, and Kiwi are going to be probably falling back right about this moment.
You have two
Though
people
it
dead,
doesn't
so we
look
need
like
to be
that.
careful.
Halachu still is going to go in for the kill. Low HP over there onto Miscreant. They don't even care about him. They want the bot lane. They're not going to get it. They're being too greedy about it, and Oxen is already behind them. Behind enemy lines. It's going to be very hard for those two to get away. But
Oxen did pick up Crisis. It's important that the AD carry having gone down, but you trying to go around these neutral objectives, it's gone really poorly for Misericordia every single time. Just use these waves, use your numbers advantage to try and take down these turrets. And unfortunately, they've just not gone for that option yet. They've not thought about maybe going for easier objectives to secure. Of course, taking a tier 2 turret, a much easier action than trying to take the Baron. Baron saps your resistances, your Baron, your magic resist. They get lowered if you tank the Baron for too long. And every time they've gone for it so far, Halachu has been there. He's been ready, waiting to try and pick up these kills. 9, 2, 10 on the Jax, almost full build, one item away from it. And now they've been lackadaisical. They've not had any vision on this Baron, and Antarctican clears out the one last ward, whilst you can see the rest of Misericordia, they've got no idea this is happening. That Baron, that's gone.
It might be, it might as well be, but Meat and Cheesy did just pick up that Guardian Angel, so perhaps he does have a chance with the Cyclone to attempt to CC everyone away while Trundle goes in for the steal, but he doesn't. Just at the right time, he misses away that smite, and Crisis is in a bit of a pinch as well because he could be picked off by Mystery, and our camera just goes a bit sleazy over there, but it's all good. We still see the fight. We still see Rune absolutely get demolished over here into the Baron pit. It looks like the Resurrect is still going to go on to Meat and Cheesy. Halachu with a good kill, with a good CC coming out there from support. It looks like everybody's going to fall down, and Halachu continues on with his rampage. 30% low HP is going to stopwatch away, and still the Jax almost being able to take away everybody. It's all down to Crisis, and Crisis at low HP gonna fall down himself. That is one big ace coming out of the Cougars.
And that could be the inhibitor falling in the mid lane, could be a lot more. These death timers are incredibly long, and when you have an AD carry at your side, there's a chance that they can try and find the game here. They haven't got any objectives to go for. The Elder Drake doesn't spawn for another minute. All that they've got is this mid lane. They could just try and barrel it down and see where they can get. There was a wave in the bot lane. They neglected to go for it. They're going to go for this mid lane. 30 seconds on anybody with damage. 10 seconds on runes. And that's a big health bar to try and have to get your way through. They're going to commit. They're going for the end. Miscreant. He's got ulti. And they can destroy these turrets.
Oh my god, that is the Nexus gone. And that's the first game, ladies and gents, between these two titans going at it for 40 minutes almost. What a game coming in for the Cougars.
Not without its ups and downs, but Misericordia are the ones that come away with the win here in the end. That was back and forth, up and down, Barons going one way, Elders going the other. There was no telling who was going to win that fight until it happened in a couple of really clutch knockups, some really nice flanks as well. The solo laners from Misericordia had a very good time during those late game team fights where you got to see a Fizz one-tapping AD carries, we got to see Wukong knocking up 4 or 5 people. Very good job indeed.
Can we just press an F in the chat for Rosehawk? Because they were just getting absolutely bullied at one point. I did see Halachu attempt to come in for the peel, attempt to come in for a few ganks in the mid side, but it just never worked out. And at the end of the day, that is just kind of what got them the win. What got Cougars the win was the mid pressure and the mid advantage, having that turret taken away, having the pressure into the side lanes as well. Anything that they did, they lost that Baron, everything was gone. That ace was everything that they needed, and they managed to pull it off. So I wonder, how are they going to pull it off the next game if this game was so close?
Yeah, there's no way of really knowing, unfortunately, other than to get on into the second one, because they were able to get some early leads through the game number 1 where they threw them away. There was a gold lead then on the other side. Ithaca College had their own run of things, but overall Misericordia, they did get that win. They did get the lead back with the Baron going the other way and then the fight going their way. Really good job at capitalizing on the overextension.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments where, they just absolutely capitalized, as you said before, on every single mistake that it looked like Ithaca were doing. And that's what kind of got them the win. It was still very close. Team fights were a blast to cast. And honestly, I hope you guys understood something out of it, because I was just screaming out the pretty colors and saying what they were doing. But half of the time, I didn't even know what was going on. That's just how crazy these players are. And that's how crazy their reaction times are. And you saw at some point how just that Fizz was playing, like I was just blown away by Oxen's performance at some points in the game. The tower dives were wonderfully executed and almost perfectly timed in as well with some ignites. But at the end of the day, a lot of stopwatches being used, a lot of Call of the Forge Gods, a lot of Curtain Scroll, and just a lot in general of damage being passed around as we deducted into the draft series. But now coming into the second draft, what are you feeling? What are you expecting? Do you think we'll be seeing kind of the same champions being picked all over again, or will they get banned away?
I think I can see that Fizz getting banned away, the Wukong as well, maybe, or they may go back to not just blind picking the Ornn, just so avidly, so quickly. There's a lot of adaptations that can be made, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yes, we will. And I do wonder at the point that we will see the drafts, that if they're gonna go in, that if the Cougars are gonna go in for a more solo-oriented draft, or like will they go for champions that will be able to win their lane by themselves, don't really need much attention from the jungle, and maybe leave that attention down to the bot lane, and then top and mid should be just their own separate islands? Or will they go for a very late game scaling comp, as we have seen just now, a very carry focus oriented comp? We never know, and Ithaca just has no way of planning against it, which is really not in their favor.
No, it's quite scary for them. I mean, that Jax did have a pretty good time during the late game. We did certainly get to see the power of a late game Jax. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough to carry them through to get that win. And hopefully they can keep the good pieces, maybe try and fumble some of those poorer pieces, because that Wukong through the early game certainly had a very good time. The Fizz as well wasn't really struggling all that much either. So for the most part, very good showcase from both teams, really. Good strengths, good weaknesses on either side.
They were, and there were some points where I didn't know, not like I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't know who was going to do what next, because right now we were just seeing absolute skirmishes over skirmishes, and it was just a blast to see. But I hope the next game will be just as much of a blast. We're going to go into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Take a sip of water, get some of popcorn, and come back right quick in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC semifinals in the Navigator's Yellow Division. You are accompanied tonight by your play-by-play caster, Atro, and with me, the wonderful Rudud. How are we doing?
Doing pretty good. We had a game number one that was a back and forth, absolute barn burner, honestly. 30 minutes of pure action, and it didn't really stop there either. We did get a load of contests, dragons, elders, all the good stuff that you want to see from a game. So definitely go check it out if you missed it. And I know what, with that being said, I won't spoil who won game number one, but you've got to click
Yeah.
away quickly because you'll be finding out very soon.
Oh yeah, you will. And just watch backwards. It was an amazing game. 40 minutes of just constant chaos and actual just good gameplay. So now the Misericordia Cougars and Ithaca College Gold will be going at it once more to attempt to perhaps the winning side get a shot at the finals of the NECC of this division.
Exactly. This is the semi-finals reminder. There's no lower bracket, so it's single elimination. You lose here, you go home, and spoilers, if you are Ithaca College Gold, you need to win this game. 0-1 down in the series. They're certainly looking to try and find a win here in this one. A 40-minute game, it obviously wasn't a easy affair for Misericordia to find their first win. We are going to get to go through that pro draft, through that draft now to see if there were any differences made, any changes, because we know that there could well have been a couple. We saw Fizz and Wukong certainly be fairly scary, but for the most part, there's a couple bands that we're expecting at least.
There is a Zera band differential. I was wondering, like, are these gonna be the same exact bands coming on through probably OTPs? But no, it looks like the Zyra has been banned away and the Wukong as well. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You know, we have seen them go at it real hard. What is this? Azir?
Surely
He's
not.
just baiting me. He's just trolling me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Surely not.
Surely not.
Not. We hope. We hope.
I mean, I'd love to see an Azir play.
Especially top
5,
lane.
4, 3, 2. Ah.
Baited.
Baiting me out for a ward. That's not how you do stuff, Meat and Cheesy. I don't like you.
Nah.
Nah.
Unlucky. At the end of the day, we get to see now, with Wukong banned away, what the answer for runes is. Because the solo lanes certainly had a pretty good time from Misericordia's side. They were really dominant in their laning phases, and granted, Meat and Cheesy did get counterpick in that matchup, so the Wukong was a very scary thing, but they were able to steal away the Ornn this time, so the Poppy is the answer. Another tank in the top side, not too much damage from either team just yet, and we're just stealing the enemy's comp. I like it.
I guess so, yeah. If it worked, if it semi-worked for them and we won, and now we're gonna win with their own comp, so let's just style on them, literally style on them, take away their spots.
That is ultimate BM, honestly.
Truly.
This is how you're supposed to play the comp, guys. Here, have a look.
This is how we do it better, guys. You don't understand, no. But I do like the difference that Miscreant went in over for the Zac. I think it's a good answer to the Poppy. And going in further in team fights, if you're gonna have an Anivia or an Zac, that is a lot of CC, my good sir.
Yeah, why not double down? Get yourself a jungler that can gank for your laners as well. Maybe not the Ornn, but I'm expecting a fairly aggressive bot lane here for Ripest Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni. I think that a Jinx or an Aphelios or something along those lines would fit very nicely into this composition, potentially as well. Misfortune.
Maybe Kai'Sa.
They've got a well. You know, I'm looking at things that are AoE Wombo combo, right? If we look at we look so far on Zac and Anivia, they all do very well in a big 5v5 death ball. Kai'Sa certainly fits as a more assassin-oriented style of AD carry. The Misfortune
but there's
gets
the
taken
Mephisto away
away
from you. Yeah, they're just stop BMing with Azir. I really wanted to see an Azir play, you know. Have you ever tried Azir ADC? Wow,
Yes.
the Kog'Maw. I have not seen Kog'Maw in such a long time.
This is an old guard pick coming through. This is something from a fair few seasons ago. It is a hyper carry. It's got a Karma in its back pocket. You are putting a lot of magic damage on the board though in this game. We're looking at it. They have no AD in this team. Kog'Maw is, whilst an AD carry, he's 50, 60% magic damage when he activates his W, which is when obviously he's popping off. And if we see that auto attack, if we do see a on-hit style build, a lot of the on-hit items are also based off magic damage. Things like your Rage Blade, your Blade the Ruin King. But you do deal a lot of magical damage there. So, I mean, Halachu, this game, absolutely adoring the throws at the Spirit Visage, absolutely adoring. A Force of Nature, because up against a Nivea Cogmore, you have a very good time.
Oh yeah. But doesn't the ultimate also do some AP damage? So right now, as you said, there is no AD. Perhaps maybe Ornn building into some AD? That would be funny to see, but I don't think it's viable. So leaving us just that Kog'Maw who won't actually be able to do. Maybe he will go for the on hit, just Rage Blade Runans, not Runans, the Hurricane, not the Hurricane. Why am I thinking TFT? The thing that makes you hit multiple people.
Hurricane, you're right. You got it.
Hurricane, I'm right. Yeah, I was thinking TFT, and I was like, wait, that's not right, is it?
They stole it from League. Wow,
Yeah,
crazy! How dare they?
I don't
But
know, man.
they're stealing it from their own game. I do like this composition though. I like the answer from Misericordia to just say that, hey, you know what, you did this in game one, we'll do it in game two. But I think that Misfortune Lux as a bot lane duo actually going to be pretty hard to deal with as a Cogmore. You don't do that much in the early game. You're going to be relying very heavily on your Karma to dish out the DPS for the most part. So it's going to be a difficult time for Misericordia, and I do think that Ithaca have got a very good shot at this game.
Well, they did win a BM on their opponents, right,
Mm.
by picking their own stuff. So I guess a fair play to them if they want to if they want to play League of Legends in hard mode, play League of Legends in hard mode. If you can do it, props to you. Right now, Elden Ring mode activated. They are fully focused, fully committed to getting this. So I'm presuming I will predict that we will be seeing another 40 to 50-minute game because
That I think if we do as well, I think that at that point, despite the issues that you're going to have with having a full magic damage comp, Cogmore and Ivia are very good at dealing damage late game as long as we get the right itemizations coming through. I could very easily see this team getting very heavily kited as well. Poppy Graves, a very short range duo as a top side, so getting in the range of the Cogmore in range of the Anivia could well be fairly difficult. Of course, purely speculation, purely conjecture at this point as to who will be able to come away with the win. Game number one obviously went the way of Misericordia, but that was a back and forth affair for the most part. And coming into this matchup specifically, game number two, Ithaca, they've got even more on the line now. They had that game one buffer where they could have dropped it and they can still get through, but this time you cannot lose the game. You cannot drop this match, or you just go out of the tournament.
exactly. And there were so many back and forths. There were so many times that we thought that Ithaca was gonna come back for this one finally. They're gonna be able to beat them in the team fights. They're gonna be able to do this and that and that. And at the end of the day, one single Barret fight was all that it took to absolutely
Mm.
decimate everything. So we don't really know what's gonna go down if we do reach those lower levels, those late game plays. But until we do get there, let's talk a bit about the early game. Seeing for both of these sides, we yet again have a bit of CC, quite a bit of CC coming in for the Cougar side. So how are we feeling about early game ganks, perhaps even an invade?
Yeah, I think that Zach early on actually going to have a lot of gank potential because we've got a mobile bot lane on Ithaca's side. Zach, when he hits about level 5 is when you want to really be using that elastic slingshot to the best of its capabilities, because at level 2, level 3, or level 2 and level 1 E ability in particular don't have the greatest range, but when you do get up to that level 3, level 4, 5 marker onwards on the skill itself, starts to get enough range where you can start to gank fairly easily. You can use Fog of War quite capably to get those ganks going. And when you have an Anivia in the mid lane as well, that is a lot of gank setup. You've got enough setup in the bot lane between a Karma slow and then just hopefully an overextended immobile bot lane. Because this Misfortune and Lux, they should be looking to push, they should be looking to get plates, get the advantage. And if that is not matched by the jungler from Poppy, from Halachu, then you're going to have some issues.
Indeed, they might, and I think we are quite a bit ready to get into the game and see how they are actually faring in quite a few minutes here. We will be able to see how these two teams will go up against each other. Give me a quick prediction. Fast fire. Who's gonna win
We
it?
see. Okay. Fast prediction on the winner. I think that it's going to be Ithaca. I think their comp is actually very good, and I really don't like the composition that Misericordia have drafted for themselves. They've just got too much magic damage. If we see good build paths come through, this Poppy should never die.
Okay, okay, I get you. I
Buy a
get you.
Hex Drinker, buy a more, just buy MR because this comp is magic damage everywhere.
Well, let's see if that does actually come to fruition. As we are getting into the rift, we will be seeing no weird runes coming out of any of them. Clearance,
Hmm.
though, being used up on Kiwi. So interesting summoner choice going out for him. Can you provide some insight as to why he actually went for that? Because there is the Seraphine, there is the Lux, but is there any other reason?
Well, I think that you've hit the nail on the head. I think that Seraphine Lux is pretty much all the reasoning that you need to go for the cleanse.
Oh, are we gonna be
But
seeing an invade?
yeah, do we get to see cleanse used level 1? No. Oh,
Not
nothing.
yet,
Okay.
not yet. All
This is
good,
a good
all
time.
good.
This is a good time for me to put a little bit of education down. When standing in a tri-brush, don't do what Ripest Kiwi just did there. It is a common mistake made. But what you either want to do is walk out into where the river meets the land, I suppose, where the river meets the brush. So you want to step about outside toward the right, so that you can see people coming in. Or you want to put the ward in the brush, in the tri-brush, and then step back. Because if you do what happened there, and you're up against something like a Blitzcrank, like even a Lux, a Nautilus in that case as well, you saw that that binding, had it not gone wide, would have connected onto Kiwi and he would have had to expend a summoner spell. If you take a couple steps forward just to where the edge of the vision actually is, you actually spot everybody coming if they come from the top or the bot side. You can see them coming and you can walk away. And the worst case scenario is they have to burn their flash for your flash as well. But you always get something for that. You want to stand a little bit further out and make sure that you're not just instantly getting caught out, because inside the brush, not a good place to be.
Thank you, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, teacher, for giving us that lesson. I actually didn't know that. I usually played around with being a support main and all, playing around in the backwards or staying along with the jungle. So that is very good insight. But going in forwards, it looks like already there's going to be quite a bit of an aggression coming out of Crisis, being a bit salty from last game, seeing that it went so well. Now wants to get an advantage back again.
Yeah, and with the first strike, Misfortune as well. Going to be farming a little bit, getting a bit of money in the bank as well. And snowballing toward those first items, toward those first bases. Very quickly, level 2
Oh,
versus level
there's the
1.
Ornn damage coming on through. I think a flash will be expended too. No, not yet. Runes knows how to hold on to his summoner spells, but still, that is going to be quite scary if he reaches level 2.
Level
Speaking
2s
of
have already
level,
come through for the Lux and the Misfortune down in the bot lane. And they did find a little bit of a trade, a good amount of poke coming through. The Karma now gets rooted. Nothing to come from it, though. Dank mid.
not much is gonna happen, but in mid though, Rosag are already gonna be using up their
Oh.
flash to try and get away. Thankfully though, Seraphine leaves to see another day, and now Zac looks for even more ganks, because we have seen, you know, that jungle pressure is already seeming to be up and ready, hitting level 3 right now. I think a gank top is exactly what's gonna happen. In a few seconds here, Runes will be able to spot it out, and we didn't see anything. Now going back to the mid lane, nothing had happened in the past 10 seconds.
Yeah, ganking into this Poppy is certainly going to be fairly difficult. Steadfast Presence makes it so that the Ornn plus Zac can neither get in on top of you. There's no knockups to come through if you time it well. We'll have to, of course, keep our eyes on it, because sometimes you can use the W to use a bit of move speed, try and gap close, get Meat and Cheesy knocked into a wall. But if you're keeping a hold of that cooldown 9 times out of 10, you should be fine to get away with it and get away without being ganked too successfully. But now on the top side is Halachu. He's on his red buff right now, and if this Anivia sticks around for too long, there's no vision on the top side of this river. This gank could very easily come to fruition. Rosehawk doesn't have flash, but they do have the setup of a double slow into, you know, the route that comes from the E. Neither of those two are going to be the case just yet, though.
Something we kind of glossed over last match actually was vision, because I did spot out that Sketchy Pepperoni was nearing 100 vision at the end of that, and honestly that was a big factor of why the Cougars were able to take away so many objectives at the end of the day. They were the first ones to bring up the first 3 Drakes, they were the first ones to actually get away that Baron, and 9 times out of 10 it was because he was leaving out the path empty, you know? You could see everything, and currently right now, as I'm saying that, there isn't enough vision for Meat and Cheesy to actually presume that there is going to be the Graves over there. 2 fights happening at the same time, 2 different ganks happening at the same time. It looks like none of them will actually find a kill.
Wow, and neither of the teams have enough damage to take down the other. As another CS lead is mounting for itself in the mid lane, Oxen finding an advantage over Rosehawk once again in the mid lane. And top side, it's not quite as palpable, just a couple farm either way, but you can tell that Meat and Cheesy is having a very good time of things in the top lane, getting these powerful trades, forcing flashes, forcing summoner spells from runes once again. Teleport now expended to the top side, that's likely to be matched. But it is once again this trade where down on the bot side, Crisis and Antarctican, they're having an okay time themselves.
Yeah, Antarctician is Currently not really hitting any cues. He's mostly just poking away with these, trying to play as passively as he can, knowing that once he oversteps his boundaries, Sketchy Pepperoni is there on the uptake. So that is always a scary thing to have in the back of your mind, like, oh my god, I need to play this perfectly, or I will die.
That's
But
the
speaking of dying,
could see it down on the
speaking
bot
of
side
dying,
here.
I think somebody's about to die here. The Flash is being expended away, and the Tartishan, as I said before, will be matched with a pretty sad fate. Going up against Miscreant over there, finding the first kill, and there go the Cougars trying to find a even bigger matchup.
Yeah, nice advantage pulled from the bot lane there, and Tartisian does not commit Splash nor Exhaust to try and get out. Almost found a trade kill onto Ripest Kiwi, who also, holding on to Flash and Cleanse. Rightly so, didn't have to expend either of them, but cutting a bit close to the wire in terms of that health pool. Meat and Cheesy is level 6 here on this top side, and Poppy does have 2 good ways at stopping the Ornhorn. Actually 3, I think, because you've got your knock up from your ulti. The W is actually a charge that I believe is cancelled or gets cancelled here on Steadfast Presence. And then also if you charge into the Ornn, it's a CC as well. Very difficult to obviously cast R2 when you're being CC'd by a Poppy. So a pretty good matchup for runes come the way that these ultis are going to work. So keep your eyes on how well Meat and Cheese is able to space out the Poppy more so than anything.
Yeah, yet again, as you said it, there goes the CC coming out of runes. We always see just the Ornn being
No flash.
counter used over there. Ooh, runes actually gets away. Oh,
Yeah.
I was about to say counter picked. Gets away the Ornn always, just because you have to, right? You have to either way. Otherwise, you're gonna be laning up against a Titan who just doesn't take damage and deals way too much for his own good. So at that point, you just have to think up of something. And Runes just cannot do that
Oh,
at
he
the
gets
moment, as
him.
he is going to get taken down and still being alive. Ornn will continue on his fight. Alachu as well, very low HP, expending a flash over there. Miscreant, perhaps a bit
Oh, flash! The smite!
the spite was used, yeah, perhaps a bit prematurely, but there you go, Oxen gets the kill. Okay, so something did come out of that, something very good came out of that, and now you have a 3-man lead over the kill, so that's exactly what you wanted as the Cougars, isn't it?
2 very successful plays across the map. Oxen roams down and has just enough damage to take down Halachu. You can see the top side having gold leads in all 3 lanes, the top, the jungle, and the mid, all 3 roles respectively then. About 300-400 gold over their counterparts, and that is leading to this gold lead overall. AD carry probably the only one that is closely matched right now. Crisis and Kiwi have got very similar amounts of gold, and there's this wave crashing in to even things up for the Misfortune. But by and large, once again, it's this top side for Misericordia who are doing a very good job at keeping the game in their favour. And Zac, 2 out of 3 kills, having a good time as well.
Yeah, but there's the Graves trying to come in here. Halachu is going to be searching in for a gank. They don't have the vision enough, so Ripper Squealy and Sketchy Pepperoni are going all in for it.
They have a
And I think
wave.
Sketchy Pepperoni will be a bit caught up, but the wave was there to help them out, as you said. So that is perfectly timed and thought out by the blue side team. And right now, even more ganks could have happened. You know, the counter gank was there from Zac if need be. But still, Halachu couldn't do anything over there. He's going to go back to his Gromp, as well as Antardishan with 1 HP is going to fall back to base. So that is, again, a lot of time wasted that should have been used up on farming.
By and large, a very good start. Crisis now in trouble. Oh,
Oh,
he's just
Crisis!
dead. Steps too far forward and no heal up just yet. Means that he goes down, stepping a bit too close to the sun right there. Isurus, unfortunately, cosplay right now as we've got another kill that goes over to Misericordia. One that they definitely didn't need, but they will definitely be very happy to take. Ithaca slowly bleeding out these advantages here. And now Halachu, all the time that he spent not farming his jungle, he gets to seal away and farm up some of the bot lane minions.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate coming in for Crisis. You know, we've just been seeing him attempting all of these plays, attempting to keep up his lead, being the only one in his team who, last game at least, could have done something. Right now, it looks like Rosehawk are the best looking out of everyone currently. But still, even they are not being as frugal on the mid lane as perhaps they should have been, holding down into a pretty big CS loss. It's not going to be as fun coming here into the mid game as everyone is well past their 6 mark. Well, most people are past their 6 mark.
And for
And
right now, at least, Rosehawk burned the flash, burned the ulti to get out to safety. Fox and catches here could be death.
oh, there's the Q coming in from Oxen, and wow, he takes them out just by using auto attacks, electrocute, and the ultimate.
Yep, really well played. Catches with the stun, and that's enough to set up for the empowered E. Sets up for all of the damage from that spell, and then the nice wall as well crystallizes and catches Rosehawk with no flash as an immobile mid laner. The Anivia wall can be incredibly punishing, and it's something that I imagine we're going to see time and time again this game because Misfortune, Lux, and Seraphine are all going to fall into the same pitfalls. Yes, we've got Misfortune and Lux who have got their flash, but when those start to get taken off of cooldown, the wall is a very powerful tool. Generating terrain randomly is something that you have to be very scared of.
Oh yeah, and I wonder why not enough people play Talia, right? But here we are, one death on every single player from Ithaka. Not the best of times, definitely, but it can be
It's keeping it
salvaged. It
even.
can be, yeah, keeping it even, keeping it equal for everyone. Right here, it does look like even if they're not hitting the best of times, they are hitting times that they can salvage from. And right
Oxen's
now,
here.
oh, they won't be able to. They have the vision to go in for it. Oxen coming in for the clutch here is gonna burn away a flash, and the wall is put up perfectly. But Crisis still gets out with 1 HP, as Karma does not manage to hit away that stun.
Ooh.
Literally 1 HP going down under the turret now. Very, very lucky, but still misfortunate at the same
Although
time
step back
because
up.
yeah, they're trying to go in for it, and I think the passive will be used up, but that is a very good bait coming out of Oxen to actually give away a kill to Kiwi.
And you're very happy with that if you're Oxen, means that your roam is now worth something. You've got the kill. You do miss out on a wave in the mid lane, but by and large, that's a very good timing. And ultimately, the fact that you burned the egg right there means that without it, losing a lot of its health, you can stay out on Summoner's Rift. You get that health pool back because Antarctician wasn't able to take down too much more of that health pool. And you can just go back to mid lane, continue farming, and work up towards that Everfrost. It's almost completed already. And when we go back to base, that is likely to get finished off, likely to be completed. Now the return gank happens on this top side. Meat and Cheese should be
Both
able to
on
get
mid
away.
and top is happening apparently. It looks like Seraphine is going to try to get out of this one, but the Zac is there along with the wall. And as you said before, that was wonderfully played as Miscreant is going to get that kill yet again onto the Seraphine. And it looks like this is going to be a bit of a pincer attack coming in from the Cougar side, as Miscreant could definitely go in for this attack along with his Ornn. He is full HP, he does have the Call of the Forge God, but he's not going to go all in just yet. He is still waiting for Oxen as he's going to go back to base. They are just going to retreat and get some items. Even burning away the flash, interestingly enough for Meat and Cheesy, trying to be extra safe going back to base. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think that flash was needed, but it's better to be safe than sorry. You would have been on very low health regardless, having got out of that, but I don't think they would have had the damage to do it. Nevertheless,
He wants to stay on lane.
Yeah, he expends it, and it means that he gets to stay in this lane, right? You're quite right. You touch on it, and it's exactly the point. Could now force Runes to be in a bit of trouble, but the Zac is on the bot side of the map. Antarctician?
He's trying to do something over here, but he doesn't quite have enough damage to actually go all in. So it's just a fly actually brushing away at Sketchy Pepperoni. He doesn't really care about it.
Okay, moves out to safety, and overall, not too bad by and large. Crisis with that first strike continuing to try and farm up some gold, but this Cogmore working toward that Immortal Shield bow here on the Cogmore, having a pretty good time of things. 2-0-1, 100 CS completed for all three of the laners.
And here we are, the AP-oriented draft that we were kind of trash-talking at the beginning, now really just having no flaws at all. I can't see any flaws right here. The Everfrost being hit, the wall will not be put up, just in case, you're still waiting for that gank to come on through, so you're going to save at least one way of getting out of it.
And I mean,
right now...
It looks like Runes is opting into Divine Sundra as his item of choice, and I really don't fancy that.
Really? Well, the Call of the Forge God definitely is going to miss its target using up the flash, and Runes expended absolutely everything to get away from there, so if not even his build is good, then at least his moves are.
Yeah, got the flash to get out to safety. The reason I say it here in this case is if you look at the composition they've drafted, they have more than enough physical damage between Misfortune and Graves to be the damage sources for the team. And if there's a way for them to win this game, it is, like I say, exploiting the fact that there's very little physical damage. If we opt into maybe just a Frostfire Gauntlet into Force of Nature here, it's a very hard kill to get on Poppy.
Oh, MF here does not have any chances of getting away. It is going to get taken away by Ripus Kiwi. Let's see if the support of the Cougars is actually gonna get
They
away
just win.
scot-free as they almost get that stun away. The clearance is gonna be used away, and Miscreant forces out a flash, uses his own to get that kill, and the ultimate goes on through a triple kill for the bot side coming in here for the Cougars.
Yeah, and it's just a slaughter at this point here, Arturo, with 10 kills on the board, a 5k, 6k gold lead. This turret likely to fall as well. It's getting from bad to worse for Ithaca College Gold. We saw that in week number 7, this was a 2-0, and it's looking like that once again.
That is so much damage coming out of only an empowered E from a Nivea. That is already unfair for the mid laner. And yeah, as you said it, Ithaca just aren't having fun right now, are they?
No, I think that's a very timid. That's a very apt way of putting it. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way. Crisis is just waiting, making sure that they can farm a wave, and being cheesy, just gatekeeping the wave runes does manage to come in and collect the cannon minion. So +1 there, very well done. And you can see they're having a good old time whacking away at each other. But ultimately, there should be no kills coming through because at this stage, you'd like to think that 2 tanks can hold their own.
Let's see if this gank is gonna make anything happen here. Nah, just gonna expend it away on E.
I mean,
But I
there's
do
a
have to
5-level lead there. I think Meat and Cheesy can just one-shot Artisian.
Truly, truly, I do think so as well. But in 50 seconds, the Drake is gonna come on by. I do have to wonder though, who are these guys? Who are Cordia Cougars? Like, are they like the top team in the NA scene that I don't know about? The Cold of Forge is gonna be called over here, and I think even a dive under the turret is gonna get this kill onto the runes. Yeah, it is. It actually is. And the poor guy has nothing to do against it. The stun is gonna be happening under the turret,
Oh,
but he still gets away from it. What are these plays coming in from the Cougars? This is insane. Also getting Artisan down. And it's only
the smite
Halachut coming
finishes.
for the cleanup, but does he even manage to get any of them? No, he doesn't. Who are these guys?
Absolutely insane. That's what's happening. They go for 2 turret dives. Oxen gets a solo kill in the mid lane as well. Rosehawk, they've really had a tough time. Torrid events of both Fizz and Anivia now that we're experiencing from Oxen. The Drake will be able to be taken by Ripest Kiwi plus Sketchy Pepperoni. They don't need their jungler. The amount of priority they have on Summoner's Rift right now, anything that they so desire, they can just move around, go collect it. And they should be good for this game, like I say, 13-0. Other than that first Cloud Dragon, they are on for the perfect game. They could very well find it. 8k to the good. This game is looking very difficult if you are Ithaca.
Honestly, if the Cougars play every game like this, then I think they could even beat a team like Dignitas. Like, they really could beat a pro team like this, because I haven't seen a single mistake coming out of them. Like, maybe Sketchy Pepperoni's positioning here might be the slightest mistake they've done the whole game, but like, he has the vision. He doesn't have to worry about a jungle coming in and taking him out. And there really is no jungle to take him out because Graves doesn't have the power to one-shot Sketchy Pepperoni at this point in the game. So what do you even say at this point for if you're a part of the Ithaca fan club?
Well, it's going to come down to trying to find numbers advantages, but even at that point, we've seen them go for a 3v2 down on the bot side. Ripest Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni got away with that one, and they 2v3'd successfully, more so than anything else. I think it's just looking for picks. You have got Seraphinal, you've got the Lux Binding as well. You can expend a lot of ultis to try and get 1 kill at this point in the game. There's a lot of gold on pretty much every member's head, so expending those big ultis to get just the 1 kill is actually going to be worthwhile. 600 gold onto 1 target is a massive injection for literally anybody on Ithaca, so there'd be no harm in trying to head into that direction.
Interesting TP usage coming in from Anivia. Oxen thinking that, hey, maybe they're going to go for this. Maybe they're going to try to get some shutdowns. They weren't. They just baited him out, baited a TP, and that's really the best you could do at this point. A double stun hitting here by Antarctician. It's not going to mean a lot because Runes and Halachu both know that there is no way they're going up against the Sorn. There is no way they're not going to get one-shotted by Oxen at this point in the game. And there's really just not that much you can do besides, as you said, going in for skirmishes, hoping you have the numbers advantage going in against a lone, I don't know, even Kiwi can get out of these situations. So what do? Maybe Sketchy Pepperoni is the only target that you really can go into. And it looks like Runes is going to try and do just that. But there is Meat and Cheesy there expending away the W and going back away. This is, might I say, this is unwinnable coming in here for a second.
Ooh, big words, big
Yeah,
claims being
yeah.
thrown about, but they're not unfounded. I mean, this is a very difficult game for Ithaca to win. You never say never, because there is still that once in a million where you find the perfect team fight of Rosehawk hits 5 people with an encore, you get Artisian with all the damage to lay down across them all, and collateral damage bullet time. You know, there is the small world, the 1% chance where you find the team fight. But it is very, very difficult, and for the most part, Ripest Kiwi having Cleanse is going to circumvent the majority of that, because he can just get away, get out to safety very easily with those summoner spells. We look at the summoner spells on both sides. We haven't seen too much action for the last few minutes. It has been largely just map movements taking these turrets and nice macro play by Misericordia's University squad. They've sort of slowed the tempo down a little bit, and they're going to be working on this Ocean Soul. Something that they did very well in game number 1 was work toward that Hextech Soul. And with the sort of slower pacing of this game, it now becomes a little bit easier for Ithaca, honestly, actually, to just recuperate, refarm, and get themselves a little bit more gold in their back pockets, because gold and resources was something that they were not getting a lot of early on. They were getting absolutely hounded for every single farm, every single minion, anything that they could look for. But that's not proven to be the case for these next couple minutes, or for these past few minutes, until, of course, Halatu just gets caught.
Yeah. There's nothing else to say. He just had to go down there. But as you said, this Ocean Drake, in my opinion, is like the best Drake they could have asked for as well. Like, for this AP-oriented comp, having so much sustain going at you for the middle of a team fight or after anything, you know, Anti-Titian won't be able to deal any damage. Crisis will be in a bit of a tough spot, actually, trying to get any one-shot stun, because after a fight, there is nobody left low HP, really. And now Oxen is just going to prove to me that he is a one-man army. He's going to hold them all off by himself currently and almost get the kill as well with the Everfrost. Baron is slowly getting away, and oh my god, going in with the flash in as well. The Ornn is going to continue on with this win streak, and even expended at that. Mean and Cheesy really wants those kills, because everybody's just throwing away their flashes. They don't care anymore. This is perhaps
he's going to be back up soon. That's 2.
Yeah, he's going in with the ultimate under the turret, and there he goes. Yet another kill. Antarctician is not having the best of times now, pushing in top lane with the Baron buff. All 5 of them are just having... Actually, there's 4 of them. The 5th one is actually going in mid and doing his job.
And he can default back to the Ocean Dragon as well after this. Go for the soul point there in that one. So it's going to be a fairly clean sweep of affairs for them for the next couple of minutes. They go back, they collect themselves the dragon. They collect themselves the nice Baron to begin with, and a couple of turrets as well. Extra gold, extra resources, extra map movements, map plays. Currently there's 70,000 gold in the game, and Misericordia, they've got 60% of it. That is incredible.
Yeah. And in my eyes, it's not even Ithaca's fault, right? Because the Cougars just played this one perfectly. I didn't spot a single mistake, as I said, and maybe only positioning was the only thing that he could have worked on. But in this case, positioning doesn't even matter, because you one-shot everybody you come across anyways. So honestly, I wouldn't blame Ithaca's team right here. I would just blame the good luck and skill that currently the Cougars are displaying. Well done to you guys. But as you said before, maybe it's not all done yet. Maybe once they reach the well towers, they can fight. They can find perhaps an ace. That's realistically what they would need, or even the slightest of comebacks. So,
yeah, even an ace is the first of many comebacks that they need to find their way back into the game. You can see that with the Baron, I don't even think that Misericordia have reset yet and spent their gold. They're just quite happy to stay out on the map and just sort of use what gold they had beforehand. The Encore going wide as well. Rose Hawk unfortunately falls once again, caught in the wall and Glacial Storm combo. See how punishing this is going to be. Oxen is really dancing on the edge of these Anivia ranges and playing exceptionally.
Exceptionally well indeed. Now these 2 inhibitors are free for the taking. Runes as well appears to be one of them, because as low HP as he is, thank God, you know, he has bought up those... Wait, he bought up Ninja Tabbies. Everyone started buying up Ninja Tabbies. Are they that scared of Ripest Kiwi at this point in the game? I wonder.
Well, it's
but
about the game.
It's still going to come on through. MF Ultimate is not going to do that much, and that is the last fight of the game, ladies and gents. I think it's fair to say that we have seen quite the game out of these 2, but in the end, the Cougars, the undefeated champions of the NECC so far, are going to be taking one more win under their belt and are going to be showing us what they are truly made of.
Yeah, really good play. 24-2 in the end. Ultimately, a very near perfect game. They lost one dragon and a couple of kills when trying to dive onto the fountain, but Misericordia, they had a bit of a shaky one in game number one. Took them 40 minutes to close out and a couple of throws here and there. Game number two, nothing quite like that. 25-2. Only one dragon lost. A very clean game, really, from start to finish.
Yeah, exactly. A perfect game and a perfect execution of said game. You know, there were so many points where something could have gone wrong and nothing did. Amazing coordination coming out of these five players as well. And just all rounds collapse for the Cougars right now. I am definitely hats off impressed. But the same can be said about the Ithaca College Gold. They put up a very good fight, and I'd like to see them play more in the next season of the NECC. But sadly, this was the semifinals. They will not be moving into a losers bracket or anything. This was single elimination. So that means the undefeated Cougars are moving on to the finals of this division and are going to be moving up into the rankings. Definitely be sure to check around and stick around for the next following games of today, both today and
Whoa.
tomorrow, I believe. So you see what sort of deal is going to be later on in the NECC. But that's kind of been it for me. What do you feel
Well,
like saying
well,
here?
you may think that actually, but we actually get an interview from
Oh yes, we do.
one of the
I
Misericordia
baited you all.
players. So don't go just yet because I think we're gonna try and get Oxen, the mid laner, who had a very good performance from time to time, both on the interview and on the face. So we may get a little bit of insight on that. So I think if this is okay, and I'm sort of throwing production a little bit of a loop here. If we can get into a break quickly, just to get everything set up and make sure that everybody's
Yeah.
good. Then we can head over to the break and then come back to an interview very quickly where we get to hear from Oxen.
I already bamboozled the viewers. Let's bamboozle the production as well.
Pausing.
And we are back at it again for the first bit of our rendition with the interviews. I was a bit caught by surprise, but here we are yet again, rooted with me. Let's see. Do you guys have any expectations of who we're getting? It is somebody from Misericordia, so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to keep the audience a little bit guessing, but I think it's about time, honestly, to bring them in. Hopefully, here if we get we'll do the grand reveal. Boom! Welcome.
Hey.
We got Oxen, the mid laner. Atro, I'll let you take the lead.
Yes, hello, Oxen. How are you feeling?
Hello, doing good.
How'd you feel about the game? How easy was it for you guys? Because I saw you guys BMing the draft second side.
The first game was tough. We struggled a little in the early, but we came through. And second game, we just knew what we were doing. We just took it to them.
Indeed, you did.
And with that second game draft, was there an element of we want to take their picks and show them what happens when you take them correctly, or was it just, hey, these are actually good picks here?
I played a bunch of Anivia, and I just thought I'll show them how to play Anivia.
And did the rest of your team like sort of the same? I mean, I saw your top laner do the same, picking up the Ornn, and then the Zac was a great pick as well. I don't know who called that out, but good job.
We just wanted two big tanks to protect our ADC.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So I want to ask you then about the tournament as a whole, right? Like you guys are coming into this, you are undefeated in any series. Is the goal to win it all, or is there anybody that you're looking out for? I know the other semi-finals going on. Is there any expectations of yourself that you've put in place?
The goal is to go as far as we can. We'd like to have another chance to beat Kings again. But that's about it.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, you might just have that chance in the finals happening. I don't know when they're happening, but the finals coming in here for the yellow division. So I can't wait to see you guys play again. Perhaps you'll have us as your casters next time. So a bit of deja vu to reminisce about there in the winning lobby, eh? But I do have one last question though. How do you feel? I mean, how did your whole team feel about going into this particular match being undefeated and then thinking that, okay, these guys are a bit of a threat. Who are our biggest threats coming into this?
We knew the Halucha was a big threat, but this is the fourth time we played them, so we just prepared.
Fair enough. Rudod?
Yeah, I mean that's hey, preparation. I remember I had a teacher that always said if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, and you guys clearly smashed that brief. So very well done and congratulations. Good luck in the finals as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, GG's to everyone. I'm so glad that you had us with us, and I just got a report coming in from a production that Holy Cross just won a 2-0 over King's College, so you won't be getting the chance to actually be getting your revenge match, but you will have an amazing team to go up against, a pretty undefeated one at that, so I bid you good luck.
Thank you.
And with that, I bid you farewell, everyone, as well. Thank you so much for joining in. GG's to both of the teams that came up here, and GG's to the other players in the other semifinals. But thank you all so much for watching. This has been your play-by-play caster, Atro, with me, the wonderful Rudude Oxen here as well. And we'll all bid you a pretty good farewell. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone. We are back and ready to go with our second series of the evening. It is going to be a fantastic time. Hopefully, of course, as we are still in the Navigators division, now over into the Cyan division. And I'm very, very excited to bring you this series matchup. It's going to be a good one, hopefully, for us, for you at home, and for the players as well, as we are into the semifinals to see who moves on into the grand finals. Of course, that is always a very entertaining time. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Cast, the best minion to ever wander off of the Rift. I'm excited for this. RMC, are you ready for this series?
I am, but you don't sound like you are, Orbital. You're doubting the integrity of this series? Of course it's going to be a banger. Both these teams have met before here, and honestly, they're two of the best teams in their division here, Navigator Cyan. NAU, North Arizona here, they are the second place team coming out of the regular season, and George Fox University Academy is the third place team. And both these teams, the last time they met, well, GFU, to put it not so nicely, got smashed. It was a 2-0, it was a wipe. And they're not happy about it because they're a strong team and they felt like they underestimated NAU Lumberjacks a little bit that time. So this time, they're coming in with some major changes. They've got targeted strategies prepared. And for NAU here, they're confident. They're second place. They're strong. And they beat them before. So they're coming in here filled with that confidence here, thinking we can beat them as long as we take games one by one. Let's not rush it. Let's not get cocky. And when you get this sort of matchup, teams coming back for revenge and in the semifinals, no less here, Orbital, how could be anything but good?
It's going to be a big challenge, and I'm excited to see it. Both teams have something to play for. Both teams have a very big reason to move on and almost right the wrongs of the past for one of these teams. So I'm very, very excited. Let's go ahead and run down the rosters that we're going to be seeing, starting with NAU Lumberjacks White, the squad that won the previous time these two matched up. This is going to be Prince, Leche, Josh, Why Does Flow, and Relux. Not exactly in that order once we get into the actual game, but all 5 of these players hungry for the victory.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that both of these rosters here do like to change up their rosters from game to game within the series itself here. So we might see some of these players swap in and out for these series. I do believe this is actually the same 5 starters that NAU ran against GFU back in the regular season here. But for GFU Academy, they've got a full 10-man roster, which they often do swap in and out as well. So for tonight, it's going to be interesting to see which 5 are going to be starting. I do believe we actually have them up here. So yeah, it's going to be this starting 5. And I don't believe this was the same starting 5 that they ran against NAU last time. These are actually probably the 5 highest ranked players on their 10-man squad here. So you can kind of see that GFU, they're not messing around this time. They need to make sure they don't underestimate NAU again. And they want to get these early wins. They want to close it out and punch their ticket to the finals.
Of course, Numcakes, Alpaca, Tectonic, Lightcore, and Second Gatekeeper are all going to be trying to swing their best here moving into this game. And again, as you said, a little bit of fresh faces coming in here. This is not the same squad that fully took the loss, but when you're playing for an organization, you're always going to be repping that pride, and you're going to say, listen, you beat us last time, but you're not going to do it this time. So as you said, going to be very interesting, a little bit higher ranked and maybe a little bit more well-versed in team play. That'll be very interesting to see where the synergies do appear and how the teams want to play around it. I do believe we are getting into the draft phase here very shortly, and that'll also be a little bit fun to watch. So taking a look at just the rosters that we pulled up here, RMC, I know you've been talking a little bit about these players. Where are we going to be looking for? What's the primary lane, or at least some of the scenarios that we're going to be possibly seeing here in game number 1?
Sure, for NAU, this team has primarily done best when they play around their jungler, Prince, who is also a bit of an AD carry main, so very used to carrying the team in the mid to late here. So I expect to continue seeing focus in the jungle. Another thing they like to play towards oftentimes are the side lanes, whether it be the top or the bot lane here. So considering we've got Josh Joestar in that top side, he does like to play some of those tankier champions like Darius, Garen, these bruiser-esque champions here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some attention to that top side. And for George Fox University Academy here, well, like we said before, they keep changing things up, but one thing that remains the same for them is whenever Lightcore is playing in that mid lane, Lightcore tends to be the focus of the team. And even if he doesn't get resources from the jungler, from the support, Lightcore can still win out the lane solo. So that's where my focus is for GFU Academy.
It'll be very, very fun to watch, of course. We have gone through the pick and ban phase before the players did opt to use an outside drafting source, so that is why we're seeing the lanes picked directly in order. And the top lane was actually one that is very interesting because those were the ones that were actually picked last, I believe. The Ornn was picked up before in the second pick phase, and then of course the Kled was seen as the counter pick for the jungle. The Wukong and Kindred were matched a little bit. I believe the Kindred was picked in B3 and then the Wukong in R4. So we're seeing where all this is kind of shaping up and where the priorities are for each team.
Yeah, and we had said, for the side of NAU, top side might be a focus when Josh Joestar is on bruisers. Well, that's not the case. Ornn is a flat-out tank. I know that there's jokes about Ornn being, mage, assassin, bruiser, carry, whatever you want to call it. Ornn does everything, but he's ultimately still a tank here, especially into something like Kled. It's actually quite hard for an Ornn to kill Kled because Ornn's damage tends to be burst-oriented, and Kled's really good against burst champions with the way the Scarl mechanic works. The fact that you can't actually burst him all in one shot. Any excess damage onto Scarl will not go through to Kled. You've got to wait for the whole dismount mechanic to actually finish up there. So if that's the case, then I'm looking at NAU to play more towards that bot side. Mid is an option. I mean, Victor is a huge carry, but generally speaking, like we said before, NAU likes their side lanes a little bit more.
And of course, you can see that they enjoy those side lanes, specifically with that Leona lock-in. So the Leona was actually a blind pick start, which it gives a lot of credit towards that bot lane, right? As soon as you lock in Leona, you assume that they're going to be going bot lane. That's the whole reason that you pick Leona. You don't pick it to just stay in lane. You pick it to try and do something with it. So a lot of pressure given down there. But let's go ahead, focus on that mid lane specifically and talk about it as you had put Lightcore as one of the primary subjects to watch. This matchup, the Lux was picked up R2. It was a blind pick Lux, I believe, trying to be flexed into the support role if they needed. But the Victor was actually picked up B5, so NAU giving a lot of time before they counterpicked that.
Yeah, so it's interesting because NAU's draft, actually, they just drafted for a big wombo combo team fight. They didn't really care that much about counter picks in their lanes. In fact, when I look at all their lanes right now, they actually don't have counters or prio in pretty much any of their lanes. Unfortunately, Ornn will struggle against the Kled. Victor against Lux is not Victor favored. Lux outranges that Victor, and early on, Victor's a little bit weak and vulnerable to poke as well. In terms of this bot lane, Misfortune and Leona, that's a really strong bot lane. You're talking about the fact that, hey, when you pick that Leona, you want to play to that lane. Doubly so when you've got a Misfortune, because early game, her poke is ridiculously difficult to match. That level 6 power spike between that Misfortune and Leona, where you get that solar flare into bullet time combination, is absolutely brutal. But one of the few lanes that can match it is Alistar Tristana. Alistar, notorious for being able to disengage and actually makes it very hard for Leona to play aggressively, especially under turret. And Tristana actually outbursts Misfortune in the early levels here. So GFU Academy's draft here, it's pretty much just counters right across the board in lane. And then the Wukong jungle is something that we've seen on patch 12.7 because of the buff to Wukong clearing speed in the jungle. He does more damage now. It's also a great pick into this wombo combo because you're playing primarily around Misfortune and Kindred here. If Misfortune's dead, if she's disrupted, the bulk of her damage is gone. And the Alistar to counter the Kindred as well. When Lamb's Respite goes down, I want to see that hit, but every single time knocking Kindred out of that ultimate.
I would hope so. That was the one thing that I was also watching for, not just with the Wukong chases as well, because there's also something else that I like to bring attention to, especially for long-time League players. Wukong got a significant buff outside of just raw damage to jungle camps. Wukong is now able to go over walls, and that can cause a lot of problems for people that may be used to a Wukong only going in certain directions, right? And it adds, I feel, like an extra depth, especially against a Kindred who also used to be able to hop over walls to get away. I want to ask, if these two junglers do meet in a 1v1 scenario, does that dynamic of Wukong now finally being able to chase over specific walls, will that cause any problems? Do you foresee any problems occurring there?
In the first place, I think actually Wukong jungle was never viable before because of his clear speed. But in terms of his dueling abilities, I think Wukong has always been a huge problem, especially to some of these squishier jungles like Kindred here, especially pre-6. Kindred doesn't have the best skirmishing. Her strength is that she can kite out immobile targets. And unfortunately, against something like a Wukong who can dash to you, like I mentioned, now dashing over walls, this could potentially be a problem for Prince here. And considering that we said before, NAU likes to play around Prince being their primary playmaker, especially in the early game, we'll have to see if this Kindred gets punished. And I kind of want to see that, because if you've got winning lanes everywhere and you've got a jungler who should be able to win out that 1v1 trade, there's really no reason to not go in and punish as hard as you can early.
No reason not to. Of course, that'll hopefully be challenged on the side of NAU's team as well, because if you know that's going to happen, hopefully we get to see some laners start roaming in as best they can, maybe trying to help out here and there. That'll probably be the best case scenario for them. But it'll depend. It always depends on how this early game breaks out, and I'm very, very excited because Game 1 tends to set the tone a little bit of how the match is going to break down. As we heard, NAU hoping to say it's just another day at the office. We beat them once, we're going to do it again. For GFU, gonna take it a little bit more seriously, gonna send it a bit harder. I wouldn't be surprised to see some crazy dives, to see some a little bit of excessive plays, maybe with the Alistar, with the Tristana, a little bit of rocket jumping in. So many opportunities here, and for a game number 1, it also feels that they're each playing into their own strengths. I do like that as well. No one's going outside, no one's trying to cheese early on, and that gives me a lot of hope that these two are playing to their comfort zones to kick things off.
I'd almost argue the Kled Top's a little bit of cheese. We've actually not seen too much of that, especially considering that Nomcakes has been a mid laner for GFU primarily here. So I think this might be the first game that he's playing top. I might be a bit wrong on that, but I do believe this is their first Kled game in this league, though they do play it a lot in solo queue. Now, Orbital, we're talking a lot about GFU Academy and all the options that they do have. I would like to highlight that NAU, their strength of this composition, we touched on it earlier, it's a team fighting composition. And when you run a team fight composition and your enemy doesn't run a team fight composition, your mid game is very, very strong. So there's a bit of a, I don't want to say timer for GFU, because if it goes late enough, the teams do get balanced again, but they do have their spikes and their troughs here. And if NAU can hit, about that 15-minute mark, be strong, that 1 item, 2 item power spike here, they can definitely take over a lot of these mid-game fights here. The ease of execution is really easy here. They've got so many good engage tools. So if we hit that point, I believe the mid-game belongs to NAU, and I would love to see them play around these major objectives.
It's all going to be on the table here. Game number 1, the battle lines have been drawn, wards being dropped all the way around, and you can see with the vision being plotted out, no one is the wiser to where they want to be right now. It is very quiet, to say the least, and I'm again, I'm glad that we aren't seeing any level 1 invades. Level 1 invades can get very, very messy, very, very dangerous, but Wukong also recalled here to go ahead and pick up a sweeper. That is the generic start as well. Prince and Lech also did the same. So everyone is going to be quite happy either clearing out wards or placing them of their own.
Overall, I'm trying to figure out if I've been betrayed by you or whether you're lying here and trying to cast a curse this. What do you mean you don't want to see level 1 invades? Of course we want to see level 1 invades. That's the funnest part, though. Granted, these compositions aren't exactly safe for the level 1 invades. Normally you see Leona, you see Alistar. Both of them are great at level 1 invades here, but the rest of the team probably doesn't want it. And for NAU specifically as well, Kindred actually doesn't like volatility in the early game. Kindred wants it as safe and as passive as possible. Kindred wants the power farm and wants to get those marks ASAP here. So I think NAU definitely didn't want to introduce volatility. If anything, it would be up to GFU to try and do it with the Lux, with the Alistar, but instead they've gone back to lanes. And interestingly enough, despite the fact that Tectonic is starting topside, second Gatekeeper and Alpaca didn't actually show in lane immediately. They didn't try and take control. And now, that invade we're talking about, not level 1.
Yeah, this is why I would rather have it level 2. That's when a lot of these abilities unlock here, and it gets a little bit more dicey. I like level 1 invades when there's a major threat on the table. Now at level 2, the Wukong is already showing a little bit of that danger. However, again, you only force a little bit off, but now we're going to see a dive under the tower. This is going to be a chance, but they go a little bit too far. They take a couple tower shots. Relux took a massive amount of damage, but that was probably one of the most aggressive level 2s we've seen.
Well, it's what you do with that Tristana, a level 2 power spike, with that rocket jump, with the explosive shot. It's the right call, but Leche played that so well to disengage that bot side. Just the amount of CC. Second Gatekeeper couldn't get enough damage down, and sure, multiple summoners blown on the side of NAU, but they're alive. They survived here, and look at how low second Gatekeeper and Alpaca went because they took those turret shots. Now, I do want to highlight that attempted invade as well from Tectonic, because it didn't work, and now Prince is actually ahead in terms of tempo and timing.
They are ahead and just trying to get the extra damage down, and I feel this is very slightly appropriate as well. Again, Prince got invaded, but Nomcakes is going to be a problem later. Try and get that Ornn into a safe spot as soon as possible. And that's going to that's going to work with getting that Skarl's HP bar down.
Yeah, Nomcake's actually not opting to trade at all in these early levels. Kled has a lot of base damage, and you can afford to trade quite heavily because of the whole Skarl passive and the way it stacks up there. You can get kind of low, but now you're going in, and this is more what I expected with the Kled. You just keep going, and look at that Skarl bar here.
I mean,
it's back up.
The minion damage was doing good work as well,
True.
so Nomcakes, even though you get the damage down on Josh Joestar, Prince is ready to go, so Nomcakes trying to take that fight a little bit further and get some good damage, but unfortunately has to recall under a heavy, heavy wave that's stacking up.
Yeah, and Prince kind of saving Josh a little bit there. If not, we might have seen further aggression. Bot side gank from Tectonic.
All right, well, this is going to be the
amazing.
first gank for Tectonic, and this one yields a massive result. That's going to be kill number 1. They burned the flash out of Lecce, and that one was well prepped from level 2. Remember, they burned all summoner spells, and now GFU get the solo kill on top side. Josh Joestar was not ready for Nomcakes at all.
No, and keep in mind, too, that Nomcakes used to teleport to get back into lane, but teleport pre-14 minutes now, you got to go to your turret. You can't go to the minion. So they saw it coming, just didn't respect it, and now it feels like Prince a little too late here, trying to answer back on the map from the action that we're seeing, the great gank from Tectonic. Nomcakes winning lane here at GFU Academy. We said before, they've got winning lanes. If they play it early, this is good for them. And if they get a big enough lead as well, that's when it gets scary for NAU. Because if you are too far behind come the mid game, during your power spike, if you can't accelerate the pace of the game, team fighting compositions do tend to fall off a little bit because they tend to be quite burst heavy, quite loaded upfront damage.
It's literally just a cannonball, right? And if you don't have enough gunpowder, well, it kind of fails at points, and that's what we're going to be looking for. So early start victory here to GFU, the squad that currently has about 800 gold ahead of their opponent, and a lot of threat generated here on the bottom lane. Second Gatekeeper and Alpaca, remember, they just hard dove last time, and with a large wave, maybe they're like, we want to collect that gold, but they could easily fight this whenever they choose.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Tristana's really good at clearing waves as well with the explosive shot passive here. Even her rocket jump can actually help to clear those waves very effectively. That's why AP Tristana, yes, it was a thing for a while, specifically because of the way she can wave clear. And their AP ratios on that. But Tectonic is looking to come back down here. Keep in mind, no flashes on this bot lane for NAU here.
But GFU, the bot laners, said we wanted the wave a little bit more and respect the damage output that Relux and Lecce could have potentially brought to a half health Alistar and Tristana. So Tectonic just clears out a ward, says, okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take the Rift Scuttle and maybe look for a mid lane.
Keep in mind, solo laners are 6 now. Charge is available, so Nomcakes can absolutely get in there. Tectonic is waiting here. Float, though. He senses this.
He does, but he's going to walk right into it. Oh, no. Oh, no. You walked into the wrong spot, my friend. That's going to be the Skarl Charge coming out as well, and you get out of the stasis. You're going to flash over the wall. You're going to stay safe, but that is a lot of time burned. Yes, you stay alive, but you lose control of the mid, and you lose a hefty wave.
Yeah, and that was Flash as well as the Chaos Storm expended. NAU can't contest for any major objective for the next minute and a half here, and I'd love to see GFU leverage that. Go to that dragon right now. You know that Float already used TP as well, so it's going to be effectively a 4v3 if you try and force that dragon objective.
I can't believe that Nomcakes actually stood there and waited for so long and yet still got something out of it. That's one of the moments where you're just like, yeah, it didn't go exactly what we were planning at, but we still got it. We still got it. It's okay. It's okay. So very nicely done. And now Nomcakes headed back to the top side, down about 10 CS and quite low on HP. Should be okay. You're facing off against an Ornn. You aren't too worried, especially since Joestar has not fully recalled lately. Now is still going to build because that's what Ornn does, but it's still going to be nice, I would say, for Nomcakes to reside in this top side even after roaming.
Yeah, and the nasty thing about the Kled into Ornn matchup is that the Kled's just going to keep on scaling, right? So that matchup, if you win early, you technically should feel comfortable for the rest of the match, and it's really on the Ornn to try and survive. We're seeing this happen again. Tectonic looking up, has ult as well.
It's going to be ult, and that's going to be a chance out, as Josh Joestar says, I don't want anything to do with that. Tectonic has been so active so far. After Prince made, I think, 2 ganks to the top side, Tectonic has really stepped it up in terms of how often they're showing in the lanes.
Yeah, now it is worth noting that Tectonic is the only lane that's up CS. Actually, no, that's not true anymore, as the mid laners Lightcore is actually up a little bit of CS as well. The side lanes, Josh Joestar has actually been up CS most of this game, and Relux, despite dying early, also has been doing well CS-wise. So NAU, aside from those kills, have surrendered absolutely nothing. GFU did not get Dragon. They did not get an objective advantage either right now. So if they can continue maintaining this, NAU are going to be perfectly happy. But of course, cast a curse. As soon as I say that, Dragon gets started up, and I don't think NAU had any vision to hint that it might be going down.
I don't think they've had the opportunity, right? Prince has stayed on the top side. It's been a little bit difficult trying to get any warning and vision down. Leche hasn't really roamed outside of the lane at all, so it's just a clear Dragon. Very, very nicely taken in GFU, right? They talked about it. They want to do this by the book. They're not underestimating NAU at any points, and not underestimating means clearing everything appropriately, understanding when to take an objective. Yes, it could have been taken a little bit earlier, most likely, but it's still very clean and simplistic is what it feels like. Ooh, that's going to be a binding and a shot, and they are able to draw that Lamb's Respite out. Very nicely done by Lightcore.
And again, we're seeing multiple ultimates being used to keep Why Does Float alive here. That is definitely an issue because Lightcore outranges. We touched on this before. The fact that Lux is more than happy to just constantly wave clear, and that mid lane deficit might become a bit more of a problem. Bot side, the knock-up lands.
It does land, and they're going to fall through. Another Cyclone knocks him up again, and that should be the finisher. Leche, you have the flash, and you're going to use it this time around. It just came up, but your ADC is still dead. Well fought by GFU to pick on this bottom lane.
Okay, we knew JFU Academy was going to come into this game with a game plan prepared here, and the game plan seems to be crush the bot lane. We've got the Tristana Alistair here, just keep bullying it. Nom Cakes remounts at the perfect time.
That's well fought, and then on the bot side, we get another kill. This time support on support action with that Unbreakable Will. GFU running the map right now from top to bottom.
No. This is not safe for Relux.
Relux, you stepped into the wrong spot. More time in the gray screen than alive.
Relux, just respawn. Have mercy, GFU. But that's exactly what happens when you walked in alone. You just saw Leche go down in that 3v1 situation under turret. If you're the AD carry, you're too squishy. You're not allowed to go back down there. And GFU, like we said, the game plan seems to be crush this bot side. And the scary part too is that Tristana actually scales really, really well. She's another of those champions who has a really strong early game, a bit of a weaker mid game, and then her late game gets really strong because of her Q attack speed steroid and the range increase that her passive gives here. So GFU Varsity, they're more than happy with this. And for NAU right now, I'm looking at this going, okay, yeah, you've got a teamfight composition, but you're down 3k gold almost before the 15-minute mark here. You guys need to start finding some picks because I'm not sure you'll win in that equal 5v5 matchup.
It's not looking good, that's for sure. And as you said, that team fight, whenever it comes later, might be a little bit dangerous. So we want to see what happens here and where they do find those opportunities. Right now, it is going to be Why Does Float pushing up, trying to get a little bit of dance, but Alpaca's ready and willing to take that brutal fight. The binding misses, the final spark misses, but guess what? The Cyclone is a point and click. Very easy to hit, very easy to land, and Tectonic is now 2-0-2 with 150 gold bounty.
To be honest, I'm of a split mind of whether Why Does Float should have flashed there. I almost feel like you maybe could have gotten away, but it was certainly really tight. And now it feels like the bot side is starting to spill over into the mid lane as well. Alpaca moving up to kick off that particular engage. The Cyclone might have been huge, but it was the hit but pulverized that really kicked things off. And bot side, Relux, was that a 1v1?
Yeah, no, that wasn't a 1v1. That was I take kill. 1v1s implies that there was a way to fight back. There was no way to fight back because Gatekeeper is currently about 80% health. That is what we call brutal. That's all it is.
Yeah. And now Relux just picked up the Eclipse, but for that particular fight, it was not a fair fight, like you mentioned. Second Gatekeeper had Mythic, and Relux did not. So, painful to watch, to say the least. Interestingly enough, they're not actually staying around for that local gold from that turret here. And okay, they did pick it up just because they were there. And now it's scary because now the Tristana is unlocked to roam. And Tristana, another one of those champions, really good at taking turrets. We've already seen Why Does Float get punished in that mid lane. If Alpaca and second Gatekeeper sit there, Why Does Float is going to be just reduced to wave clear duty. And even more worrying is that we've seen the dive come through the bot side. They can do the exact same dive with the exact same 3 members mid lane as well.
I would posit that mid lane is actually going to be easier to dive half the time. However, we are going to see a Scarl charge out, but Prince is able to get in the way. This could mean a little bit of a chance. Remember, no flash on NECC, but the knockup doesn't come through, and guess who's here to help out NECC, able to get inside the Lamb's Respite, and Tectonic is ready to go. There's a headbutt you were talking about, RMC, able to headbutt the Prince out of safety. And that will mean that the kingdom falls in top side as GFU save their top laner.
This alpaca is getting more mileage than I've seen most horses or camels get. This cow is everywhere.
It's not stopping. It's not stopping at all. The solar flare does next to nothing as these are 3 brutal tanks in the top side. There's no chance. You get nothing, and that is GFU. They just run the house.
It's 10-0 right now. 2 turrets down for the side of NAU, Orbital. This is worrying. Herald did get picked up by Prince at some point during that madness, during that chaos. It's about to expire, and it hasn't been dropped yet so far. So even bigger problems. Now they're looking to try and set up a gank onto Light Core down bottom. Keep in mind the Lux is highly immobile.
This might be the chance for them to get that first kill. Mid lane, we're seeing Gatekeeper knock down that tower. The bot side, Lightcore gets out. Lightcore is free without even burning that flash, and that now means the hunt for Prince is on once again. Oh, there it is. The mercenaries are ready to go in flash in. Prince is able to flash away to safety, but my gosh, was that a horror jump scare.
Orbital, the Eye of the Herald expired. While they were fighting that, it expired. And they're going to lose Dragon for that. They didn't find the kill onto Prince, but GFU don't need to find the kill on Prince. Getting Dragon is good enough. Hextech and Inferno, the 2 most powerful offensive Drakes, are now in their pocket. We're going to get Cloud. And Cloud is actually really scary when you're this far ahead, because now it means you can run them down. And next time Prince gets caught like that, Prince will not be able to run away. You already have the charge for Engage. This is just more Engage on top of Engage. And 8,500 gold lead at the 15-minute mark, Orbital. We're talking about the fact that, okay, NAU, maybe 2,000-3,000, they can still probably contest. No, 8,000, nope, definitely not. Look at the item differentials. Mythics for almost everybody on GFU. Varsity here, I assume Lightcore should be able to pick that up on their next back here. And there's only 2 for the side of NAU.
I think it's going to stay 2 for a little bit. Maybe bump up to 3 here once Prince clears out this camp, and Why Does Flow maybe catches his wave on the bot side. To that point, we're already seeing the disparities, right? You're talking about the mythics. Let's talk about the legendaries that are starting to come in, right? 7K right now, 7.6 for second Gatekeeper. Already completed the Phantom Dancer. This isn't just a mythic fight. This is full item advantage everywhere. This is getting so out of control that GFU at this point, I love the fact that they have also identified the same thing that we talked about in the early stages, right? They need to press the tempo, right? They need to keep NAU in the dark, and they've done exactly that. They played that to a T so far.
Yeah, and for the side of NAU, I mean, their early game, they maintained their CS numbers for the most part. They felt like they were doing fine until bot lane kind of cracked a little bit, and then everything fell to pieces. Now, NECC is probably the one person you really can't gank.
Yeah.
Charge, NECC yells as he tactically repositions backwards. But it works, right? And you can see it's unstoppable. Okay, now it's down. This is being greedy by NECC.
It is, but the reason is because it's a 4v4. Why does Float fell in the bot side? It's a complete brutal bloodbath here as that is Prince immediately decimated in the HP bars. Look who's over the wall. It's a 4v4 slaughter as another pulverized knocks 2 up. Relux, you stayed to fight. You get exhausted. Now you fall. That'll be almost an ace as Why Does Float is able to respond. They do get the ace in the end. That is Georgia Fox University taking a wand battle at 17.5 minutes. Lightcore now going to pay the price for their own arrogance. The first kill of NAU is going to come as their base crumbles before them.
I was going to make a joke about Why Does Float should change their name to Why Does Live because everybody else died. But then again, you know what? That's fair. That's the answer right there.
You are so toxic. People call me toxic. You're toxic, RMC.
Hey. Why Does Float just explain why I didn't make that joke at the end of the day. Because Midas Float, like you said, first kill on the board for NAU right now. And the problem is it's scant comfort in this situation here. NAU is very, very, very far behind here. And they're going to need multiple picks to get back in. The pick onto Light Core is good. And at least it shows that, hey, you can still kill single targets here. And if NAU can find kills, we have to keep in mind, the bounty system is online right now. Objectives give you gold. All the kills right now will give you gold. Extra gold, except for the one on Light Core. There's a 500 gold bounty on Tectonic. And second Gatekeeper, yeah, Jasana is really far ahead, but she's also got a 650 gold bounty and very few defensive items. So there is still a chance for NAU to keep the game extended. And if you keep the game extended long enough, well, Kindred skills, Victor skills, and Prince has carried some incredibly tough games before.
I mean, you can absolutely carry, but at this point, you got to wait till about 40 minutes, I think, 45 minutes, right? That's probably what we're looking at here in the timer scale. Minute 15 left on the Dragon, so that's another minute that you can play around with your food GFU, looking for a few more kills. And at this point, with the 4-1 spread, NECC is very happily charging down that bot side. NAU have to deal with this somehow, but they can't step out of their base. You can see they're taking the long way around. Alpaca, though, took about 3 tower shots. Is now sitting on about 40% HP.
Yeah, there were minions there. You could have let them tank a little bit, but I appreciate Alpaca keeping my people alive a little bit more. Oh my goodness, one shot! One rotation from Light Core.
Yeah, that the ray of light just decimated Float there. That was, it almost took out Leche if Leche did not have an empowered W.
Yeah, that, oh my goodness, that is a little bit rough. And overall, I think at this point, you know, it's got to be for NAU. You're thinking, okay, what do we do next game? This one, a little bit of a big ask to come back, unless GFU kind of throw this one. Yeah, NAU don't have a lot of options here. We're seeing Baron get started up here, and before, I was thinking maybe you can try and contest this here. I don't think you can with NAU. If you show up right now, they just turn, they engage, they can probably win a 4v5 fight. And NAU right now, they don't have vision to walk in either. They're gonna try and do this Gatekeeper.
I mean, you have Flash, you have Ulti, you have everything. That's going to be called the Forge God going in. Can you get
Oh,
the
they
fight?
stole it?
Yes, you do! You steal it! You steal one! Now it's about getting the rest of the kills. Lamb's Rested is up. It's going to keep everyone alive. But remember, it's a 4v5. It's the entirety of GFU bearing down on you. That will be the wash, but at least you stole the buff. Right? That's some sort of consolation prize. NAU, they grab the Baron, but they lose 4 and possibly will lose more of their base.
You take the moral victory there, Orbital, if you're NAU. Tectonic, I think missmited. I saw 20 health on the end there, and Prince actually able to take that one. Keep in mind, Lamb's Respite can mess up Baron takes quite easily as well. And now Widest Float trying to hold here. Widest Float is going to go down this time, and with him going down, honestly, this could be the victory push for GFU Academy.
It could be, and I would like to say this is a very, very funny little stat that I didn't know about until one of my buddies kicked up a huge shout out to Noctron out there. Apparently, Baron every minute gains an extra 180 health, and I didn't know this, and it happens even if you're in the middle of the battle, right?
Yes.
It doesn't stop. I'm curious because I saw the timer when the fight ended. It was 21:08. I'm curious if that actually did come into effect. That would be very entertaining if it did.
At 21:08, it takes an on the minute, if I recall correctly. So
Yeah, and I'm wondering where the Smite battle came down. If it came out at 21:01, maybe.
potentially, I mean,
I'll have to go back to
bit
the
of a
tape,
close
but I
one.
just thought that was a very funny little tidbit that I didn't even know about.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, it did affect that fight, right? Because as soon when Baron started, it certainly wasn't quite that tanky yet, and because of the fight as well, it does get a little bit chaotic. And you saw the way NAU's comp is supposed to function. You saw how effective it was at the Baron pit. If they just had a bit more damage, that was a beautiful ultimate from Relux. But Relux 0-6-0 right now is just too far behind. The Mirror Mana wasn't completed yet. If it had been, maybe they find some kills there. And as it stands, GFU, they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's right now. They got Soul Point. Baron has worn out, actually, at this point. Oh, no, they didn't get Baron, sorry. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
doesn't matter. There's 1 minute or 50 seconds left on Widest Float, which you can't really do anything. And GFU, there's only one lane they should really be focusing on. The only lane with a turret still standing, the bot lane.
No other reason to go anywhere else, and you can see them they are actually allowing Nomcakes to take that lane and instead willing to kind of pressure up because there's an open inhibitor on the top lane as well. So maybe they go for that one and they don't want to take any chances, right? This is going to be very by the books for them. However, maybe they're looking for one more fight. Alpaca does have the opportunity with that flash. Relux has their flash burn instead. And now it's a last-ditch effort. This is going to be the attempt, but that's going to be the ulti in the back line. That Wida slope goes into the station. They're going to get the kill. Lux is down, but the back line is dead for NAU. GFU wash that fight. Lamb's Reset used all the way only for one person. Prince now falls. The entire team is dead. And George Fox University take a commanding, convincing, and clinical game number 1.
Orbital, looking at the last time these two teams matched up, I was expecting GFU Varsity to win, GFU Academy, pardon me, to win at least one game. I was expecting a closer match. This was not a close game. This was an absolute stomping from George Fox University here. They obviously prepared very thoroughly from this, and for NAU, I don't think not being cocky is good enough at this point here. You've been studied, you've been picked apart, and now you've got a couple of minutes to try and figure out, how do we bounce back? This is the playoffs. It's single elimination. There is no safety bracket here, and it's a best of 3. You've already lost one game. It's do or die in game 2.
You got one chance, one opportunity now, and GFU, they said it themselves. They're looking for that victory, so game 2 is not going to be any easier. Just far from it. I would say it's going to be harder. So NAU, let's see what you can bring to the table after this break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for game number 2, and hopefully the teams are as well, because GFU, they have come out with a game plan and a half, reading this series like a book, ensuring that they understand exactly what NAU were planning for. NAU now have to realize that either their strategies have been leaked or given away in prior games, or maybe they just didn't play up to snuff. Something's got to change, and something has to change fast.
I will say this, Orbital. Northern Arizona University here, yes, they struggled a lot in game 1, but like I said in the draft, they felt like they drafted in isolation. They had a composition they wanted to run, and they kind of just ignored what was happening in draft. So I think if they're a bit more responsive here and make sure that they answer back to whatever GFU is drafting, I don't expect to see another stomp come through. NAU is a really solid team when their composition allows them to actually have answers.
It's going to be a challenge, but we are already in the draft here, so gonna be taking a look here. Of course, GFU are on that blue side as NAU opted for the red. They're gonna be changing things up here ever so slightly, and we can already see one of the shifts being made here. The Kindred is gonna be banned away on GFU's side. George Fox saying, okay, we just don't want to deal with that one, and now we're gonna see a little bit of a change up here. So of course, us casters do have prior knowledge already of what's coming out here, and it is gonna be this Vladimir. So this one surprised us quite a bit, considering neither NECC or Lightcore really have this in their match history repertoire.
Yeah, this one is a specific answer to NAU here. Because keep in mind, in game 1, the bans that came through were the Echo, Diana, and then the Vladimir. And the moment they go to blue side, they open up the Vladimir, they ban the Kindred, and they pick the Vladimir themselves. So this is obviously one of the prepared strategies that GFU Academy has. But NAU on the red side here, they've changed up their bans as well. They ban the Lux, the Wukong here, which wrecked them that first game. And if you play a lot of Vladimir, if you play a lot of a champion, you probably also know what counters that champion. So the Malzahar was sort of the answer they were looking into. Unfortunately, got bamboozled a little bit. It's not going to be a Vladimir mid. It's a Vladimir top into that Darius. They got the counter pick with that Silas into the Malzahar once again. And GFU Academy off to a really good start in their draft.
And this is going to feel a lot better. We were talking about how NAU, their composition was a little bit worrisome, and now GFU coming out with these solid picks here. However, NAU, they are taking a look at those bans once again. Now the Kled and the Ornn banning both of those away. And keep in mind, again, those were banned before we got to see the Silas come out, so they were assuming Vladimir was going to be mid lane. So that is why we do see those bans coming out here. Still going to be very, very interesting to see the bottom lane, as that was also a point of focus. Second Gatekeeper and Alpaca had a fantastic time down there.
Yeah, and I will say this much about the bottom lanes as they come out here. I think NAU has a much better bot lane pairing this time to handle what GFU have drafted. As much as I like GFU's top side, I'm not in love with their bot side of the map. We see the Xayah come in from Relux already here, and the Xayah, a much safer pick as an AD carry. We saw Relux being punished in the Misfortune. This time you've got escape tools, and that Tristana being locked in here is going to struggle into Xayah. You're roughly the same range, maybe even a little bit shorter in the early levels than that Xayah, and late game, Xayah plays so well kiting back with Tristana. If you step into range, if you get rooted up, I could see second Gatekeeper getting burst down before they can really participate in the fight with the amount of CC that NAU has.
And I will say, NAU, this draft feels a little bit more cohesive in exactly what they want to do, right? This is a composition that I will say I enjoy watching be able to kite back. Not just the Xayah, right? The Malzahar, the Graves, the Darius, all of these do well in skirmishes and to fall back with, right? You're able to kind of fall back, wait for the Hecarim, maybe wait for the Tristana, Alistar, and Silas to all dive in. Even the Vladimir, to really be effective, you need to dive in. So for NAU's side, they drafted a composition that can work that well, and if a team fight breaks out, maybe they don't get burst as hard as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have a little bit more tankiness, and I think that the big change from their game 1 draft is that they actually have some strong early game here this time. They're not losing in every single lane without a jungler who can impact the map. Prince on Graves this time has a lot more early game agency, has the ability to even duel. You can actually invade a Hecarim as a Graves in those early games and actually win out some of those trades, unlike last game where the moment Tectonic showed up, Prince was unable to fight as a Kindred. And Josh Josar, this Darius in the top lane. Darius is an absolute lane bully, even into a ranged champion like Vladimir, especially if you're running Ghost Flash. This is what I hope we see here. but you do get outscaled. So for this top side of the map for NAU here, I want to see attention being put down early. I want to see action happen on that top side, because if this goes scaling, if this goes late to Orbital, I'm worried. We touched about Tristana scaling into the late game before. Vladimir, an absolute beast. Silas as well, and Hecarim will outdamage Graves late game, has more utility, more engaged potential as well for this composition. So NAU on a bit of a timer to get things done, but they do have the tools to at least do it in the early game.
Yep. Clock thrown right back in the face of NAU, right? GFU are like, okay, we're not dealing with that this time. We showed our hand. We showed that we can play the early game composition. Now it's your turn. Can you do it? Can you roll the early game as well as we did? And honestly, I'm not too sure. I want to take a look, though. I'm very, very curious about that mid lane matchup. That is the one that really we saw GFU kind of put priority on. Specifically because you blind pick, it was a whole mind game scenario of first picking the Vladimir. It was a blind pick. You bait the Malzahar pick, and then you swap in that Silas in there. This should set up an advantageous lane for Lightcore, who honestly in game one did take a little bit of a back seat. Was not the main focus. Was a focus, don't get me wrong, but was not the main focus until a little bit later into the game. Does this skyrocket him to the spotlight spot for the team?
Well, I'd argue that Lightcore wasn't the focus of the team, because Lightcore was the one, well, not the one lane, I guess. Bot lane also won by itself, but Lightcore won his lane on his own. Didn't need the rest of the team to come in. When the rest of the team started showing up mid, it kind of felt overkill. We saw 3-man gangs go into the mid lane to kill Widest Float. Was it necessary? No. Did it send a message? Definitely. So, likewise, I think in this particular game, Lightcore getting counterpick is going to be a critical issue. Silas does have a very good matchup into Malzahar. Usually we see Silas picked up because he can steal away people's ultimates here. And when you look at NAU's ultimates, there's some good ones. I mean, you can pick up the depth charge from the Nautilus if you're looking for engage or just a ton of CC. Collateral damage is always nice to try and clean up fights. But you're really picking it for the Nethergrass to steal away from that Malzahar here. And Malzahar is balanced around that ultimate. What is that? 2-second suppress, where the rest of the team can come in, a % health damage threat on it as well here. And because of that, Malzahar is very frail. He's very squishy. Now you get Silas, who gets to steal away that ultimate. And he's pseudo-tanky. And he's melee. And he does more damage. Like, this is a big, big problem for the Malzahar to deal with. The way Malzahar has to lane into a Silas is you have to not interact. You just drop the Malefic Visions. You drop your Voidlings. You push that wave. And you just don't want to fight Silas. If it comes down to a 1v1, if Silas gap closes with his chains, Malzahar is really going to struggle in those sort of 1v1 duels.
And that's where the junglers do come in at that point. You're hoping maybe the Graves is able to push off some of that pressure, but we already said that the jungler for the side of NAU, we want to see it go to the top side. We want to see that Darius pop off, which is that next lane that we're going to kind of focus on here. That Darius, it's a little bit of a change up from the Ornn previously. This is a direct challenge now. This is, okay, no more tanks. We already saw the Kled. We banned away at the Kled that time. We're going to go Bruiser. We're going to try and fight you on the top side. Considering how game one went, do you see this spinning out? I know you talked about the Flash Ghost coming out. Will that be enough?
For Darius early game, yes, into the Vladimir. And especially Josh Joestar does play a lot of Darius and Garen. So this is right in his wheelhouse right now. He should know how to take advantage of this matchup early. The problem, of course, is late. Vladimir scales up to absolute monster, and later into the game, even later, you might not win the 1v1 as the Vladimir, but you'll have so much more team fight impact here, Orbital. So that's why I say there's a bit of a timer here on NAU to try and make things happen. And honestly, I actually kind of want to see a lane swap. I think Darius into Silas is in a much, much better matchup. And Malzahar was picked originally to counter that Vladimir that GFU first pick. So swap your lanes, give winning lanes to both your lanes here. And it's so much easier to punish a Silas early as well compared to that Vladimir.
Well, you know what you do get to see at least is an invade. We get the invade.
Yay!
We get the invade. The problem is there's no rebuttal. No one's going to check there, so it's an invade for information only. And thankfully, GFU don't give anything away, so no information granted to NAU, but all the information granted to GFU's side, and that's why you can see them immediately fading back towards lanes. No wards dropped either, except in Tribrush, which is quite interesting, I want to say. They didn't try and check where Tectonic is going to be starting here, so it is going to be a little bit different. So NAU, go ahead and say they are going to pull the lane swap. RMC, you call it. It is the better option, and NAU recognize that as well.
Thank you, NAU. I absolutely love this because now let's touch on these particular matchups here. Darius into Silas. We've touched on the fact before that Darius is a lane bully. He's got so much sustain. He's got so much damage here. His weakness is that he struggles to actually gap close on enemies, especially ranged champions. But as a Silas, you're a melee too. So you've got to walk up and the Darius is going to be more than happy to trade into you. He's got more sustain as well than you do and is not as mana hungry. And then Malzahar into Vladimir. You don't necessarily win as Malzahar that particular matchup, but you can hold that lane almost indefinitely here. And as I say that, NECC really punishing in these early levels, trying to take advantage of the fact that White's Float doesn't have damage yet.
Well, we see the punish top side a little bit, and then we see a fight bot side as Leche is able to throw in that anchor and is going to get some good damage on. Alpaca loses out on that pulverize, so it's going to be the body block as much as you can. Heal is going, there is no heal on the bot side, so Alpaca is just going to die there. So NAU able to get the first kill of the game.
Okay, well, we said before, right? Prince on this Grave is going to have a much stronger early impact. It's not common that we see level 2 Grave ganks, but I am glad Prince did it because recognize that second Gatekeeper had overpushed. And now Tectonic trying to answer back here, but Josh Joestar has that ghost. He's not afraid.
Not afraid at all, and actually is willing to try and stack up that passive and really try and do some work. As we were saying, this matchup does feel like Josh Joestar might have a little bit more fun with it, and Tectonic, yes, you burn one of the summoners out of that mid lane, it's not going to do too much else. However, top side, why does Float running out of mana very quickly?
Yeah, and unfortunately we have a bit of an overlay bug here, so we're not quite able to see the CS, but I'm willing to bet good money here that Lightcore is very, very far behind. NECC is so deep in, he's taking minion damage and wrong side of the rift here. Why does Float needs to keep punishing because he's running out of mana and he's going to lose if he doesn't take advantage of the cooldowns.
Yeah, and that's almost going to be a Q. I think that might have been danced out, but it will be NECC taking the kill. Now Tectonic on the bot side, though, is going to be turned into a grave marker, and that's going to be a great challenge. Top side, NECC already winning out in a matchup that we didn't really see the Vladimir doing. Now in the mid lane, Josh Joestar doing a lot of damage down. That's the Ignite burn from Lightcore. But Lightcore was the one that had to flash away. That is what is critical.
Yeah, he ignited and then flashed out. That is not ideal, but that's the problem with the Silas into Darius matchup. You need to play around your cooldowns as the Silas, but Darius is more than happy to just auto-attack you. Cooldowns are nice, but not necessary. And bot side over. I want to go back to this bot side right now, because that's the second time we've seen a kill happen on that bot side of the map. Granted, it was on Tectonic this time, but it's a complete reversal from what we saw in game 1, where Alpaca and second Gatekeeper just took over this lane here. And that was the problem I had when I saw that Tristana Alistair come through. I thought the Xayah is going to have a good time with that matchup, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
Oh, Lightcore, though. I just want to point this out. Lightcore is going to fall here, and that's because you missed your apprehend. The chains landed on a minion instead of Josh Joestar, so Joestar is able to pick up a solo kill in mid lane. That is one important factor as well.
Bot side, Alpaca.
Yeah, very nice headbutt. Gets the ignite down, and look at the big
my
burst.
goodness.
That's just going to be the kill. Second Gatekeeper is a Gatekeeper of this bot lane. Relux is now going to get danced on in that bot side. Alpaca, I'm not sure, is going to get in range for another headbutt. Pulverized, but good turnaround. So far, second Gatekeeper, even though the kills early on did not go in their favor, they're able to forcefully turn it around.
Yeah, GFU firing back here, and I absolutely love that play from Alpaca. The flash forward to hit Butlisha back into the turret range here. Not something we see all too commonly, but a really, really good tactic to punish an aggressive lane. And it also gives second Gatekeeper enough lane priority that the CS advantage right now is still just barely with them. And I mentioned that because the solo lanes are not enjoying the same sort of benefit. We already touched on the fact that that lane swap has made it difficult for the lanes. It's a bit more than just difficult for Lightcore here. 21, not to 33, but to 36 here. Josh Joestar has been just trashing that lane, and you can see they tried to swap out, and instantly NAU go, nope, wherever Lightcore is, Josh is going to follow.
And I think at this point, it's a dance between Josh Joestar and NECC, right? This is going to be kind of the big challenge that's going down here, because NECC was able to get the early kill, but now you're hoping for a little bit more. You really do want more kills, because you're not going to be one of the Sarkers that has to deal with that Darius later on. That is going to be level 6 being hit. NECC wants to get him low enough to try this fight, but Prince is here. As soon as level 6 hits, you immediately try and go to that gank suppressor, to Why Does Float, to get the kills.
Yeah, Malzahar's full combo rotation at level 6 is actually one of the highest for control mages. Bot side, they got baited.
Yes, they did, and Relux with no flash, no nothing.
Oh.
Leche goes, I may have messed up here. I may have messed up.
It's that meme, right? It was at that moment they realized the moment the chain landed. Speaking
Oh.
of chains, mid still trading, and Prince trying to steal away the scuttle, pardon me. Little over-aggressive.
Oh, but you miss, and now Prince is getting
Oh.
jumped on. The gang squad coming in here. GFU turned this game on its head so quickly.
Yeah, a series of plays here, and starting really once again kind of from the bot lane here. Alpaca and second gatekeeper. Like I said, I think they both didn't play the last time these teams matched up in the regular season, and they seem to be the big difference maker. Even in a lane that should be hard for the Alistair and Tristana, they're somehow winning this with the help, of course, of Tectonic. But still, if they can get a lead once again in that bot lane, once that Kraken Slayer comes online from second gatekeeper, we saw it in game 1. Man has no fear. He will start forcing these 1v1s, these fights everywhere. And with the Hecarim, with Ghost, who is so mobile on the map here, I worry that NAU is not going to be able to reinforce their bot lane fast enough.
That is something for them to try and figure out here, as we do for another chance. Have this dance as Why Does Float flashes away to safety. This is getting dicey over and over again. Bot lane getting a little bit out of control. GFU starting to get a bit better handle on this lane trading state here. It's GFU really saying, okay, we've corrected our early game mistakes so far. Now let's just kind of keep it up here. Dragon in their control, a little bit of gold advantage, 700 gold. It's looking up for the GFU squad.
Yeah, and I love this. They're still... It's almost like musical chairs at this point here, right? Lightcore burns all the mana, shoving as hard as he can because he just wants to rotate top, right? Pick up the CS, rotate top. We know that Why Does Float just had to recall, go up there. Josh Joestar as well just recalled and walked into lane. And because GFU is always the first one to make these moves right now, they're actually catching up a little bit in terms of CS because they're always pushing the waves in a favorable state and then doing the rotate. And you could see the last time Lightcore matched up against Why Does Float, force the flash almost immediately. Now Prince looking for the gank, but this is a Vladimir.
This is a Vladimir, and they also don't realize there's a lot of people on this top lane. Down goes the Hemo plague, and Why Does Float realizes, uh-oh, I messed up. This time I messed up. It's immediately bumped out of the Nethergrass, and it's just a kill. Why Does Float is dead. GFU, whether they know it or not, stopped a top lane gank.
Yeah, they didn't. They were just going for Herald Orbital. And unfortunately, NAU, they had good vision around that top side, but they didn't have it on the Herald bit. So they didn't realize how quickly they could get there. And we touched on it before. Ghost Hecarim, well, he does go fast. And now they're trying to stop the Herald take here. They have numbers, but they've lost track on second gatekeeper. Oh, never mind. He just showed again. 3v3.
And they're going to call it. Now it's a 4v3 coming out. Lightcore is going to steal that depth charge.
TP?
They're right in the middle, though. This feels like it's going to be a chance. Josh Joestar gets destroyed. Prince now has to flash away to safety. Leche is going to try his best to stay safe, and Why Does Float comes back to try and lay down the Malefic Vision here. It is still a fight won by GFU, though, as they now claim the Herald that they tried to take for the past minute.
Yeah, and they got the extra kill onto Josh Joestar here. Suddenly this Darius that was abusing Lightcore, the Silas early on, not having the best time of it here. And Why Does Float continues to have struggles trying to lane into this Silas. And GFU, from a rough early game, have once again found themselves a lead. Dragon Herald kills. What? We turned away for 1 second, Orbital. How did that?
I don't even know. I don't know because Lightcore is currently, like, okay in the mid lane. But that seems to have been Why Does Float deciding to take that fight. Now Prince is going to try and clean it up. If you can clean it up, it feels good, but you don't want to chance that the Kingslayer would immediately out-heal anything that Prince would throw down. So rightfully not taking that 2-level difference fight.
Yeah, and no ultimates either. Why Does Float, Prince, and Lightcore, none of them had their ultimates up and available, but Silas wins those trades. We've said it before, and Malzahar without his ultimate is only half a champion. Now, I do want to highlight what Prince just did in that mid lane there. Didn't hit any of the minions, tanked it a little bit to try and keep them alive for Why Does Float here to catch back up. It's a small thing, but it's a good thing from Prince to try and keep them in the game. And despite the fact that the last 5 minutes have been all GFU favored here, it's only a 1.6 thousand gold lead. It's not actually game crushing. At this point, last game, we were staring down the barrel of a 3,000 gold lead here. So it's still manageable. NAU just need to play a little bit more carefully, pick their fights a little bit better, and make sure that they get the vision to know where everybody is before they start fighting.
Oh, well, now they're going to fight without too much vision, as again, Relux has to burn that Feather Storm and is going to try and recall it in. You don't get too much damage, though, as the flash comes out of Leche and the heal comes out from Relux.
Oh, I thought for a second that they were going to get rooted up Tectonic. Should be fine.
Tectonic is one that's had some problems in getting caught out here. This time, having the Underworld Charge is going to keep them alive and is able to stay safe. So no one dies on the bot lane. Decent set of summoners and ultimates have been expended. Lightcore, though, is going to get a very not fun surprise. In goes the Malefic Visions. And now you might have to try and take that fight. Collateral damage is ready to go. You're going to use it on Prince, who might fall. Lives with about 1 HP. Gets the level up. I'm not sure if that's worthy of a mastery spam, but you do it anyway.
You take that. You take that, because that was a lot closer than it should have been. And that was my concern, watching that gank go through. I didn't know if they had enough damage. Lightcore is just doing so much right now. And I think Lightcore actually could have walked away, dashed over that wall. But no, he thought he could find the 1v2, and I don't blame him. And despite getting the kill, NAU, they're going to lose Dragon for this, because they're all so low on health right now. And a kill for Dragon? I take Dragon. Hextech as well, Orbital, the most powerful soul for combat.
Oh, it's going to be so nice for GFU. And I'd like to harken back to that Dragon, to that mid lane fight for Lightcore. I believe Lightcore actually got caught midway through his dash. That's actually what happened there. So he wasn't able to get over the wall anyway. So you're kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to fight that either way. So rough time for him in the mid lane. He has been picked on once, twice, about 3 times now. So that'll be very interesting to see if he can keep up. Yes, still about 300 gold up, though. Even though you did die twice, you have 2 kills to your own name as well. So for all the punishment that NAU have tried to bring back and tried to lay down, it's still looking pretty much in GFU's favor. However, top side, we're seeing Just Joestar start to get a lead on that NECC Vladimir.
I was just thinking, it's interesting that we've seen the Silas Malzahar matchup for so long right now, because they kept trying to rotate it to give the Darius to Silas. That, yeah, I was thinking, okay, Vladimir, I guess, is in a fine state, but Harold not even going to get the charge off here. GFU, little bit of a mistake there. They drop it in the middle of a wave and were unable to escort it, and great play from NAU to collapse it and lose absolutely nothing for it.
They're very happy about that setup, and especially since Josh won that top side, they call that a net win. And now we're going to take a look, right? All that gold, it was about 700, 800 difference. Now it's closing in about 300 difference. And the main thing we're looking at is, of course, the Dragons, right? That's what's making up a majority share of this difference. Lightcore, though, wants to try and change things up here. Is going to get right in the middle of the fight, immediately drop the damage. And why does Float is going to try and throw it back, but it's not going to work. Lightcore will survive. It was a close one. It was a close one, but Lightcore still comes away with the solo kill.
Oh, Prince looking for it.
Not enough damage behind. It's only a level 1 collateral damage. The Horsey rampages in, tries to burn some health, but instead gets ignited themselves and has to pay the price.
Tectonic is somehow behind the item curve here. I'm not 100% sure why. I guess maybe the tier set him a little bit far behind, but right now very, very squishy. And compared to the Mythic that Prince has already picked up here, it is a little bit worrying for Tectonic. And I need to see Tectonic pick up that Mythic soon before they start looking for most of these fights. You're seeing Tectonic get pushed out very, very quickly right now. And so GF, you need to respect that. For now, maybe don't pick these sort of 2v2 skirmishes. Your solo lanes are fine. NECC is continuing to scale. Lightcore is winning. And this bot lane of Second Gatekeeper and Alpaca has been rather quiet for the last little while. I would like to see a gank on that Mythic from Tectonic into that bot side here, because I think you can pop that turret and then start spreading the gold like you did in game 1.
That's going to be another big question to have, right? Can Second Gatekeeper keep away from the Darius? That's another fun game that we'll find out the answer to in about 5 minutes. So, see how that one works. But why does Float now getting the preferential treatment here? That's going to be Everfrost not catching that shield, as the flash was enough to keep Why does Float alive. Alpaca now pulling out the hard roams, though. This is going to start looking very, very dangerous for everyone and anyone included in any of these mid-game fights.
I'm actually curious to see the 1v1 AD carry fight between second gatekeeper and Relux at this point, because
Ooh.
second gatekeeper does have that Kraken Slayer. In the last game, we saw this happen. Second gatekeeper found solo kills, but we won't see it because the turret's already gone. Demolition Tristana here, absolutely beasting it.
Oh, and that's
Oh.
going to be a little bit of a heavy miss. That's going to be a problem. Suppression goes down as well, but you didn't get the knockup onto Why Does Float. Instead, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, so you're happy about that one, but it could have gone a little bit different. Lecce is now going to try and chase down, but guess who's coming up? Second gatekeeper is ready to go.
Oh,
In
turn.
comes the jump, and in comes the battle. Nom Cake says, nom, nom, nom. Thanks for the kills. Prince, I'm going to get chased down. A smite to slow him down. I mean, you're not really going to get out of that one, Prince. You're going to get headbutt against the wall. That's going to be a little bit of a blast cone to send the Grays right back into Tectonic's plate.
And meanwhile, you ask the question of, can second gatekeeper play gatekeeper to Josh Joestar? Yes. Yes, he can. And didn't even have to use the buster shot either. So the disengage is still there right now to handle this Darius. It feels like GFU just a little bit faster on the rotates right now here. And for that matter, it feels like both teams, it's been a question of who gets the numbers advantage faster, right? If Prince gets there to a fight faster, we've seen them win fights. If Lecce gets the gank off first, we've seen them win those. But the opposite has been true. And so far, it just feels like Tectonic and Alpaca tend to be that 1-2 steps ahead of their counterparts thus far.
Those steps are what's making all the difference, right? 3K now. We were wondering where this was before, and right, we said it was, I think it was about 11 minutes where we saw the 3K difference. Now it's about 18 minutes, so not as heavy. And especially with Dragon coming up now, it's going to be a challenge. So NAU, they're going to have to trade out this Dragon for the Rift Herald. Honestly, a lot of people would say that Dragon is going to...
What? Did we just
We
see
saw
Zaya
it.
use her ult?
Yeah. Fat Finger trying to get the feather recall. We'll say that's what it was. Anyway, getting back into it. Herald goes away at GFU, so those are the objectives traded out.
Yeah, and like you were saying, I think at this point, Hextech's probably worth a little bit more than Herald, generally speaking. And the niche situation where the Herald is a better option is when you're about to do a massive push or when you're about to apply a bunch of map pressure across the map here. So GFU, the question is, can you do it? If you're just going to use it to take one turret, it's not really worth it.
This is going to be a little bit of a rough time as Why Does Flow actually cuts it down early. That I definitely feel Lightcore might have had a rougher chance if Why Does Flow had actually held on for the full length of the ulti, but instead it is just that solo kill, and second gatekeeper said, I want absolutely none of that today.
Did you just see that second gatekeeper just played hide and go seek with Josh Joestar, just stood there, waited without vision to, oh my goodness, second gatekeeper is nuts. But yeah, just completely outplayed Josh Joestar. And yes, it's an ult for a summoner, and Ghost is a low cooldown summoner, but Buster Shot's even lower cooldown. So you're starting to see where the Darius is going to struggle in these fights. You're great against the front line, but who's really threatening second gatekeeper right now?
Maybe Lecce, but even that, the dredge line is just a little bit too short. So at this point, then Gatekeeper is very happy to just not care, right? You're sitting there going, okay, unless they have flash, they don't really pose a threat to me. And as far as we're seeing these dances go a little bit heavier in favor of GFU. At this point, second Gatekeeper is that win condition, 203, 8.5k and counting, about 2k higher than anyone on NAU's side, and about 1k more than anyone on their own team as well.
Topside?
Josh is going to want to possibly fight
Ghosted.
this, but Nomcakes actually burns their own ghost and says, I'm going to try and take the fight. I'm not sure if you want to do that, though. Look how much MR Josh Joestar has, and Nomcakes, as quickly as he tried to bring the fight, loses their second summoner, but guess what they baited in? Lecce got roped into the fight, and now Tectonic says, we're still going to bring it, but you don't have the charge. Josh Joestar is now going to flash away from the Rampage of Shadows. The onslaught, I should say. So multiple summoners, everything expended on top side, and literally no one dies. But guess what? Now we do get to see a potential death on the bot side. It's going to be the depth charge going out. Why Does Float has literally nothing in pocket, and just the auto attacks some light core. Now secure this as a completely one-sided mid lane battle.
And why does Float got the ultimate interrupted immediately? The delay on that depth charge was perfectly timed, and Lightcore, that's the healthiest we've seen him after this trade so far. This Silas is starting to become a problem, and you cannot let the Malzahar be the split pusher to match this. Malzahar cannot push past your turrets anymore. You've got to play it very, very safe. Now, back to that top side a little bit, Orbital, because of what it does mean. Nomcakes pulled the trigger a little bit too early, lost flash for it here, but they got 2 flashes in exchange. In the next couple of fights, without that flash, Josh Joestar is going to struggle to reach that back line, to have that impact in these fights.
I'm very worried about that because that was one of the huge win conditions for this squad. NAU drafted this specifically to try and get a little bit of a lead on that top lane, and now that you're essentially saying that that is now not a win condition, you don't have a chance without that flash or ghost, it's kind of moot. So where do NAU go from here? Well, they're going to try and pray for some quick picks. Leche still has that dredge line, still has a lot of utility to be able to work with if you find an appropriate kill. If you find Lightcore, even, who is 150 gold bounty on their head,
Sure.
that might be a chance to work with here. But so far, it is going straight back to farming because Dragon is up in just a minute. You want to be healthy and you want to have the item sword. Leche, you face checked the wrong bush. The tin can is now crushed in the meat grinder.
Drag is coming up in 45 seconds as well here. And now the question is, can Relux get away? You've got Flash, you've got Featherstorm, but Tectonic from behind?
Well, now you're forced into it because the true meat grinder, Josh Joestar, is ready to apprehend just about anyone, does get the onslaught of shadows over the wall, and now they're going to take this tower. Top side, the Malzahar is able to take one, but you lose the mid lane, which I would argue is a little bit more important right now. Featherstorm is going to be grabbed by Lightcore to ensure that they do not get pulled unwillingly. That should be Dragon to GFU. That'll be Soul Point as well, as Why Does Float just trying to survive in the top side, just try and push lane as hard as they can.
Yeah, and for Widest Float, granted, top for mid probably isn't the ideal turret trade, especially when Dragon's on the table here. But you take whatever you can get if you're NAU, right? You've slowly been falling further and further behind, and we asked the question, what can NAU do to try and come back right now? And for NAU, the problem is they're not ready to fight. They're waiting for the Mirror Mana to complete on Relux before they start looking for that fight. Right now, Relux doesn't do enough damage, and they need the damage from Relux. What they're hoping for is to find some of these catches to burst down a single target at the start of the fight and make the rest of it a 4v5 here where Relux gets the free fire. And because of that, they're waiting for that power spike. And when Relux gets it, I want to see Prince. I want to see Prince going for Relux with Leche here. Focus down a single target. You can burst down with the amount of CC that Leche brings to the table.
I mean, there's only so many targets that you can burst as well. So, I mean, of the ones that currently we've seen so far have the most... All right, well, never mind. I was talking a little bit, but immediately Joestar says he wants to play with the top side. And with that flash coming out, Nomcakes is able to get away. Oh, no, Josh Joestar. Nomcakes, you got to back away, though. The team is only there to keep you alive, not to actually help you win that battle. Now we're going to see a collapse. So Relux has the ulti and is going to be able to throw out the Featherstorm, but that's going to be a flash forward. That's the Q that finishes it off. The chains wrap up the ADC, and it's a double kill for Lightcore right now. Over the wall, Lightcore wants to keep fighting, but that's 2 kills. That's a jungler and ADC. You were talking about Relux needing the damage, and NAU just lost it. Yes, you get bot lane tower, but you lose the Baron.
You lost the Baron the moment Relux and Prince got caught, right? You see, I mentioned Relux, but I was also mentioning Prince. Both of these guys are your main damage sources right now. They're your burst potential here. And losing both of them might just be the straw that broke the camel's back here with this Baron buff. And Why Does Float made the right call to just stay bot and not TP topside. There was nothing you could do. You take the turret, at least you get some objective bounty gold. It's not the best, but when you're 0-7-2, you got to play it safer here. And wisely backing off as well. As soon as they took the turret, no point pushing out. Now NAU, 2.5 minutes of Baron buff. What do they lose on these pushes?
My guess, mid lane. At least that's where it's looking like. Lightcore and Gatekeeper pushing that wave up to the forefront. The rest of the lane's not in the right position. Top lane currently, I believe, pushing for NAU due to the fact that that Widest Float has been on those side lanes, who has secured themselves a decent CS number as well.
Yeah.
The bot lane, Nomcakes, is now pushing out that bot lane, so it's going to be mid and bot lane. That is the primary focus of the George Fox University squad.
Okay, yeah, just, that 1-4 style split push here, and especially with somebody like a Hecarim who can very quickly reinforce, it is effective if they can actually get the minions up there, because right now the mid lane, they kind of left it alone, and Relux just cleared it incredibly quickly here. And now They're rotating to all in that bot side, and NAU a beat behind.
Oh, and that was a great catch. They break the shield of Why Does Float.
Tectonic.
That means the entire fight is going to break out here. Tectonic straight to the back line. Gatekeeper slaughters that fight. 3-0-4, 3 items deep. And now in a 4v5, GFU want to break the base right here, right now.
I feel like these two mid laners are not playing the same game. Yes, Why Does Float has a CS lead here, but Lightcore's just farming champions instead, and he wants more.
Oh, they know that's down. They know the Featherstorm is down, and so they're going to knock out Relux. But the inhibitor is the main focus, and now they're going to take the gate right in the face of the opponents. The amount of BM that I just saw occur right there. If you want to tilt your opponent, that's the way to do it. Use their Hextech, use their own Hextech gate.
Not gonna lie, there was a second where I was wondering if NAU just pulled the trigger onto Lightcore there, who got left behind and couldn't finish it in time. But they don't have enough people. People were basing, they were healing up, and we had questioned, can NAU survive? What are they going to lose on this Baron push? And their base is cracked open right now. 30 seconds left, and GFU have decided good enough right now. That is an exposed inhibitor bot side, which will not be up when Baron once again respawns here. And, for that matter, when Dragon Soul, Hextech Soul, spawns in 40 seconds.
That's going to be a big challenge coming out here. This is going to be the final chance for NAU to buy it back. 8K difference. This is not as bad as it was in game number 1, but it's still pretty rough. It's still pretty rough here. So, the final fight, Josh Joestar is going to try and headline that one. Currently sitting on a ward, though, so the entire prep is ready to go. For the first time, we are going to get a 5v5 fight, and it starts with Prince smiting away that wrist scuttle, the angry smite of a jungler scorned.
Yeah, I mean, how BM is that your jungler's not there and you're trying to contest a jungler, right? You don't get to do that. And that vision is actually going to be critical right now for both of these teams. NAU can take their time with this a little bit here, and they find the hook.
All right, they do find it. That's going to be collateral damage stolen away. But look at the back line. Tectonic goes in. It is going to be suppressed down, but there's no damage behind it. They might watch this on their own. That's going to be 2 back. But guess who's ready to go? Nomcakes enters the arena. The Rumble finally falls in GFU's favor. Maybe, maybe not, though, as Josh Joestar is still alive. He's going to try and heal up Tectonic. Oh, no, he is going to be sliced up all on his own and apprehend to finish it off. And GFU bought up more than they can chew. Josh Joestar gets a quadra kill.
Well, we said it before, but if the flash isn't up, Josh Joestar doesn't have impact. So conversely, that means when it is up, he can have a ton of impact here. There's hardly any healing cut. There's one Bramble Vest to stop the healing from coming through, and Josh Joestar got to sit in the middle of everyone. Second Gatekeeper even jumped into Josh there in that particular fight, and he single-handedly holds his team in the game for now. They don't get the dragon, so we're probably going to see a repeat of that dragon fight right now.
But that's the scary thing, right? Because, yes, they won the fight, right? Josh Joestar got an amazing set of kills, 6-1-1 right now. But just like you were saying, we're back to square one where Josh Joestar has no flash. So this means now that this fight, as long as second Gatekeeper is not directly in the middle, is going to cause some problems. And we're going to see it right here. Lecce is going to have to be front runner here to this battle. It's a 1v1, an ADC versus a support. That's not what you want to see. Now we're going to go ahead, get a dance a little bit further. Depth charge goes out. Great catch onto a primary shot. And the dragon does go into the pocket of second Gatekeeper. So GFU, as we stated, it was NAU trying, but GFU take the dragon and take the battle.
Okay, and now Josh is really going to hate his life as a Darius, because one of Hextech's, the Soul's abilities is that it slows down targets hit by... It's basically like an Infernal with the Static Shift passive, right? It hits, it procs, and it slows people. It chains across as well, and now Josh Joestar is really going to struggle, even with Flash, to find priority targets here in what was already a really tough fight. 30 seconds on that Baron here. GFU, they get the turret for free. They get to set up for Baron, and NAU, you just lost a dragon fight. What are your odds taking a Baron fight?
I'm going to look at my calculations and my stats that I have as a play-by-play with no Baron, and I'm going to say about like 1%, right? The 1% comes with the fact that Prince has Flash up, so I give credit to the 900 versus 900 Smite fight that could come out here. The problem is GFU also know this and say, we don't want to take that chance. So it's going to be a ward over the wall. Lecce says, hey, I spotted you. Let me do it again real quick. Drops another ward, and this is the play of plays. Now we get to see the Baron dance. It is going to be a Smite fight, though. Keep eyes on Prince. The flash is up. Baron down. About 4K. Prince has to time this perfectly. You go in. Yes, you
Okay,
do.
he's
You
in.
get the smite. No, you don't. You are going to be knocked away, and that'll be Baron to the side of GFU, and they take it without losing a single member.
Oh, Ryan, I was going to contest your calculations there. Instead of 1%, I was going to say it's 50-50 because we've seen 2 Barons in this series. 1 got stolen by Prince. So,
All right. My calculations were definitely wrong. I didn't add that equation in there. Sorry.
but 50-50 and GFU managed to secure it this time. Prince does get out alive, and so does Josh. And for NAU here, you count that as a win. Granted, you didn't get the Baron, but you didn't lose anybody on the back end. If you had lost Baron and a member, the game might have very well just ended because GFU gets to push in. And the last time GFU got Baron in this game here, they broke your base open. Now you've only got base turrets standing. They took, I believe it was 3 turrets plus an inhibitor. 4 structures, let's say. You don't have that many structures left. If you use 4 more structures here, you've got no inhibs, and you'll have double supers pushing into your base.
So where do they look to hold down? Remember, this is going to be a battle. And the last time that the Baron was there, not only did they lose so many structures, but NAU had to watch GFU take their own hex gates. It's a very, very rude thing to watch. So I don't want to see that again. What we might possibly see is GFU pull the trigger, though. They are waiting off in the wings. Will this fight occur? It's going to be a chance. Tower in the mid lane is starting to get powered down.
Yeah, but bot side inhib has respawned here, so that is a bit of a saving grace for this team. They can't even clear that siege minion. They need to remove the siege minion mid, or that turret ends up going down. Josh looking for the flank.
This is going to be the flank because NECC is only about 50%, so this is a 4v5 fight for the time being.
Oh,
And actually
Josh.
a 3v5, but down goes Josh, is immediately annihilated. Guess who's in the middle of the fight? Leche is going to get destroyed. Melted with his Sam Feathers do recall and kill the Silas, but the damage has already been done. Tectonic getting a brutal fight off. Prince will fall next, and that will be George Fox University winning the battle, winning the game, and winning the series after taking a little bit of a rougher early game this time around. They clean up their gameplay. They find the picks that they want. They destroy the raid boss Darius and finish the series 2-0.
Oh, but after watching this series, I've got to say, I think winning in the regular season, this particular matchup, might have actually caused NAU to lose this series here in the playoffs because GFU Academy, they obviously took it to heart. I mean, when I spoke to them, their representative had told me, yeah, we really prepped for this here. Like, we really focused on it. And yeah, I understood what he said, but it didn't really hit me till this series, how much they prepared. The second draft, once again, you know, the steal away Vladimir for players who don't normally even play that champion here. They just knew everything NAU were going to do, and they handled it so well. And I do want to give credit to NAU here. I think they were definitely caught off guard here, and I don't think it's because of overconfidence or cockiness. I just don't think they realized how much they stayed in GFU's head here, and so they weren't ready for this series. And maybe in a best of 5, they'd have a chance to recover. Game 2 was a lot better than Game 1, but unfortunately, it's a best of 3. Pardon me. You got 2 shots at it here. You got blindsided Game 1, and you weren't able to adapt fast enough in Game 2. Good attempt, but ultimately falling at the semis. Top 4 finish, still not a bad end.
I don't think at all. I mean, that was a very, very nice series to watch from GFU's side, and you kind of have to respect it. You have to kind of be in awe of their styles. So now, you got to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, how do we come back next time in the next season? Maybe we get our revenge another time. As you said, caught a little off guard. Hopefully they won't do it again. Of course, we do have more League of Legends actions later on, as well as we'll be looking at the Challengers Cyan division here in just a few. However, I do believe we will get an interview with one of the members of this GFU squad. We have our opportunity to kind of take a look at it, but we'll let you know as soon as we have that interview ready for you. It should only be about 4 or 5 minutes to get them in and get things ready to go, so please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with an interview with one of the players of the George Fox University squad. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are here and ready to go with an interview from the lovely, lovely second gatekeeper who was a key part in winning that series in the bot lane, playing an immaculate job here. Second gatekeeper, how are you doing today? And congratulations on the victory.
Thank you very much. I'm doing well. Doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing okay on here, I think.
Doing better now that I've actually watched that series, because that was a absolutely beautiful series to watch. And Gatekeeper, I mean, I spoke to Miles a bit about you guys before the match, and he said that you guys had prepped a lot, considering that you guys got 0-2 the last time. It showed in that series, but I want to ask, what exactly did y'all prep, and did we get to see it all?
You guys definitely did. We've been working with our coach, Dean Russ. He's really working on our communication skills, getting call outs and stuff like that, and our rotations as well. We've been really lacking on those recently, so this last couple of weeks we've been focusing primarily on those.
For sure, yeah, those rotations definitely showed through, especially the rotations into the bot lane from Tectonic there. You guys got to smash it. And specific to you, actually, Gatekeeper, because if I recall correctly, the last time you guys played, you played Jhin in the bot lane one game, and then you played Sejuani top the other game?
Correct. We had a little bit of, it was a little bit of a weird day for us. One of our players had to leave about halfway through that match, so I just switched to top lane. I'm kind of off and on that role, but yeah, it was a little odd.
For sure. So it must feel good for you to get your primary role and smash it both times this time. Well, what changed between last time and this time in terms of the bot lane?
In terms of bot lane, we knew exactly how these enemy support wanted to play, and so we chose Alistar both games to try and counter that. Just being able to dive and stuff like that, and just playing for an early lead, being able to capitalize on with Tristana Alistar, with how aggressive that is early. We loved that, so that's what we went with.
For sure, yeah.
And it worked perfectly. I mean, you guys gave a clinical show here, and I think that surprised everyone. That surprised us on the desk. That surprised us considering the matchup here, and that has to give you a bolster of confidence now moving into the finals. This is the final test for you guys, right? This is the big show. This is the final chance to get that first place. Are you looking forward to it? Are you ready for that matchup?
I think we're definitely getting prepared there. Both teams we have played, I believe, that are going up against each other today. So, depending who wins that, we'll be preparing accordingly. But we're really ready for this. We're a first-year program, so this is only our second season playing. We're really just looking to get up there.
All right, of course. Well, congratulations for that, because you made it into the grand finals on your second season here, which I think is a statement in itself. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for the interview, and have a fantastic day with the celebrations and all.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. With that, of course, we are going to be done with the interview, but we have more League of Legends coming up here shortly. We have our second match of the day. That is, of course, going to be St. Ambrose Esports versus EA UCD Blue. They'll be challenging each other in the Challengers Cyan Division for a shot at the finals. So you don't want to miss that one either. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be back at the top of the hour. And here we go again for the final series of the evening. The third series. I miscounted because I'm terrible at math. Don't ever try and do that on stream. We are into our third series of the evening, and now we are climbing into the Challenger Cyan division, and I am very excited to see this as, again, we have two teams that have only lost twice in the regular season coming out to play here today. I'm excited. RMC, I'm sure you're excited as we are getting underway. It is going to be St. Ambrose coming out versus EA UCD Blue, and the last time these two teams played, it was very much like our other series in the evening. It was a little bit of a one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, and it was St. Ambrose, the second place team, clinching that second spot by beating EA UCD Blue in the head-to-head here. And, well, last series we saw, the underdog, shall we call it, coming back for a vengeance story. The question is, will we see the same here? And it's worth noting, EA UCD actually has two teams in this division. They've got the gold team, which is currently their first seed, and the blue team, which is third seed. And while Blue did lose to St. Ambrose, Gold won after that. So what I want to know is, has Gold passed the winning formula to beat St. Ambrose to their sister Blue team?
Or have they completely just disregarded them and say, find out on your own, like a true sibling would say? That's exactly what would happen in a sibling relationship, I believe. So we'll see if it does come out here. Of course, let's go ahead and run down the rosters that will be gracing us with their presence here today. We'll go ahead and start with St. Ambrose Esports and take a look at the roster that they are fielding. It is going to be Prey, Scoodiverse, Shinigami Yagi, Balloon Pants, and Shitoge Kirasaki rounding out the roster.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any surprises here. Both these teams tend to run with a steady roster for the most part, unless schedules conflict here. So this is the same roster they've played for most of the regular season here. And generally speaking, the bot lane has been the big pop-off lane for St. Ambrose here. The last time we caught them on stream as well, Shitoge Kirasaki was absolutely massive in their wins. And while Balloon Pants might have one of the lower ranks on the team, has been a key part of enabling this bot lane to get the win. Shinigami Yagi as well, the rock of these teams. Very, very consistent player. And I expect that to be the case in this series once again. And on the other side, of course, it is going to be EA UCD Esports at University of California, Davis here. The blue squad here, their third seed. And likewise, they don't have a lot of changes. Actually, there is one change, if this is right here. Ginsu, the substitute coming in for their regular starter, Osakat here. And that might make some changes because Osakat and Livedone have traditionally worked together really well to dominate the bot side. And Ginsu listed on this graphic we have here. I don't know if he's going to fit quite the same way.
And it's always rough to have a substitute pretty much at the last moment as well, right? That's the big thing that we're going to be watching for. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one, see how it plays at... Oh, it is.
Okay.
Oh, we're fine then. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be perfect for EA UCD. It's going to be so good.
Yeah, because I mean, considering that we just saw, that teams that lose in the regular season generally really want to win. And once again, EA UCD Blue, they too have taken great steps to make sure they can find the win. They've done their prep here. They've done their homework. They've been working together on their teamwork as well. They felt like that was one of the places where they struggled last time, was team fighting. So if that's the case, I'd expect them to field their most regular roster here. And Osakat is a big part of that. Now, again, we have seen the draft already, so we know the order. The ban so far, fairly standard, nothing too crazy, almost meta across the board. The Udyr maybe a bit of a surprise coming through from St. Ambrose, but Man with a Plan actually hasn't played too much Udyr, so that's the only surprise ban that I'm seeing so far.
It's going to be just a little bit of a challenge. And so to give you a little bit of a rundown of what we have had throughout here, the Ornn and the Kled, where we saw it last series as well, it was in the last pick order as well. Ornn was B5, Kled was R5. For the junglers, it was Volibear at B3 and the J4 at R1, and then the Vigar and the Ahri were at the R and B4 picks. So respectively, the solo lane stuck in that perpetual second pick phase as always, and the bot lanes, of course, were picked up in first rotation as well.
So if you got lost in all those numbers and letters, like I want to do, basically what it breaks down to is that the Kled and the Aphelios are counter picks. The Ahri got counterpicked by the Vigar there. And once again, Ambrose, they've gone with the team fighting composition. This was exactly what EA UCD Blue said that they struggled against last time here. You've got a really tacky front line, you've got really strong scaling carries, and you've got a lot of zone control. And on the other side, EA UCD, they have decent team fighting as well here with the Kled to lead that charge in. J4 really good at creating those zones of space. And then Aphelios, of course, to pump out that damage in team fights. The big difference is the mid laners between both of these here. Vigar, a much better zone control mage, and Ari, that backline threat, the assassin to go diving in to try and find those squishy targets. And generally speaking, Vigar is considered sort of an answer to the Ari, not so much in lane, but the event horizon and eventually the scaling AP does make it very difficult for Ari to try and navigate fights.
It should, and that's what we're hoping and betting on, at least for St. Ambrose's side, and that's why, as you said, it is that counter pick. It is going to be coming out here. We'll keep eyes on that mid lane as well. For the jungle, though, I'm curious because in the previous series, we've seen junglers be able to apply the pressure, but these two specifically are well known as it's not a can you do it, it's you must do it if you want to make your jungler be effective. Volibear and J4 well known that if you don't get ganks off, then mid to late game, it doesn't have as much impact as you normally would like.
Exactly. Like you said, it's not a can you do it, it's a how do you do it situation, right? J4 level 2 ganks, notorious as one of the best level 2 gankers. And Volibear, at least in my opinion right now, current meta, is one of the best, if not the best, level 3 gank players. Well, almost always going to force the flash. And if you get the angle right, Volibear with flash at level 3 can still guarantee a gank in pretty much every single lane, especially when I look at UCD's composition right now. They don't have a lot of mobility. They get the Spirit Rush for Ari at level 6, and that's about it for their lanes here. Kled is going to be gankable. Aphelios and Lulu, highly immobile champions as well, so I kind of want to see the jungler here for St. Ambrose, Scudiverse, find some of that early pressure, especially into that bot side.
We would hope so, and we would hope to be able to see some of those ganks come out here. And I like the point that you've, I like the fact that you pointed it out. It should go to the bot lane, right? I think that is the appropriate area to go to if you are pulling any of those ganks in. It's the appropriate zone because that is where I feel a lot of these explosive battles are going to come out. You have an Ornn in the top side. It's not really gonna what's gonna happen up there in the mid lane. You're whether either side you're on, it's a Vigar, right? A Vigar will scale no matter what. So what lane are you going to influence the most? Most likely that bot lane, and on either side you have so much opportunity. The Thresh is one that I have not seen in quite some time either, and I personally am a Thresh fan. It is the, I want to say, second support that I really picked up, and it brings so much versatility, right? Anyone that's played Thresh, anyone that understands, it is considered the all-around support, even if it's not S-tier meta right now.
Yeah, and I would argue that Thresh is always viable in every meta. Even if he's not S tier, he's just A tier, right? Yeah. There's just so much safety he grants. And that's the reason why I'm calling for ganks for St. Ambrose into the bot lane. And I'm not calling for it from EA UCD Blue because Thresh is traditionally one of the counters to J4. If you try and flag and drag, Flay can actually stop you from successfully flag and dragging here. And just the safety that Dark Passage provides to that immobile Jinx is so much more easy to access than the Lulu buffs, the Lulu shields to come through. And for EA UCD Blue, like you mentioned, because of that scaling Vigar who scales infinitely here, the pressure's on them to try and make action happen early to mid. And honestly, overall for both of these teams, it's incredibly standard meta picks almost across the board. The only non-meta pick maybe is that Kled coming in that top lane here. So because of that, when I see an unorthodox pick, when I see something non-meta, I feel like it has to perform well. And that random low noob, what a name, does often like to win his lane and then try and spread that advantage to other lanes here. So that is where I'm looking at for this J4 to go to this early lane, try and gank that Ornn, punish that Ornn early on. And if that Kled gets ahead, like we saw in the last series, Kled tends to stay ahead.
Of course, and we hope to see that same factor show up here. However, in the previous years, we did see that Kled Ornn actually come very close at some points. The Kled, because Ornn, even though we say it's a tank, everyone knows, and everyone will always say it, it's a mage, bruiser, assassin, whatever you want to call it, right? There are some times where I do get worried about a Kled going in, right? If the fight doesn't break out exactly like you want, if you don't get the tags down, if you don't get the bear trap, for some reason, and Ornn's like, yeah, I can bat this champion away too. It is the most frustrating thing. So what would be the optimal gank route? What is the optimal scenario for a Kled J4 or just a Kled to try and win that top lane? As we said, that should be the linchpin pick. That should be the one that we watch out for the most.
I think the reason why it even looks close a lot of times is just because of the nature of Ornn's damage. It's very high burst, and we've been through this before. Kled Skrull kind of negates a lot of that burst to come through there. You're going to have to do more sustained damage to come through. So I think for the Kled, you just kind of wait for that level 3. That's when your power really starts to spike, especially into the Ornn, who can trade really well into you early levels there. Just poke down, harass, and then once you hit that level 3, you can start trading back a little bit harder. Nothing fancy for the J4. Just force the gank. Ornn's actually not that tanky early on there, so you definitely can look to try and make that action happen. If anything, the harder to execute part is the Volibear gank, making sure that you actually split up your damage so that you're not burning everything on Skarl. But Orbital, we are onto the Rift, and we might get to see some level 1 action. St. Ambrose is grouped up bot.
Yes, they are, and this is specifically to try and take out Life Done and OC Cat, apparently. One of the brooder factors that we've seen, but can be very, very successful if you're not careful. I think the LCK is well known for pulling off these ganks on the bot side and just sending it right. I don't know how prevalent it is anymore, but it's still very, very fun to see. Of course, nothing gained, just a little bit of information, and the battle line's still drawn, so no one on UCD is the wiser.
I would say nothing in. I mean, that is the standard start we see against a lot of Enchanter bot lanes, because if an Enchanter bot lane sits in that bush, that second bush there, and they get early poke down, it's actually really painful for engage or melee style supports to try and play out that lane there. So that's why we're seeing that happen. But yeah, I am sad. No early action now. Orbital, something else that has caught my eye here is a man with a plan running First Strike J4. This is something that we've seen more frequently recently here. And the whole idea is you're trying to accelerate that J4 as quickly as possible. You're all inning in that early game there, trying to get your items just a little bit of hit and then playing to that power spike. It's also a nice little bit of burst damage. But if a man with a plan can't find those early ganks here, he's going to fall behind even quicker, especially into something like a Volibear, who also has a strong early game.
And that'll be a challenge for them. Of course, in the mid lane, we do see Yasuo C having some fun. The Foxfires are something that a lot of people like to play with now. It is the optimal go-to skill if you're trying to trade early on, and maybe you get some win advantages there. In that top side, though, that random lol noob is immediately going to get dismounted and be like, yep, that's fine. Let's go ahead, hit level 2, and Prey goes, yeah, I'm not gonna touch that for a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a little bit risky for this Ornn here to fall behind this early on. Keep in mind that random low noob, once you get that, the Skarl bar, pardon me, charged up here, you get that shield again, right? So you're able to take these aggressive trades early, knowing that your regeneration isn't gated just by HP regen. Man with a plan, level 3 gank here.
Yes, it is, and that's a great slow coming out of OC Cat, and that should be a balloon pants. Falling so true. They jump forward again for another slow, and that's going to be the heal finally being burned. Do you follow up? No, you can't, but it's a good fight. Again, you burn so much on both sides, and you come out with first blood.
Chitoga has nerves of steel. That man did not burn the heal until the very last second when they absolutely needed to get out. And great gank already from this J4. You'd love to see it. It wasn't a buff to buff here. It was red buff into Raptors right into bot side, and I think Ambrose wasn't expecting that to come through. They didn't have the wards. It's a bit of an odd timing, and they tried to play it a bit safer at that level too, so it's just in that sweet spot. Great to see J4 live up to his name there. A man definitely with a plan.
It is the perfect plan to kick things off and to take stock again. The exhaust is not down from Life Done, and that I think is going to be important on the next engage, right? Because Balloon Pants and Shitoge Kirasaki have no summoners at all. They have nothing to fight against as the raw ability power. And in that situation, the exhaust becomes this catalyst of power for EA UCD. On the top side, though, what we see is, again, the fighting of a random Yordle that decides that he never wants to back down unless he can't see where the opponent is.
Yeah, and I'd love to be able to actually watch one of these fight interactions, because you can see that the health bar of that random law noob is actually not dropping very much. So Prey's bursting everything on that shield, and then not having anything to do after that, has to walk away. But did they spot this?
This is a punish and a half. This is a revisit. And they do it once again. Balloon Pants surgically removed from the spot lane.
I love this. The first one from River, second one with that pink ward in the bush, the control ward. They knew that he wouldn't get spotted, just walks in free as you please, gets yet another kill here. And now, even if a man with a plan doesn't go back bot anytime soon, St. Ambrose is going to be very, very worried. They don't have the vision, they don't have the control to stop these sort of ganks coming through here. And Life Done gets to freeze the wave as well in a very uncomfortable spot for Chitoge and Balloon Pants when he finally gets back to lane.
That is honestly quite devastating, I have to say. And as you were saying, you were impressed by the ganks put bot side. I'm just surprised that it pans out this nicely, right? We were talking about that Kled getting a lot of that fight in the early stages. We were saying, hey, the J4 should visit that top side. Well, that random lol noob is actually doing very, very well for themselves, up about 2 CS, has bought that coal, and now you get to influence the bot side as well, one of the harder lanes to influence. And they've already pulled it off. So well done, and that's also, I believe, should give them priority over this dragon, which is, as we said, the Hex deck, very, very important to try and get early.
Okay, now Scootiverse did farm up a storm here to match a man with a plan's gank, so a level up here, and now hovering on this bot side. I'm curious to see if St. Ambrose can actually try and make a play here. The lane is in an odd spot here. It's kind of semi-frozen, and yeah, that... Okay, it looks like they're trying to sneak Scootiverse into this middle bush.
But even then, I'm not sure Lifetime and OCCat actually want to play this, right? I'm wondering how it's going to go. They're very content at this point just to hold wave and keep it at this midway point. So Scootiverse, unfortunately, trying to bring something back, it's going to lose out on the top side as that random lol noob ain't so random anymore. Solo kill on the Prey.
Flash is burnt in that top side as well, so if either top laner wants to go for a gank top side, it's very doable. And now a man with a plan coming in. It's looking like maybe a 3v3.
Oh, and that's a great catch. That is what I was curious about. A man with a plan might not have a plan for this death. And Scootiverse, all the waiting has paid off. The kill was granted to the Volibear. Unfortunately, the Jinx only gets an assist, but you take that kill no matter what.
And that right there, Orbital, was information inequality. The fact that St. Ambrose had full vision, knew that a man with a plan was coming in. Now Shinigami Yagi, okay, getting a little cheeky, using the ult for damage here, for poke, for control. And now Balloon Pants has successfully roamed up. Do they know? They're just going to back off. EA UCD doesn't even want to try and fight this here. They're going to lose out the dragon as well.
Hurts a little bit there because all you got really was a gold lead. You have about an 800, 900, but again, we're consistently seeing teams that enjoy... Ooh. All right, well, let me stop right there because I was going to talk about some extenuous macro level whatever the heck. And we see that random lol noob now with knowledge of where a man with a plan is, freely going into enemy territory.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Scootiverse, he doesn't know that this is happening here. Should spot this out. They're not in the bush here. Yeah, he's going to see his blue buff being taken away and can't do anything about it. This is that pressure the Kled's putting down. And that random lol noob wasn't winning in terms of CS. In fact, Prey actually bought a cull and is getting away with it CS-wise here. But you're sacrificing jungle pressure for your lane pressure. And the Volibear, you want to get early ganks off. Scootiverse has been struggling to try and do that. The bot side gank was great, but soon you're going to hit the point where you can't farm your top side whatsoever. And if the enemy team knows you can only play for bot, it makes it so much easier for them to prep for it.
We're going to have another one here, as it is going to be a very nice hook. OCCat is going to be the recipient of that fight with flash up for Lifetime. Lifetime should get out.
That works.
But of course, OCCat still being granted death. It feels like the supports are really not enjoying this. That's going to be a flash play. Lifetime should go down to one more rocket, and immediately all that fighting that EA UCD put down is now negated. Around the top side, a miss of that ulti. That random ball noob can't get it back in time, and it will be Prey taking that fight. And in the mid lane, even action there as EA UCD finally find a punch somewhere. They take out Vygar's life, but it's a very small win and a cataclysmic win for St. Ambrose.
Wow, just action everywhere. And at the end of all of that, Orbital, the teams are pretty much dead even. 300 gold lead for St. Ambrose here really isn't that significant for the most part, and looks like I've got to eat my words because Scootiverse able to just brute force that gank on the bot side there. That was not what I'm expecting, but hey, if you can do that, great. And the fact that Prey finding that solo kill as well is absolutely massive. Because, once again, if Prey can do that alone, then Scooterverse can start to look for that top lane gank as well. And that random law noob doesn't get full pressure. Man with a plan doesn't get free 3 quadrants of the map here. And if this is the state we get into, come the mid game here, that's when things start to get really spicy. Because both these teams have team fighting composition. So they're going to want to look for 5v5s or take a step back, maybe a 4v4.
And in a 4v4, I still give a little bit more credit over to the St. Ambrose side here. They've done very well, and they have a lot more CC to work with, right? We were talking about how EA UCD, they're relying on those picks, you know, a few of those catches that they really, really want, and then maybe Lifetime on the back end with the proper gun combination to come out. That's what you're hoping for here. Yasuo is now going to go ahead, get caged up, just dance around in the middle, hoping to not get too much damage on themselves, and they do very well in that aspect. And it will be Shinigami Yagi waiting for that flash to come back up.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised we've not seen attention into the mid lane for either of these junglers. I mean, now it's going to be hard to punish the Ahri, but if Spirit Rush comes down, you gank that lane. And for Man with a Plan, Veigar is highly immobile. You blew the flash earlier. We've not seen the revisit. It feels like it's a little bit too little too late.
Flash out. That's going to be the victory here, but a Man with a Plan wants to kind of bring this back. It might be able to do it. That's just the assassination. And out you go. Yasuo able to take it away. Dodges out on that Mega Death Rocket. Super Mega Death Rocket, I should say. It is always super, because it's not just a Mega Death Rocket. But I would also like to rebuttal your instance with the fact that mid lane has not seen too much action. The reason that the first kill came down in the mid lane was because a Man with a Plan had jumped that mid lane, I think, once before. So there has been action there, just not as much as the other lanes, right? So every lane has really had that jungle interaction so far.
Well, that's partially true there, but I do feel like that's a lane that you can continue to revisit, especially with the way that the bot lane has been running here. Lifedone and OCCat have been pushing this bot lane almost consistently here, and okay, now they're going to try and maybe brute force this again.
Yes, they are. There's no real CC to be down, so Shitoge is able to get away, but Balloon Pants is ready to go with a little bit of rebuttal of their own. In comes that lovely, lovely Veigar getting down a couple stuns, getting down that CC, and just like that, it's going to be turned around. OCCat, though, is going to get the assassination. Supportal combat OP. That'll be a 1-for-2 trade. Teleport used by Yagi to save that bot lane fight.
Or OCCat, definitely worth there. You do want to take that. Great. Okay, you burnt the Ornhorn, and that random law noob just lost a shield. He'll remount soon enough here. And I want to see Schooniverse go to that top side, maybe try and take this after you get the Herald. That random law noob is kind of low, and you can always disable that turret. Unfortunately, not going to see that happen. And so far, Orbital, just a lot of concentrating. You like to see it. The junglers are being really active on the map, but I'm still waiting for that big fight because they're all just skirmishes and ganks here. And sure, great, you know, objectives are being traded, but the objectives haven't converted to anything big yet. And despite almost a kill a minute, it doesn't feel that active.
It doesn't. I had to say, because at this point, it's like kills for kill's sake, right? The only time we've actually seen a kill result in a major gain, I think, was with the first dragon. St. Ambrose ganked the bot side and immediately turned it into a Drake. So far, it's felt like the kills were just kind of like, all right, we want the gold. We want to get that gold and try and swing it in our favor. And then, oh, wait, maybe we can... Nah, we don't want to go for that objective. So it has felt a bit lackluster. Excuse me. However, we do now know Shitoge is very scared of bushes that you don't have wards in. So that is, I guess, a possible error that's happened. Now we get to see the top side, as that'll be the Scarl charge, and immediately dismounts directly on top of the event horizon. Did have flash, but didn't have the chance to use it. Bot lane.
Really well layered CC.
No. Is this going to be the answer back? The ward is cleared out. Balloon Pants and Shitoge Kurosaki definitely far enough back. Lantern goes out. No kills, but plates will be handed over.
So the reason why that happened right there was Balloon Pants did not have the box ready to go. If they had the box, that dive is actually incredibly risky for EA UCD there. But yeah, really well played from St. Ambrose. They don't even lose that much. Plates just dropped, and they answered with the entire top turret here from the Herald being utilized. So now St. Ambrose, maybe you can start to unlock Prey into the other lanes here. You don't want your Ornn stuck in a 1v1. You didn't pick the Ornn for the 1v1. You picked it for the 5v5. So I want to see Prey maybe going with Schooniverse, start looking for dives, maybe mid lane, maybe bot lane here. Let's get some kills going outside of your lanes.
I mean, we'd love to see that. I know we would love to see that. I don't know if the players want to see that just yet. They don't want to, they want to still farm up, at least on St. Ambrose sides. Like, Vigar's like, let me just farm. I just want to farm. All I want to do is farm for like 30 minutes and then one-shot someone. That's all I want to do. Just let me do that. Has the blue buff in hand. Should be happy about this mid lane so far. Especially since Yasuo opted to not go for the Everfrost, which is quite surprising. Actually went with the Leandries here.
Yeah, because you look at what Yasuo has to cut through, right? Prey, Schooniverse, these big, meaty tanks here. And honestly, Leandries can still kill squishies here, so I actually don't mind the build. It's a little bit less utility. The invade coming in here, 3v3.
Finally a fight outside of lanes, and it looks like it might go the way of the EA UCD, but they can't finish up Blue Pants, and that gives enough time for Shinigami Yagi to come right in. That'll be a brutal bloodbath as both junglers do fall, but guess who got excited? That'll be a flash forward. Yasuo is now going to get dropped. A final meteor to crash on top of their head. Life done, though.
No!
Dodges out just slightly. His Moonlight Vigil does not land. I don't think they want to go in on that one. It's a 1 for 2 back in favor of St. Ambrose. Life done isn't done yet. Has that flash up. You have the flame cannon, and yes, you're going to try and throw it, but you immediately get boost. You get burst out. That is a painful one to handle as that 1 for 2 turns into a 1v3. St. Ambrose rule their jungle.
Rest in peace, Life Done. You got jebaited. There was just way too much CC there. And I appreciate what Life Done tried to do, because if you got the kills, there's a chance you get multiple kills, you pop off there. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out. And Chitoge, I believe, was the recipient of that kill. Or was it Balloon Pants, actually, might have been, because Balloon Pants is a ton of kills as well. 3, 2, and 4 on this Thresh. This bot lane starting to snowball a little bit out of control here. We've already said St. Ambrose should be looking to team fight, and with the strength of their Jinx right now, they should win any team fights very handily.
I mean, they're showing some strength here so far, and with Dragon coming up in a minute, it should continue, but they spotted Vigar. Oh, Shinigami Yagi, you went the wrong way. You're going to try and get out to safety, and the Lantern Balloon Pants. I was curious if it was going to reach, and it does. Now Balloon Pants in a little bit of a rough spot. Charm lands. They should be able to cut down. Into the stasis they go, but it will be a sacrificial lamb. Everyone else on St. Ambrose's side is willing to leave because Dragon is coming up so shortly. It was a great way to keep Shinigami Yagi alive, but you do sacrifice your Thresh, who is very important to your safety.
But that's still a support for a mid laner, right? Like, give this man an award. Balloon Pants with the hero sacrifice play there. And because Shinigami Yagi has TP, he just bases comes right back in. And right now, EA UCD, they're not fully comfortable around this Dragon Pit. They do have vision control. Dragon is now spawning, and St. Ambrose might just say, okay, we'll give you the dragon. We'll take your turret.
Well, they're calling in the Skull Charge, and that's because they want to win that fight. Down goes the ADC. They're going to try and follow through on more, but the tower is down. The tower is down, and that means the pincer has fallen apart. Lol Noob is going to get run down, immediately dismounted by Schooniverse, and that's all you really need. And now the J4 is going to be on the chopping block. Everyone flashes out of that Cataclysm, and they're going to try and bully their way forward. That random Lol Noob is going to get back on Scarl. OC Cat was able to fight it out, and the slow burn of EA UCD seems to have won this battle. They win the 4v5 scuffle on the bot side. They take 3 kills and only lose their ADC.
That went very differently from what I was expecting there, Orbital. EA UCD, they start that fight completely split. It was 2 members on either side there, and St. Ambrose should have been able to win it with the 4 they had, but they went for that random low noob, and that was their undoing. The Scarl, the Kled reset on Scarl, unfortunately just meant that, sure, if you don't kill Kled, he comes back just as tanky there. So it felt like they had an extra person into that fight. What should have been a 4v4 ended up feeling more like a 5v4. And with that, kills are even. Dragon going in favor of EA UCD a little bit more here, and that's a worrying sign for St. Ambrose right now when your Jinx was already that far ahead.
It's a scary moment to have here. It was looking good, but bot lane is now going to drop their tower, and EA UCD are now going to try and battle it out against that Scarl, the Kled. Not enjoying that one too much. It's a 1v2 scenario, and the final primordial
Wow.
burst will take it. But you got the tower. 1 tower to 2. It's the first one of the game for you, but it's a work in progress so far.
Yeah, and you know what? A turret for your life, that's fine. Maybe Yasuo can try and take this topside turret there. If Scootiverse does not respond to this, that's certainly possible there. And for St. Ambrose, you got the revenge kill. Great, but there's no objective for you to try and take after that. Here, Baron about to spawn, and Baron's not an objective either team can take. So unfortunately, Orbital, there's a pretty decent chance we could just go back to a holding pattern here once again till that NECC Dragon comes up.
Should be a holding pattern, of course, and it's gonna possibly weigh that out, but it will be a little bit of an invade from St. Ambrose as they seem to have spotted a juicy target. They're gonna try and fight. They actually hook in OC and that'll be the Skull Charge coming right back in. Kled is gonna section everyone off, and it's a 3v4 fight. Backline is gonna get hit up by that call. The Force got in. It was enough. That's exactly what you want to see. Moonlight Vigil whiffs on the back end, and now they turn it around. Chitoge Kirasaki with that beautiful shot. Super Mega Death Threat this time finding its mark. St. Ambrose win the battle, one that they lost on the bot side, and lose no one for it.
Yeah, and these tanks right now, it just feels like there's not quite enough damage charm.
Oh, that was a catch. I was wondering if they could follow through. They do not. They do not want to keep fighting that one. It would be a little bit too dangerous, but my gosh, was that scary for Yasuo.
Yeah, limit testing for Yasuo, and you got away. It's fine. It's worth for now. St. Ambrose actually don't get the turret after that entire fight, and Orbital showing how close these fights are getting here. It's right down to the wire, and these tanks right now, Prey survived the entire fight, didn't actually drop despite tanking so much damage, and a man with a plan bought so much time in that fight that I actually thought EA UCD was going to be able to win that. Life done.
Another cage coming in here. Shinigami Yagi
Just press R.
Does have the R, but doesn't want to burn the flash behind it. Rocket from downtown. Oh! Shinigami Yagi, good guy mid laner, gives a kill to the ADC.
Okay, now I know why you did press R. Oh, well played there. And now OCCAT has to be careful because once again, you know, flash up for this Veigar, you could very easily go down. St. Ambrose take the turret, and they're starting to push up their vision line. They're going into the enemy jungle here. They're playing it safe, and yeah, UCD need to respect this. You cannot fight for this red buff right now. You don't have the people.
You don't have the people. You don't have that advantage, and it feels like you don't have the scaling either. Right now, we're hitting about 22 minutes, and yet the two primary carries that we've been watching, Shinigami Yagi and Chitoge Kirasaki, are both crushing it in their item advantages. Right now, 6-1 and 6 for Chitoge Kirasaki. You can see the Mythic done looking for a couple items, I believe. You went for the very early Last Whisper, and now you're going to try and complete, I think it's a Phantom Dancer, to pocket that one. And then, of course, the Rabadon's Death Cap just completed for Yagi. These players are getting just a wee bit out of control.
And actually, you mentioned, you know, potentially the PD. It ended up being the Lord Dominix, but I do want to highlight that Chitoge kind of split items there and didn't complete the Zeal item despite starting it, and that's why I think Chitoge felt a little bit underwhelming in the last couple of fights. Now that the LDR is actually completed here, Chitoge should have a much bigger impact in these fights. And I also want to point out, Prey has been winning the side lane against that random low noob. That is not what's supposed to happen. The Kled was a counter pick, and somehow the Ornn was winning.
Let's be real, though. Ornn got some help. We saw the fight on the bot side. Shinigami Yagi, the little Yordle that could, decide to help out there. We are now getting another fight as it's a 3-man Ornn ulti, and you solo out OCCAT, couldn't even lay down the wild growth.
Are they going to go back to Baron here? I don't feel like the Lulu pick was really enough to do this quite this early, but EA UCD don't have vision, and one thing that support does usually bring is all the wards, and without OCCAT, EA UCD don't have a lot of wards left to check this.
I mean, they can also just bait it in like they did just right there. That random lull noob is now caught in the middle and immediately zoned out.
Though.
This is what they wanted. St. Ambrose power their way through. In the back line goes the stun, and they don't even catch the carry.
Oh.
That's going to be the carry catch. Shinigami Yagi, he saved the flash for this exact moment. Flashes over the wall, gets a triple kill. I love Veigar so much because that can happen. It will be St. Ambrose taking the fight and taking the Baron to blow this game wide open.
This is such a measured game from St. Ambrose, too. It feels like the last couple of plays, have been really patient, really slow. They use that split push pressure from Prey. They don't even have to burn the TP here, and they're just winning this out. Dragon is up as well right now, Orbital, and for St. Ambrose, they can just go right back to it. The Super Mega Death Rocket is already back up, and the Primordial Burst from Vigar, that's going to be up in just maybe 30 seconds as well.
It's all you need to do. It is almost a walk in the park for them. Now at Dragon Up, they're going to clear the entire map. They want to ensure that nothing can be handed over to EA UCD. But look at all the wars that they had to go through. So UCD have done a good job of keeping vision up. But do they actually want to go for Dragon? It was an opportunity and definitely would have been feasible, but instead they say with Baron, we're just going to power through. We can probably break the inhibitor, but guess who they spotted? A man with a plan. Ain't got no plan anymore.
Well, he does have an escape exit, though.
Yes.
He does flag and drag out there, and this is the problem with the AAUCD right now is all this time where they're spent being zoned out here, they're not getting Dragon. They're losing pressure in the mid lane. They already lost the inner here, and St. Ambrose can continue to look to push in. You can't even go for the flank. The vision here for St. Ambrose is too good, and if they just collapse, well, we've seen what happens when you try to walk in before. If you're split, it's going to be even worse.
It is going to be a problem, and you can see how far behind EA UCD are currently trailing. No one wants to go for that Dragon. It's not Soul. You don't have to worry. You're going to hand it over all nice and kind-like. And that'll be the clearance. So now into a 1-4 pattern. St. Ambrose are saying, we don't have to worry too much. Let's go ahead, start laying down the groundwork for the finishing move.
They've still got 1 minute and 15 seconds worth of Baron buff here to push up. Prey does have TP up and available as well if they want to go for that 1-4. But honestly, I think with this team comp, just brute force this 5 here. EA UCD can't really stop it. And look at one meteor is enough to chunk half of Skarl.
Oh, and not just chunk, but set up the rest
man.
of the fight. It's so easy. They make it look they make League look so simple right now. That's going to be 2 catches. The bot lane is annihilated from EA UCD's side, and now this what was going to be a final defense feels like a broken door leaning open.
Yeah, it does feel like a final defense right now, but it's not a final defense against the Baron on your inhibitor turrets. It's a final defense for your Nexus turrets right here. 2 inhibitors going down in Orbital. Throughout all those picks, Shinigami Yagi didn't even ult.
No ult used, and this might be it. Gonna
There you
blow that Ahri up. It's gonna be a free kill. 22-11. They're gonna want to get just a few more kills to pad those stats. In goes a man with a plan, a final plan to say the least. Cataclysms in Shitoga Kirasaki, and the Event Horizon solos out 2 more. The 2 that died at the beginning lived to die once again. That will be game 1 going to St. Ambrose here at 27.5 minutes. They put the first W on the board of the series.
Well, Berto, that game was a roller coaster. Not that we had a lot of up and downs, but we had that very slow going up, and then it was a very fast going down. It accelerated incredibly quickly there, and we saw the drops. We kind of said that St. Ambrose, right? Like, they've got the skill and composition. Yeah, UCD are the ones who need to push the pedal in the early game, and it didn't happen. St. Ambrose just skilled up, hit their breakpoints, and ended the game. It sounds incredibly easy, but it's incredibly effective. And EA UCD, they lost the first time around. They came back in here. They said they prep. They said they have game plans. Let's see what their plan B is.
Hopefully it's going to be enough. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what the players can bring to the table themselves, or will St. Ambrose go ahead and take this series in a deja vu setting for EA UCD. Only time will tell, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more NECC action. It's been a day of 2-0s throughout the entirety of this main broadcast, and we are on the cusp of potentially having one again. And St. Ambrose are happy to play this game of keeping with the status quo. Of course, EA UCD are going to try their best to change things up here in game number 2 and push for a game 3. But if game 1 was any indication, mid to late game might not be their best, I want to say best win condition right now.
To be fair to EA UCD here, I think that was a function of draft, not so much of the way they played there. They just couldn't quite match the scaling of that Jinx, that Vigar. And we'd said before, the zone control was just a little bit too powerful, I think, for them to deal with come that mid to late game point. So the bright side for EA UCD is that it's changeable in draft. And we did hear that EA UCD has gone on the blue side this game here. So they do get first pick. They can try and take away some of those more powerful pickups that messed up their game last time.
Of course, and maybe they get that chance. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. We'll see what they decide to do. So far, it's been looking like the exact same, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's been too many changes, except for that right there. The Gwen was banned away in, I believe, ban phase 2. And then the Vigar, of course, Ambrose saying, we do not want to give that one over. It is a very, very fun pick to play with. We just don't want to see you have it.
Yeah, and it's funny that Ambrose is the one banning it when they played it last time here. They're just feeling like it's too strong a pick to give up. I don't actually know if Yasuo plays Vigar there, so it just feels like a very preemptive one here. Now, once again, a reminder that the draft was done on a external client here, so we're just seeing them come in order. So we can already start talking about some of the matchups here, because I actually don't like Irelia into Ornn. I feel like that's a free scaling lane for Ornn pretty much. Irelia can't punish you hard enough in the early game. And Victor Azir. Azir, some people said was supposed to be a lane counter to Victor. My experience has been maybe just a little, but rarely does the Azir get R ahead enough, and Victor will eventually outscale. So already it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. EA UCD have the better scaling comp. Just look at the top side of the map.
But the one change up that we are very curious to see is, of course, as well as the two matchups that we've seen in the solo lanes, Life Done picking up that Jinx and then the Samira being locked in as the answer. And the Jinx was blind picked, by the way, for UCD. They're saying we really, really want that one. The Samira, though, one of the few ADCs that has actually gotten buffed lately and is I want to say a coin flip, right? This is one of the more coin flippy ADCs that we currently have in the meta. I don't think that's going to change anytime inside of this game. It's still going to be very coin flippy.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we don't see Samira too often is precisely because she's not consistent. She needs to get kills early, or she is going to struggle later. Her range is very, very short as far as AD carries are concerned, and therefore she has to put her life in danger in order to get the damage out in teamfights. Not to mention, while she did get a small buff a couple of patches ago, Immortal Shoot Bow got nerfed, which is one of her core items here. She really doesn't function as well with any other item. She tends to build off lifesteal, and lifesteal got nerfed. So very high risk, high reward. It fits this composition that Team Ambrose has drafted here. They're going for that early game. They need to pop off early here. And they've got some pieces which counter what EA UCD want to do. I mean, the Azir's Emperor's Divide to try and create some space here. But honestly speaking, I'm not a huge fan of their draft so far. It feels very mixed, whereas EA UCD, very comprehensive draft for a team fight. Very cohesive, pardon me, not comprehensive draft for that team fight there. Everybody's good in a team fight. And more importantly here, Wukong is going to mess up Samira's day. Victor is going to mess up Samira's day. And likewise for the Xin Zhao, for the Irelia. So it really feels like Ambrose, they're relying very heavily on this Azir, which is going to get outscaled.
That is a terrifying thought. Once again, EA UCD, they fixed their draft, which we do appreciate, a lot more cohesive, like you said. St. Ambrose is basically saying, well, we won first game already. Let's see if we can win with this. It's not so much, it definitely feels like they're just kind of throwing down a gauntlet. These are champions that are well known to win their lane and win the game outside of it. Irelia, well known as if you can get the kills early, you're going to be able to take over the game. Against an Ornn, obviously not, but maybe if you roam out, maybe you find the Wukong, maybe you find the mid lane, right? That's where you get the win. Azir, hopefully you do something in the early game and you get away with it. And Samira, right? The coin flip. If their win condition is as such, unless I'm reading it wrong, I want to ask your opinion. Where do they start with? Because they do have a Xin Zhao. This is also a great ganking jungler. Very nice to kind of enter in the lanes. But where do they start with this composition? If they were to have any sort of synergy, where does it have to come from?
So I said this last series as well, and I'm going to say it again this series. I'd like to see a lane swap come through from the side of Ambrose, because Irelia actually has a very nice laning phase into the Victor, as she does into most control mages. So if you put that Irelia into the mid lane, she absolutely can crush that Victor, and he doesn't get to get scaling, he doesn't get to get rolling, and he becomes a liability. Azir into Ornn, Azir's not going to do anything to Ornn. But like I already said, the Irelia into Ornn is already not the best matchup, because Ornn can largely ignore the Irelia. He loses Prio, but that's not that big a deal. He'll scale up here, and Wukong is mobile enough to get away a lot of times from Xin Zhao and Irelia if they start invading. Again, he'll lose Prio, but not the end of the world. You can get to scale up. So that's what I'd like to see from Ambrose. But in the absence of a lane swap here, then I think all in the bot lane. You've got a Samira. Just keep piling resources into that Samira. If she gets ahead enough, it doesn't matter that they have a Wukong. It doesn't matter that they've got a Victor. If she kills them before they pop their ults, that works too.
It is one of the few champions that has that kind of surprise burst damage, right? And coupled with that Nautilus, it can be a very dangerous lane matchup. If you do get that pull, someone's going to die one way or another, and you're not going to let go. Like, even if it is the Samira that dies, someone's going to die. Someone will fall here, and that's what they're really hoping for. Because, again, I like that you pointed out bot lane was kind of that playmaker, because Renata is also very squishy. This is one of the squishier bot lanes that we've seen so far in this series. It's very easy to chunk out until you get to later stages, and then you have to deal with, you know, the hostile takeover. You have to deal with the extra passive at the end. Is basically a Scion passive added on to at least one character that has fallen. It's one of the more frustrating things to deal with. But again, early stages, we'll see if the Samira can take it away. For EAUCD, here comes the question, of course. You can scale up mid to late, but no one really wants to win that way. No one wants to win off of just waiting towards that late game.
You just saw it.
I know, but come on. Have you ever won a game off of that? Come on. Is it really fun?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. Yes, it is. But
winning is fun, Orbital. People don't care how they win as long as they get that dub. And we just saw Ambrose pull the exact same strategy.
I understand that, but come on. I want more. I want to see a little bit more. And with this composition, I feel like we can, because Wukong is also one of those junglers that's rolled up in this field. So where does the Wukong go then? Because we just said Xin Zhao, maybe look to the bot lane, maybe see a lane swap all the way around. Where does the Wukong go? What is the Wukong's job here if all the lanes are already... Yes, you can kind of take it easy till mid to late.
Well, yeah, so it is worth noting, you know, and I know we're hammering this home a lot, but EAUCD don't have to do anything early. If they want to do anything early, then I think you're looking at more opportunistic plays here. You're looking to see, okay, which lane is set up properly, who's got enough poke down. And I suspect bot side might be where we end up seeing a man with a plan go to most frequently, just because St. Ambrose are going to try and all in that bot lane most likely multiple times here, and if they're going in, you need to save them. And Wukong is a very effective counter into Samira here, one of the few reliable CCs that aren't ranged, aren't blocked by that blade whirl. And Orbital, right off the bat here, we're seeing an invade come in. It will get spotted on a ward here, but we might get to see a level 1 fight.
This is going to be the first one for a while. I haven't seen a good level 1 in ages, and oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! That's a bad spot to be in. It is gonna be the chunk out, and it will be the kill. At least they only lose one, but EAUCD do pull first blood on Wukong, of all players.
Okay, yeah, that jungle who's going to be moving around the map here. And let that be a lesson to all our viewers here. If you're going to invade, you got to commit hard to it. You go in as all 5 till you reach your objective, and then you're back. You cannot afford to back out early there. Would it have made a difference? Honestly, probably not. But still, that is a bit of a rough start here. Balloon Pants will be back up on the map because it's this early in the game to be in lane, and Chitoge not leashing, just going to help try and get control of that lane as soon as possible, because that is the lane that St. Ambrose wants to focus.
And most importantly as well, Schooniverse actually opted to go straight towards that red buff instead, so it took extra time as well to clear that out. We're not going to see on the bot side, though, already an early exhaust coming out here as Chitoge, Kirasaki, and Balloon Pants opted for an early fight. Even though Balloon Pants did fall, remember, no summoners were used, and it seems that they've already pulled one out of OC-Cat, so a little bit of a fight win there.
Well, like you said, if a hook lands here, right, Orbital, that's pretty much kill territory. So Exhaust had to go down early, or else they just lose all control of this lane. What surprises me more is Ghost on Samira. I've actually not really seen the summoner picked up on Samira here, but I could potentially see the usefulness of it to reposition in a lot of these fights, especially with that Inferno trigger going off here to hunt people down or to disengage. And in lane as well here, if they stop shoving, I could see it being used to try and catch out Lifedun and Osakat. But for now, if you're shoving that hard, I don't think the Ghost is that useful.
It's gonna be questionable, but of course, only time will tell. We can question the players all we want, but only the players know what's going on inside the players' minds unless we get the comms, which the comms can be very entertaining. Why'd you take Ghost? I thought I was going top lane. Leave me alone. That would be the comms, at least I would say. We are gonna see a little cheeky jump in here. Schoonerverse joining in this bot lane. And no visions shown. They do get a little bit of information. OC Cat knows that someone's in there. But do you know how many are in there? This is a long way. They do get the draw and they get the pull. They get almost a kill. Lifedun is going to drop every single piece of utility that they have. The summoners are gone. I'd say that's a very good fight. All summoners lost on the bot lane for EA UCD.
Yeah, and a man with a plan here trying to counterattack in the top side. This should be a free kill. Prey is so far up in this lane right now and is kind of low. This is the opportunistic ganks I was talking about.
And it is going to be that opportune moment. A little bit of a slide and dash. Prey. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's just a simple kill handed to that random lol noob.
Okay, so the ganks didn't have the same result, but Scooterverse could actually make this even. If he goes back to that bot lane and they find that double kill, then that gank is worth it. It's more effective than a man with a plan's gank. But if not, well, EA UCD, they're off to the races here with a strong start with a skilling composition as well here. And if a man with a plan can continue applying this pressure everywhere, especially once he hits that level 6 and has that Cyclone, that is how EA UCD can come to a quick, nice early win.
See if they can pull it off here. Prey did teleport straight back towards that top side. That random lol noob was able to build a thorn mail in the top side or a bramble vest to hold things out, and that's going to be really, really nice. And it's working.
Look at that.
It works again, and you
Look
lose
at that.
the flash. Prey gets clapped in the top side.
Flash for flash. I don't even know if that random lol noob actually needed to flash that. I think the animation actually completes brittle procs anyways here, but just to secure. And like you point out, Prey just TP'd right back into lane. Now this top lane, well, there's a reason why I said I don't like Irelia into Ornn. And this is the worst case scenario right now. This is not good. And now, man with the plan doesn't need to go back topside anymore. He can start looking mid. He can start looking bot. That Azir looking real tasty right now.
Well, chicken on a stick is what you're hoping to grab here. Not going to happen, though, as the pink ward is down. Blue Pants was roaming around. Most notably, though, do keep in mind with those kills that have been laid down, we are seeing a little bit of a shift out. And Prey actually opting for that Cole, saying, well, at this point, I sacrifice a lane. Just go for that CS. So, junglers, as you said, looking towards a mid or bot lane, a man with a plan, ready and waiting.
I mean, technically, Prey picked up that call before he TP'd back into lane earlier. So he had the call, and he still went in for a fight against the Bramble Vest. Yeah, that one, little bit sus. Mid lane, both junglers are hovering right now. Neither have been spotted. So it's a bit of a game of chicken right now of who's going to look for this gank. And a man with a plan, very, very patient. Finally now deciding to walk away. Still only level 4 here, no ultimate. So just going to go for that dragon first.
Ooh. And not only just the dragon, but also another fight on the top
Oh,
side.
not again.
Look at that. It ain't so random when it happens 3 times in a row now, is it?
That's the part you're questioning. I'm questioning the noob part. You're not a noob when you pull that off. 3-0 and 1 there. And that's tough because there has to be a point where you kind of cut your losses. Normally, if you're down a kill, down maybe 2, you can still call for jungle pressure. But at this point in time, that random lol noob took no damage killing Prey. 2 levels up. Even if Schoonerverse goes up to the top lane, there's a good chance that that random lol noob finds a kill anyways.
Now on the bot side, we are going to see a little bit of a dance. Again, OC Cat with that passive is going to be granted over, but now they charge right in. Lifetime is down. You jump to the back line, but the healing came out. Guess what? It's online now. Bot lane goes to St. Ambrose's way.
Well, we did say if Schoonerverse goes back down there and gets a double kill, it's worth. So if it's a triple kill,
it's really worth.
Yeah, they just evened up the goal just like that there. Huge props to that particular play. The only unfortunate part is that Chitoge did not pick up all 3 kills, but you're still happy 1-0 and 2. And as much as that random lol noob is dominating the top lane, Chitoge and Balloon Pants have the ability to dominate the bot side just as hard here. That's what I want to see. And they don't need to wait for Mythics here. Level 6, and that bot lane's going to get real rough for Jinx and Renata.
We're going to see that happen, and then it's going to be not even Scootiverse down there. It's just we hear the sound of an ulti go off, and then Lifedone and OCCat are dead. That's all that's going to happen. We're just going to be like, oh, yeah, that's normal in that lane. That's very, very normal.
Yep.
I'm terrified to see that happen. Now we're going to see Yasuo almost get the same treatment, and this is going to be the call in. That's going to be a flash out of the ulti. And a very nicely timed. But
Flash
guess
down.
what? You flash straight into the enemy's jaws. Balloon Pants, with the second roam this time around, is able to find a very nice hook.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, not quite bait there, but I guess corralling of Yasuo there. And he thought, hey, I'm safe. I dodged the Emperor's Divide. Surprise! Backup was on its way. And unfortunately, once again, the kills goes over to Scootiverse. Great for Scootiverse, not so great for the rest of the team, because you want it on the carries right now. And because he's got all the kills, Scootiverse needs to make good on it. Those ganks need to continue coming down into multiple lanes.
Oh, pray. Possibly going to take a decent bit of damage under the tower. That random lol noob doesn't want to dive, obviously. No reason to dive. You're still winning topside, and you already took down 2 plates, so he's very happy just forcing prey back and consistently keeping this Aurelia out of the game.
He's going to dive.
Now he is. Wasn't going to do it there before. Oh, he walked into the stun as well. He baits it in perfectly and walks away from that Crescent Guard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pray. Keep running, bro. Keep running. You don't have boots. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win that. I feel so bad.
The moment the Ornn Horn went down, the Call of the Forge got that random law noob wanted to dive. It's just a question of setting up and getting the minions in, and that's the 4th straight solo kill that random law noob has pulled off in this top lane. That top turret is taking a beating. I can't remember the last time I saw an Ornn dominate this hard here. And now Matter of the Plan stealing away the blue buff, adding insult to injury here. Where is the bot side dominance that St. Ambrose was supposed to have with the kills, with the ganks?
Not with Shinigami Yagi. Absolutely not with that Azir. Right now, it is full-on jungle control from EAUCD, as a Cyclone is burned as well. So a man with a plan causing a little bit of chaos here. Chitoge, Kirasaki, and Balloon Pants were actually just under tower. There was no pressure there, and they just opted to not rotate.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so confused as to how they got priority. Now Scootiverse looking for the gank.
This time they do find some really good damage, and Scootiverse is able to pick it up. Now not only is the Ornn 4-0-1, but a very dangerous Xin Zhao is also on that hook. What is that hook? What the heck? That landed. I'm flabbergasted by some mechanics of these hook champions. I'm just saying.
I thought it hit the wall.
I thought so too. And then it hit OCCat. I was like, this isn't right.
Okay, well, that's exhaust. Burnt out of OCCat there. Very unfortunate for her. And that does mean that they are not in a safe position bot lane. They are actually diveable if Scootiverse just comes down to this bot lane right now. Renata, unfortunately, very squishy. Jinx, likewise here. But Scootiverse finally feeling, like you're saying, 4-0, able to maybe match the Ornn here. I'm personally not sold that they can kill this Ornn.
No, they're both level 7. I just want to point that out. Scootiverse rightfully level 7. Prey not so rightfully is level 7, currently 3 levels down. And that is a massive amount of HP difference as well. So that random lol noob, I think, is sitting at about, I'm trying to count, is that about 1700 HP? I think that's what I counted. And at 1700 HP, I don't think between Prey and Scootiverse you have enough damage.
No, and Scootiverse hasn't completed first mythic. If you had a Divine Sunder or something, like, maybe I could see you cutting through that tank here, but that's not what Scootiverse is building. So, yeah, just walk away. Leave that top lane alone, man. If anything, for St. Ambrose, let the turret fall. It's really not that big a deal to let that turret fall, and it would make it much, much easier for Prey to be able to try and farm in safety here. Now, of course, the trade-off is that EAUCD gets their big playmaker unlocked, and we saw that last game for St. Ambrose here, or was it last series, pardon me, when the Ornn gets unlocked, it makes it much more dangerous for the team to start grouping up and trying to fight for major objectives.
Ooh. This dragon has started on top of a ward. It's now spotted out, and everyone knows it's happening. And over the wall they go, man, with a plan. Never playing that time, but in comes a hostile takeover. That's going to hit everyone. That's actually going to do a decent amount of damage, and it gives enough time for a man with a plan to survive getting back out.
but Dragon was still picked up by St. Ambrose there. And that's the important thing. It wasn't stolen. That ult is now also not available in lane here. And I said before, Schooniverse, they can look for a dive. I want to see a dive.
I do too. But this time, it's going to be a very dangerous dive. A man with a plan is hiding and understands that this is the natural flow of the game. It's going to be a hook. That's going to be a grab. Schooniverse not ready for this one. Hook goes wide, and in they go. Teleport used as well. And now it's 4 members strong. Schooniverse wanted nothing to do with that battle, but was drawn into it. So Balloon Pants and Shitoge Kirasaki go ahead and walk away unscathed.
I see my error now, Orbital. What I wanted to see was not a dive. I wanted to see a good dive. Unfortunately, St. Ambrose missed a lot of their skill shots to start that particular fight there, and then they brute forced it right after. And I think that was where things kind of went south. When the hook kind of missed and didn't hit the target, when Schooniverse couldn't tag a target with that, I believe, Wind Becomes Lightning there, you should have just backed off at that point, waited for the next wave, and then looked for the dive. Instead, they brute forced it. They end up losing Schooniverse here, and they didn't even get the plate.
Not even a plate. You got nothing. You get nothing from that fight. What you do get is a chance here to break out and get that plate now, because a recall has come through for Life Done. And nope, they're opting to just stay safe. So it is still a very nicely won fight by EA UCD. Yasuo in the mid lane so far has actually had a quite rough time after that early game. Is now currently sitting at about, I want to say 32 CS behind their lane opponent in 0-2-1. So that is something to keep track of later on into the mid to late game and see how that Azir shakes up.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a pretty significant lead. That's the sort of lead you want to see when you pick that Azir into this Victor here. You want to try and set that Victor behind. Now, we are seeing a bit of a scrap into the mid lane here. And again, considering that Shinigami, Yagi, and Schooniverse are up ahead from their counterparts, I'm surprised that they're not winning these sort of skirmishes harder and that they end up having to sit back a little bit. We said this before, EA UCD, they can sit back and scale. And as much as you don't like it, Orbital, that does seem to be the game plan this game.
I may not like it, but it is by far the most valid strategy in the current system with the champions available. Listen, I can hate on it all I want. I can hate on the fact of not getting any kills, but a win's a win. As you said, hostile takeover being used to draw Balloon Pants in a little bit further. But guess who's over the wall? What a good catch. And that will be the fight. It'll be Shitoge Kirasaki watching a Renata flash straight into a wall. And Schooniverse picks up that kill. It was an opportune moment that was capitalized on thanks to Balloon Pants trying to ward.
Yeah, Balloon Pants is tanky enough. There's no Kraken Slayer for Life Done right now. You don't have enough damage to burst them down. Super Mega Death Rocket goes, splits the uprights there. And first turret, though, ends up going to that top side where that random Law Noob has been punishing Prey this entire time.
And now Prey's trying to run away, but I mean, do you really have that chance? Yes, you do. Nope. Okay. So this time around, still no boots, but has the dash available, so you are going to live. But at what cost, right? That random Law Noob is still looking for the dive. This is a bit outrageous.
Yeah, and with the minion wave coming in as well, you know, Demolish proc should go off. Oh, I guess Demolish is not off cooldown just yet here. Has Prey bought enough time for the rest of the team to back them up? Not really.
Nope. Just sitting there, hoping to find something, and now we get to see that swap up here. Prey is going to be looking towards that mid, it looks like. Or still towards that top side, because Shitoge Kirasaki went up top, and I was wondering if they were just going to straight out lane swap, but why would you do that when Dragon's coming up here? You can see the pings going down. It's a call to rotate out because this will be a Hextech Soul. We didn't even get to talk about that one, the most important soul to play for. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a challenge. In they go. They draw the flash out of Yasuo. Shinigami Yagi burns that Emperor's Divide.
That is a massive ultimate not available in 30 seconds here. So, oh, the hook!
They do find the hook. They do get the knockup on 2. But what more can they get? It's a 4v5 of epic proportions because, hey, guess who's bringing their 4-0-1 butt and 2.5 item inventory straight to the bot lane? It is that random Law Noob.
Without an ultimate, though. The
Yes.
Call of the Forge God will be up in time for the Dragon, but it's not up right now. So, St. Ambrose has to be very, very careful about that. This is going to be a 4v5. Prey has no TP.
Shitoge Kirasaki, if you show once, they will call that fight in. Balloon Pants, though, has to get out very, very quickly. Tower does fall, but the resounding fight in the mid lane would be a dangerous spot. They are pushed away for the time being with the Herald drop mid, it's going to be a challenge. EA UCD should have this dragon.
Yeah, St. Ambrose just had no right contest in that. Even without the Herald drop, it was a 5v4. You can't do it. So this is a much better call. Trade the dragon for turret here. You simply don't get to fight that one. It's unfortunate. Can they get the turret call? The Forge God gets cancelled.
Great cancel to come out here. Prey off on the wings, ready to go. Flash forward from that random law noob, but I don't think anyone else was ready for it. Tower does fall, but that's a huge ulti. Hostile takeover, drawing everyone close. But guess what? Chitoge Kirasaki is popping off here.
Way.
Gets one, turns it around, and EA UCD get nothing.
What? How? I thought they were done for when the Searing Charge knocked them all up from that random low noob, but they split so effectively there. And the Vanguard's edge from Prey just completely cut out Life Done. And Yasuo didn't have to even go in to kill them. It just slowed them down enough that they couldn't actually participate in that fight there. So huge win for St. Ambrose. But the problem is, Orbital, so what if you won that fight? You got a turret, you got out alive. Next fight, do you have an answer to that random low noob? Because right now, Fimble Winter hasn't been completely stacked yet. There is very little in the way of trying to kill a tank. Maybe a Lord Dominic's to come through soon for Chitoge, but that's probably not enough by itself. Shinigami Yagi went for Ludens instead of Leandries, so that's no help. And Prey, you've got a Blade of the Ruined King, but you're probably going to die trying to kill Ornn in a 1v1. So do they have an answer to that random low noob? Not yet.
That's going to be a problem later on as well. OC Cat now not going to enjoy this little pinch here.
No.
You don't have flash. You don't really have anything. And Balloon Pants this time lands the hook against the wall. It's not needed, though, as Chitoge picks up a third.
I love the way Renata walks. She reminds me a lot of Mundo, but she is not Mundo. She does not get to go where she pleases. And that was nowhere more evident than what we just saw here. It's the typical support I was just trying to ward. Yeah, unfortunately, again, you're not tanky. You don't get to do that. So, St. Ambrose, free pick. What can you leverage from this free pick here? There's no turrets for you to really take right now. It feels like they're just kind of holding, doing a holding motion, a stall out here. Life Done needs to be running.
Well, this could be a flash in. I mean, you have everything up. Good Gale Force out. Life Done, that was definitely a life flashing before their eyes. But I do like the fact that St. Ambrose are currently taking control of this top side again. Baron up in just about 5 seconds, and they feel like they have that opportunity. Chitoge now popping out in the open. Oh, this is dangerous.
Chitoge has no flash.
For who, though? This is going to be the break-in. OC Cat once again dead to rights. And now they make the fight break out. Chitoge is going to go in with that ulti, win the fight in the back line. And it means it's a wash. Ornn who? Ornn nowhere to be found. Yasuo is going to get the laser over everyone. But look at Shurima. Chitoge finishes it off. It is a full wash of 4 as Prey is still dancing with the Blacksmith on the bot lane. St. Ambrose, what a fight.
That's it, Orbital. That right there is their win con. Isolate Ornn and beat everybody else up. Because a lot of the gold lead that EA UCD had was on the top side. And now they're in a gold deficit. They're 5k down before Baron gets taken. With Baron, this is the chance St. Ambrose need to win this game here. Ornn's great. Ornn's good at fighting. He's not good at wave clear. And if he's not there, St. Ambrose can look to dive the rest of the team.
Is it bad to say that I would much prefer, if you had to pick a 4-man squad, to, even though Wukong's jungle, to send Wukong down bot and deal with Prey? Because at this point, that random law noob has to be with the team. Like, there is no other question. After losing that fight, it has to be noticed by them as well.
Well, the problem is, can a man with a plan deal with Prey? Because he might have a plan, but he doesn't have levels. He's 2.5 levels down from Prey here. And as much as Prey has been struggling, that's because he's up against the most fed member of EA UCD. Now, that said, EA UCD down gold without Baron, just took a turret. So that goes a ways towards equalizing that gold. It actually neutralized pretty much the entire Baron gold difference there from taking the actual Baron. So a bit of a negative power play to start for St. Ambrose here. What can they do with it? I would like to see them pushing in. They're going for the dragon here, but to me, when you've got the Baron buff, I don't think that dragon's that important here.
I don't think it's important either, but it might be important to them to just clear it off the table, because if they lose the next fight, for whatever reason, if they lose the next fight, that could be soul point, and I think that's what they're possibly looking at here. But it's not up for another 15. They're going to hover around the area and continue to block out vision. EA UCD saying, okay, you have control of that. We'll let you have it. We'll let you waste the Baron for the next about 30 seconds.
Yeah, by the time Dragon spawns, Baron buff is half gone already. There's only a minute and a half left out of the original 3 minutes here. And now they finally look to push. Life done?
Oh,
Half health.
that wasn't even 2 soldiers. That was 1, by the way. I want to point that out. That was 1 soldier that Shinigami Yagi had. But we are going to see a little bit of a head, but I'm not sure if that random law noob wanted that fight. It is going to be a challenge under the tower of the Emperor. You are very, very low. That's going to be hostile takeover going across no one. They do chunk out Shitoge Kirasaki. They are quite low, and now it's a 5v5. The first fight taken is now going to be turned on its head.
Okay.
St. Ambrose want that win. Prey goes straight to the back line, initiates the fight, and drops everyone low. That random low noob is denied of the headbutt. That is something that you hate to see. And St. Ambrose take 4 and only lose 2.
They can't keep getting away with this. Yet another team fight that St. Ambrose wins here. And the last time, okay, you isolated that random law noob. This time, EA UCD have no excuse. They had that random law noob, but he ate so many turret shots that he couldn't actually team fight when the time came to it. And now the base is cracked open. St. Ambrose successfully pulled that off. Schooniverse is going to be fine.
St. Ambrose saw the second series of the day and said, yeah, that's a good BM moment to do, and tried to take the portals. Didn't work this time. Did not work this time. Came close to it, though, and as you said, that was a little bit of desperation. That random law noob. Yes, you can tank regular turret shots. You absolutely can. But it's an Azir tower. It scales off of his own ability power, right? That is something that is a little bit different. And I think it did a little bit more than he was expecting. It was a little bit more damage, almost killed him out, and that's what led St. Ambrose to just go, we can take this fight. So now that is in the back of EA UCD's mind. No objectives on the field, so you can rest for another about minute and a half. St. Ambrose, they've broken open the mid lane, and now all they have to do is look for those side lanes to give more super minions to their field.
I don't actually think his passive gives additional damage per AP, but
Isn't it based on level, though?
Don't believe so. I'd love somebody could check this. As far as I know, it's just a flat 15% attack speed increase compared to regular turrets, but it loses health over a minute. Either way, though, you're right that you kind of don't want to fight under that turret for no reason. You never want to fight under any turret for no reason. Depth charge goes out early, and OCCAT this time surviving it is actually going to be pretty crucial to this turret defense.
It is going to be a challenge. They are watching that hook go right by Balloon Pants. Wants to bring that fight, but they do find a knock up onto Shinigami Yagi. It's going to be a little bit of branch out. Remember, it's a 4v4, and this time it is with the Ornn in the front line. Good wave clear to be had as EA UCD are trying to contain their fight. That random law noob get hooked a little bit. Eaten up a lot of that damage. It seems that they've relinquished this tower for now and are willing to save up for a massive fight of the inhibitor.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they sent a man with a plan to try and match Prey, and we said it last time. It don't work. Prey takes the turret.
It is going to go down, but it looks like they've found a little bit of a chance. Balloon Pants has been popped. He is going to go down. That also means that you get 2 towers here. Prey is able to take this. That is a huge gain off of 1 death. I don't think you have enough damage or the minions to do so. There's only going to be a tower and a half.
Yeah, and Prey not able to finish this right now unless they're stalling?
Yes, they are. They're stalling out very, very well. It seems they've done it. Okay. So, Life Done, that random Lol Noob, and Yasuo are starting to get some damage under their belts. Still a challenge. I don't know if they want to fight this. Again, Balloon Pants is still not here. And it's just going to be the wave closure. Again, nothing else on the map except Baron in 30 seconds. But St. Ambrose are feeling like they can end it here almost.
I don't know. If they find a pick, they can. But the problem is, who are you going to pick here? And Prey taking turret shots of his own here. I think it's risky. St. Ambrose should just reset at this point. They are going to go back. And Orbital, we have confirmation. Azir's passive does indeed scale off of AP. 15% bonus AP gets converted to attack damage. So you are right. You do play more Azir than I do.
So funny story. I have 0 games on Azir on my account. I have not played a single game of Azir, but I know for sure that tower hurts way more than a regular tower. Listen, I felt it with my own body, so I'm happy that I'm right for once, and maybe that random LoL noob understands that as well, because, again, if you look at his build, he doesn't actually have a whole lot of MR. So that tower, I think, definitely did surprise him there.
Yeah, so we've got confirmed Orbital is that random LoL noob playing while casting. And that's it. Second Baron has gone down, right? St. Ambrose, very little suspense there. EAUCD don't get to push out. There were supers pushing in. They have lost vision outside of their base for the most part here. So I think it's the right call for them not to contest that particular Baron here. And I think it's the right call for them not to contest this Dragon either. It's not Soul just yet. It is Soul Point. Yeah, go for the steal.
Oh!
Okay, he got it.
Let's go! Life done is done with this. Life said, give me that Drake.
I just thought, go for it. Why not? But yeah, okay. They actually stole it away. And now St. Ambrose, they're the ones facing Soul Point from EAUCD, and they're not going to be happy. So with this Baron buff here, St. Ambrose are going to look to try and take out their frustration. Bot lane turret kind of low, and EAUCD, you might have taken that Dragon. I still don't think you should be trying to team fight just yet.
You might have taken the Dragon, but you also poked the Dragon at the same time. And there they go. Prey goes in. Is able to get a little bit of damage down, but doesn't really get the stun. Nice body block once again by that Call of the Forge God. And that is a 50-second ability versus a 10%. That is going to be Prey diving all the way in. Hostile takeover. Going to do so much work, but Schooniverse in the back line with that Crimson Guard is going to block more. They've already lost one, but look, it's the battle back. Has the scaling worked? Has the scaling done enough? Azir is trying to blow up someone in the back line, but it is a triple kill for the Yarn. It is an ace for EAUCD. St. Ambrose pay heavily for that attempt at a team fight.
I was going to say, that steal did more than just give them Soul Point. It messed up St. Ambrose's mental as well. St. Ambrose were way too aggressive there on that. They dove under not one, but 2 Nexus turrets to try and make that happen. So they end up taking way too much damage to start the fight, and they couldn't actually effectively fight because they had to back out immediately. And now, yeah, UCD, there's a chance for them to counterattack. There's still bounty gold on these turrets.
This is going to be such a wash back, and it is going to hurt. It is going to hurt, and we saw it right there and then. The brutal nature that random LoL noob is bringing to the table. 7-1 and 6 there. The chains are completed as well, and that'll be a powerful play. Look at that damage. That chunk is massive. Bounties have now fallen. The bounties are down, so no one can utilize those anymore. It is within 4K, and that's what we're looking at. EAUCD got a massive breath of fresh air, though.
And I'm not looking so much at that random low noob anymore. He's an absolute unit. We know that. It's more who else is getting the kills, right? A man with a plan, Yasuo, these two finding some kills in that fight is critical because that's how they won that fight. Drop the Chaos Storm, go for that Cyclone. If Chitoge gets stuck by that combo there, Chitoge dies. Immortal Shield Bow isn't as strong defensively as it used to be anymore. And the moment Chitoge goes down, well, there's not a lot of follow-up damage because Prey's probably dead by that point, and it's just down to Shinigami Yagi, pardon me, to try and carry the rest of that fight. Again, no Leandries means no way to consistently get past that random low noob.
The challenge of the ages here. An early game composition, or at least one not as scaling as heavily, is going to try and break the base of a team that is starting to hit those breakpoints. So many upgraded Orin items as well. You can see it on 3 very important members. It's going to be on Amin with a plan and Life Done. Those two ever see the upgrades. Now, a little bit more, but Schooniverse right in the center, zoned out, stunned up, CC'd around. Now they're going to try and take that challenge at the backline. Look at the huge healing factor, but no one else wants to bring that fight forward, and that's the problem. Yeah, UCD have fought this so well. They section everyone else out, and now they go for a re-engage. Chitoge is now going to try and jump in, but you are alone. UCD might have done it. They go from pick to pick to pick. And with all 5 alive, it's only Shinigami Yagi and Balloon Pants that are going to try and defend their base.
And the death timers are staggered as well. It's not like all of St. Ambrose is going to come up at the same time. Schooniverse in 20, Prey in 30, and Chitoge in 35 here. they can't defend this turret. They are saving graces. There's no minions, but it doesn't matter. That random law noob isn't taking damage.
It's just too beefy. It's just too scary. And in a game where we expected EAUCD to not get any more than a couple outer towers, they have now broken the inhibitor. And not a moment too soon, Dragon will be spawning in 35 seconds. And remember, because of one random shot in the dark, they are on soul point. Oh no.
Prey looking for the backdoor. TP's being matched here. Who's TPing
Oh,
back?
they stopped it! They stopped it! They stopped it! It was canceled! It was stuck on that ground. They caught it around, and maybe you get a little bit more, but it gave enough time for a man with a plan to recall here, and they're going to dive out. Prey is gone, but now they're going to bring the fight. Now it's on time for St. Ambrose to try their best. On the back line is going to be the ulti. It knocks in, and remember, there's no Chitoge. Chitoge is not there, and that is another segmented fight. EAUCD.
Oh,
Find
no.
two once again. He used Shurima Shuffle straight into the back line. Can you get
Chitoge?
the Inferno? It is going to pop on. Chitoge tries to lay in, and that might have done it. They might have found the opportunity. It was a small chance, but they might have done it. Chitoge is going to try and run them down. Ghost is still charging, but look at the zapper. Chitoge goes, come on, give me those kills.
He still got Ghost, and he's still looking right here. Ghost just wore off.
What is
Man
going
of the
on
plan!
here? Chitoge has found him. They can't recall fast enough. Azir teleported back
They know
into
that they know that
base.
they do?
Oh, that's going to be a sweep. No,
Lifetime?
it's going to be the Q. You're chasing out the jungler. But what does it matter? You TP'd in. This is a circus music game right now, as neither team understands what the hell just happened. No, don't go for Baron. You have to realize Dragon is still up. Okay, so the recall from a man with a plan looks like it won't be challenged, but they're going to try and go for it.
Yeah, just go for Baron. That is the right call here. You have vision on Dragon, so you knew that a man with a plan is not going for it here. You need to burn this and rotate for the Dragon. Call for EAUCD is Dragon right here. Prey has no TP. Walking up there, they're gonna give over soul.
They are, and that, I'm not sure it's the most worth thing in the world. It's going to go down so quickly, and unfortunately, there's no Jinx on the side of St. Ambrose to steal it away. It is going to be sold to EAUCD.
For all that St. Ambrose is still up a kill is still up gold and has Baron here. I don't fancy their odds at trying to close this game out. Bot side Inhib has respawned, but they've lost the last 3 fights on open neutral ground. Top side turret is still standing. So this Baron, I don't know if it's beneficial for St. Ambrose because they can't fully utilize it. I think their win con right now is split push. They rely on Prey being separate and winning out the 1v1 against anybody not named that random law noob right now. And if you can isolate that random law noob, they can still win fights. We saw in that last fight, Chitoge, Shinigami, Yagi, beautiful Emperor's Divide to isolate, and Chitoge just cleaned house. Prey?
Prey's already out. Prey's fine. Prey should be fine. That random law noob, I can see it posturing. Do I call down the Call of the Forge God just to try and get the... Oh.
This is so greedy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Prey, you walk in and you try and bring that fight together, and you get the damage down, but you can't follow through, and now you drew your team into this battle as well. Oh, no. Prey just made his teammates pray. In goes the Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't matter. Oh, one misstep has solidified our fears, and that is 4 dead from St. Ambrose. They lose 4 members at a crucial moment in the game, and EAUCD feel the power to push forward.
Can they end? Surely they're able to end. 30-second death timers for St. Ambrose right now. No minions, but we've seen that random law noob tank this before here. Schooniverse going to empower these Baron minions, but it's not going to be enough.
I can't believe that happened. It was, I hate to say it, a greedy call from Prey has gotten his team killed, but it's on Schooniverse. Schooniverse still has that Crescent Guard up, but it's a TP.
Okay.
I mean, what more can you do? 9 seconds left on any other major player. The towers have fallen. The game has been won. EAUCD claw back from the depths of hell to win a game 2 and force us to a game 3.
Overall, you said tonight we've only had 2 O's. EAUCD, about to prove you wrong. We go into a game 3, and that's the way we like it. Now, considering how the draft went here, I think St. Ambrose showed incredible mechanical skill to get as close to ending as they did. I still am not a fan of that draft. It's incredibly high risk, high reward. And sorry, it's high risk, medium reward. You could see that they really didn't have an answer to that single attack of that Ornn. And the Ornn came out so early in draft. It was the B2 pick from EAUCD. And for St. Ambrose, this really did feel like they kind of went, no, we think we're better and we can end it this way. I think going into game 3, St. Ambrose, go to that blue side, prioritize scaling picks, things like that Jinx, like that Vigar potentially here, force EAUCD to ban them out here. And it feels like that's the name of this series, is scaling wins games.
Scaling is going to be the name of the game, so maybe we get a sleeper fest for the first 25 minutes, and at that point, I'll take it, because that was an absolute barn burner. What a game to watch. EAUCD, congratulations on being able to draw that one out, but maybe you won't have such an easy time. We'll go to a very quick break, give the teams a little bit of a breather before we come back with the finale of the series and the finale of the semifinals here with NECC. And we are here, ready to go with the final game of the evening. One way or another, someone will come out the victor, and someone will be out of playoffs. That is how these things roll out here, and I'm excited to find out who is who. We have a phenomenal game ready for you, or hopefully so, because these two teams have been on fire in one way or another. Game one, it was St. Ambrose taking a hefty victory from start to finish. Felt smooth. Game two, a surprising turnaround with a late game scaling came out of UCD, and now into game three, we hopefully get a bit of both.
Yeah, and one thing that has been common throughout this series so far, Orbital, is the fact that St. Ambrose has had really strong early games, especially off the back of their jungler, Skunovis here. So I wonder, or not wonder, I'm going to pay a special attention to these junglers, because I feel like that has been what has decided a lot of how these games have gone. Now, bans coming in. The Victor off the board. That's one skilling pick gone. Jinx off the board. Another skilling pick gone. Vygar's on the table, and Ornn does get locked fairly early here because they want those masterwork items.
Yep, it was the first pick coming out for UCD, and now taking a look at the Camille, it was third pick for St. Ambrose. Hecarim was the first pick, and that one I think is going to enable Skooniverse to do quite a bit. And in the mid lane, those were the two last picks to come out here, so the mid laner's getting a little bit of immobile mobility, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay.
Come on, work with me, RMC. I'm trying here.
I'm gonna need an explanation of what you mean by immobile mobility, though.
I mean, they're not really mobile per se, but as soon as you get the claw, as soon as you get the shadow, I mean, they move pretty fast, I say.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, they do have some ways to get around these fights, but I'm actually rather surprised by the Shyvana pickup because I've seen it in solo queue. I've heard rumbles of it, but we haven't seen too much of it here in the NECC. And I think Shyvana is a rather strong pickup here. It gets really tanky, and with that demonic embrace does a lot of damage here. Now we do see the bot laners picked up as well, and that blitzcrank from Balloon Pants, that was B4. So you saw everything except for the Lysandra at that point, and you still pick the blitzcrank. I think it's a great pick for lane. You can't hook Ezreal. Arcane Shift will still go through even if the hook lands. But you can definitely punish Osakat on the Soraka with this Blitzcrank. My problem is what happens out of lane. You've got an Ornn, you've got a Shyvana. A hook onto them is a free engage for EA UCD here.
On anyone, really, and that's going to be the fun part. So Balloon Pants gets a little bit of a pick and choose your own storyline here. Would you rather end the story right away, or would you like to try and keep fighting? And keep in mind, these are all also situational, right? If you catch Shyvana out when they're alone, hey, maybe you get that solo kill. You got to see Ornn before it gets real crazy, hey, maybe you get that kill there too. It is very, very selective, and I love the fact that you pointed that out. There are only really two main targets that you're going to be looking at. OC Cat and maybe Lysandra if you know the ulti's down, or if you get lucky enough that they're not fed. Those are the two that we're looking at here. And then again, if the Ezreal doesn't have Arcane Shift or you don't buffer it properly, hey, you pulled a free Ezreal. All that's so fair. But EA UCD, we know they know how to play into the mid to late game. And once again, this feels like a mid to late game draft here. As much as it doesn't look like so, you still got the Ornn. And a lot of these champions really love to scrap it out once you have a couple items.
Yeah, EA UCD has doubled down on this series meta. Like we touched on the masterwork items for Ornn, but Ezreal and Soraka are two of the strongest scaling bot laners as well here. I mean, Ezreal can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Zeri and Jinx in the late game here. So though Jinx did get banned, the Ezreal is going to do just fine. And Soraka's healing is utterly obnoxious. Even with healing cut, late game, it just still a problem, right? Like the spammability of her spells is an issue. So EA UCD, Davis, you know, Blue, pardon me, they're good to go for the late game. But St. Ambrose, I like their draft more, actually. I think they come out of the draft here with a bit of an advantage. They've got solid scaling, but it's less about that and more about the counterplay that they do have. The Hecarim can absolutely punish the Soraka, and even the Ezreal. Even though Ezreal has Arcane Shift, Hecarim, besides the Onslaught of Shadows, still has that devastating charge to continue hunting you down as you run. The Xayah as well, a very independent AD carry. We touched on the fact that, okay, Balloon Pants might hook somebody in, but that's fine. Chitoge can still kite out on their own here. Doesn't need anybody else to peel. So even if you end up hooking a tank, that's fine. Chitoge can handle it. And then the Camille for Prey here. Last game, the Irelia, despite getting crushed in lane, had massive impact late game. Camille is an Ornn counter, especially with Divine Sunder there. You already chunk Ornn so easily, so you're not expected to lose lane. And you're good at split pushing. And your Hextech Ultimatum is great for hunting down Ezreal. You can't Arcane Flash out of that. So I love this Camille pick, and with the Vex to follow up as well. I think St. Ambrose have pretty decent scaling, and more importantly, they've got answers to a lot of what EA UCD want to do with their scaling composition.
Man, it's crazy. I mean, with all that talk about with the Camille, I'm surprised we didn't get to see it before. I wonder where it was, but that is to be left to the imagination of the players once again. I love it because, again, that Ornn was a problem, and now we get to see it kind of swing back in favor of this St. Ambrose squad, and that means it all falls onto a man with a plan. There has to be a plan for this. You understand that you're now facing a much different top lane. This is going to be very difficult because we did see a man with the plan visit most lanes, I think, with that Wukong. And even then, it didn't look amazing. There were some shining moments, but there were still points where St. Ambrose came out in the lead. At this point, you have to be very precise with that top lane. If you mess that up once, that Camille is going to have a free game for the rest of the entirety of this third.
But vice versa, Orbital, if you do set that Camille behind, Shyvana can be an absolute nuisance. She is very fast at traversing the map here with her W, and she can actually outduel Hecarim fairly early on in the game as well here. So if you can't find ganks, Shyvana always has the options of invading as well, power farming. She's every bit as quick as Hecarim, and we said it before, the junglers this series have been influential, to say the least, in the early game here. And I think this is the first time we're seeing a man with a plan really get what I consider like a counter matchup in the jungle, a jungle that can take over the game in and of himself, not having to rely on his lanes.
It's going to be very, very fun. And this is also a much heavier blow as well in terms of where they're going to be focusing, because Shyvana wants dragons. That's the whole reason that you pick Shyvana. So I want to see them also go for those dragons. I want to see him focus on those dragons, and I want to see him work with that punch. Of course, last time we did see the Soul go their way after some explosive battles. This one has to be a little bit more concise. We are seeing a breakout here as we might get another little bit of a fight. Oh no. Which side do you go for?
Oh, he went the wrong way.
Balloon
They go
Pants
the top
decided.
side.
That's one. Do you look for the other side? No, you do not. EAUCD, call it correctly.
Yeah, and I honestly want to say that EA UCD's response to a Blitzcrank is not the appropriate one. A 5-man
not at
group
all.
on a Blitzcrank doesn't save you. Whoever gets hooked goes over a wall, and unless you're all flashing in after that one person there, they're still going to get isolated. They're still going to get burst down, and it becomes a 5v4. But they luck out this time. St. Ambrose don't manage to tag anybody here, and instead, quiet start. I kind of want to see Chitoge and Balloon Pants actually try and rush into lane and get control of that bush, because Ezreals tend not to take Arcane Shift at level 1. They go for the Mystic Shot normally. So if you, that's like the one opportunity you have to try and land that grab is that level 1.
Well, you fired off one rocket. It misses, so Balloon Pants goes back very, very sad. But is now still going to try and scramble for this bush. We've seen it tried all 3 games so far, or all 2 games, and now we get it for the 3rd as well. Balloon Pants is going to have a bit of fun hiding inside of this bush and hoping to give St. Ambrose a taste of an early advantage.
Okay, here. And oh, this actually looks like a fake leash from the side of EAUCD here. Osukat and Live Done are so late into lane. The hook lands.
Ooh,
And
very
flash.
nice pull, and that is what you want to see. Good win on the bot side, and on the top side, Prey having a much easier time now. You actually have a counter matchup. Prey's gonna go, yeah, this is feeling much more comfortable to work with.
Yeah, and right from the get-go, level 1. Keep in mind, Prey's not running Flash either, running Ignite. So there's a lot of kill threat into this top lane here. If you're putting this much pressure, I'd love to see Schooniverse actually alter path and go for that level 2 gank on that top side with Ghost, because it's such an easy kill.
Oh my gosh, Prey hitting level 2 very early on and not even taking hook shots, saying, I know that the jungler is not going to come up here, so I have free roam to just punish you over and over again. That's going to cause some problems. Both top laners at 5 CS only, but Prey is still having a fantastic time.
Yeah, you're trading CS for experience, right? It's the experience advantage Prey is looking to get here. And that's worth it if you can actually zone that random low noob out significantly here. Instead, both junglers now power clearing their way to this bot side here, and random low noob.
Oh, that random lull noob. We were holding our breath there a little bit because that was starting to get dicey, and that random lull noob, thankfully, is a tanky boy, so he's able to survive. But now we're going to see that fear. Oh! Almost got away with it. If that hook had flown just a little bit faster, that would have been a very dead Lissandra.
Yeah, but I'm also I'd be checking my pants to see if I need to change my underwear at this point after that particular hook. That was real tight. And it was great timing as well. The way they faked the back and all that. EAUCD didn't know it was happening. Now the ward will spot Schooniverse just rushing down here. And Schooniverse, you know what, just go back, go to farm. A man with a plan already a little bit ahead. And a man with a plan actually didn't even go for that scuttle here. Decided to just full clear back, reset, or maybe topside scuttle?
That could be what they're trying to do. Of course, that is the only direction you're really looking for. And with that, you can see that random lol noob says, yeah, we're going to be looking for that scuttle, try and give ourselves a little bit extra advantage. Deep ward going in is going to be placed just outside of that blue buff. That should give ample information. Schooniverse will be spotted out whenever they traverse that angle. But the ward's back. St. Ambrose set on their own for the second clear around should give plenty of information about what EA UCD are planning to do.
Now, I'm not actually sure that a man with a plan gets this particular scuttle here, considering the state of this top lane. If Prey continues putting down the pressure, it's not really safe to go for it, because they might not win the 2v2. But even as I say that, that random lol noob survived the ignite and is putting down a ton of pressure already. Did have to use the TP to get back into lane, but it's giving them that pressure, and that's why I'm not quite understanding why a man with a plan still hasn't gone for that scuttle, is opting for the Raptors instead, and all that pressure that random lol noob tried to get, all that priority, is fast fading. There's no TP on the Zorn. Reminder, and Prey still has his.
Prey is still very happy about trying to take those fights. Running a little bit low on mana, so maybe the trades aren't going to go in their favor, but it is definitely one to keep eyes on. The camera has really decided that this is the spot to see, because as we do, we get to see the dragon being taken off the field. That will be an ocean dragon to start things off. It's going to be nice to help with the early game, having that extra bit of healing coming in here, or the regen. But now this is a full-on collapse, because they did see someone walk over some of those wards. Now they're going to try and check it here. Dragon going very, very low. Schooniverse also quite low as well. Didn't have the smite, but now they do pull. A man with a plan is going to be caught out. Remember,
Schooniverse,
you only
why?
have one. You have the ghost and you get away. Finally, the feathers fight back, but the first blood went into the pocket of the Shyvana. It's a jungle for jungle trade.
The question is, can they continue running here? Do you want to keep chasing, right? Blitzcrank Cook is back up.
It is back up, but look at the ring. Yasuo is going to try and fire right back. Osakat is going to possibly go down. Level 6 hit by Shinigami Yagi in the middle of that fight.
No.
And now they turn it around. You missed the reset, but it's more than enough.
Schooniverse?
Top lane Prey is going to get a solo kill off screen. And the Lissandra, it's too gory to show. They'll finish that one off. It went from bad to decent to way, way better for St. Ambrose.
Just the whole series of event there, Orbital, just cracks me up. I mean, the fact that St. Ambrose, Schooniverse was so low on that dragon, if EA UCD could just glimpse it, they'd probably have forced the engage and maybe even secured the dragon for themselves. And then Schooniverse opting to just charge in with no health there. You gave up first blood. You didn't need to. You already saw what St. Ambrose could do if they just played it nice and slow. They already won that there, but ultimately ended up working because EA UCD got a little bit too aggressive. And Yasuo did not hit level 6. Shinigami Yagi hit 6, had the Vex out, and Yasuo didn't have the Frozen Tomb to match. And that really was what swung the fight. And even worse, it's accelerated things. Shinigami Yagi 2-0-2 now, is up more than just a level. Has the Lost Chapter as well, can now spam out poke, and Yasuo can't match.
And you were talking about hitting that level 6. I want to give huge props to Chitoge Kirasaki. I don't know who called it, but I saw double feathers be thrown out towards the wave, and I was curious, right? I was like, why are you throwing feathers towards the minions? And it was because I think Shinigami Yagi had called, go for that wave, get me level 6, and we'll fight it out. Now we're seeing a dive on this top side, or a little bit of a fight. They are going to get the good chunks out. In comes the call to Forge God, and it is going to get a good knock up. But in comes the 2v3, and it looks like they're going to turn it around. This double up with a man with a plan, and that random lol noob has been showing over and over again that they're just too dang strong.
The Shyvana, this is why people are picking it. The base stats are nutty. This is before any items are completed. Recurve bow. So this isn't even the tank Shyvana. It looks like it might actually be... Is it AP Shyvana? No, surely not. I'm not quite sure what the Shyvana is building just yet here. I'm used to seeing the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh,
or
you know what? You know who can fight this out? It is Shinigami Yagi. It might take a little bit because Orin's regenning a little bit, but it will be the kill. It will be the final kill there. So for all the fighting that went down topside, for as many as you did lose, there is one Yordle that is having a fantastic time.
Yep, 3-0-2 now. And you stop the Herald take, because now a man with a plan and Yasuo aren't comfortable doing this one. The Vex poke is just too dangerous to try and risk, especially when Prey got back to lane. But 2-for-1 for EA UCD. Blue here, still a net win on that particular top side play. And they needed it after they lost 4-for-1 on that bot side there. So we're still going back into a pretty even state here. And I love the fact that Balloon Pants is roaming around with Moby boots, Predator Moby boots, no less.
It's going to be very, very fun. However,
yeah, so-
Balloon Pants, as we said, with that Predator, is going to have a fantastic time. A little bit of a charge in, a little bit of a fight, and the finisher for Balloon Pants. For all the trouble that they went through top lane, they finally get a kill for themselves.
I would like Shinigami Yagi to start donating kills elsewhere, but maybe not to Balloon Pants. To be fair, Ignite took it, so not a lot of control over that particular one. And it will net them the Herald, which is more important here, right? It's always great to get kills, but you really want to get kills to facilitate taking objectives here. So St. Ambrose, I love the fact that they're constantly going for all these objectives. And after Herald's done as well, in 1 minute time, Dragon is about to spawn. It's going to be that Cloud Drake. And unfortunately for Skooniverse, he was probably hoping for a Cloud Soul here, but still, every little bit helps to get that Hecarim everywhere, all over the map, give that additional burst of damage on your first strike.
That'll be a very, very powerful setup here. But of course, as you said, waiting it out for a little bit and seeing what they can get, if they can even get that dragon. Because, again, we just saw the power of a man with a plan and what he can lay down. So I'm not sure if it's still feasible that you can just take it as easily as you did Dragon number 1. Without diving into the enemy jungle, of course. But they'll try their best as we do see the wards going down. Balloon Pants deciding, hey, we're on a warning mission with a little bit of a yordle. Might be a little bit gloomy, but we got to do our job.
Okay, they actually weren't spotted on that particular jungle safari here. And Man with a Plan has a fully charged Rage Bar here.
Oh.
What?
No. He's still very healthy as well. That's not good. So now this dragon is much more contestable from the side of EAUCD, and I would honestly say this is going to be dangerous. Balloon Pants are running a Man with a Plan out, and that is going to be the ulti used. But I still can't believe it. Dat random lol noob. This is the 3rd game in a row that they have gotten solo kills, and this time in an even more unprecedented situation.
Yeah, and like I said, the Camille is sort of a counterpick. So I am shocked and baffled that that happened. I'd have loved to have been able to catch that. Fortunately, Directed Cam focusing on the important parts, the bot side.
That is still going to be a fight, as that is a kill that you would like to have. Shinigami Yagi won't be donating anymore because you really, really like your bounty. 403 Everfrost completed. Should have a bit of extra gold for maybe boots on the next recall. Yeah, 1,500. Plenty to work with.
So Dragon for free. Kill to even out the top side. And St. Ambrose slowly building up themselves a lead again here. And once again, scaling does not necessarily favor either team right now. It's really about the picks and the execution. So this is probably the most even we're going to get here. In EAUCD, I want to see more of a Man with a Plan. Every time we've seen a Man with a Plan be proactive, look for action, it's worked out well for the Shyvana. 3, 2, and 1 here tells a story in and of itself. So I'd like to see continued proactivity. Use that ghost, get into lanes, and find some kills.
Yeah. It's going to be the question of the game. Where do they apply that pressure at this point? Seems that there are some very, very open lanes to work with and some choice reactions, but so far the Shyvana is not getting any buffs here with those dragons, has only collected 0. So no extra damage to come out there, no extra stats to work with. But Prey is looking so juicy right now. That random lol noob is trying to bait out, I think, a hook shot here. But Shinigami Yami walked right past that tri-bush, so they know that 2 are up here. Meanwhile, on the bot side, the tower is taken. Now they're going to bring that fight. In they go, and my gosh, that's a kill. That's all you needed to do, Prey. You just needed to wait for your mid laner.
And EAUCD had full vision. They knew Shinigami Yagi was there. They did not expect the burst to come out. The Ignite cutting the wish as well. And Yasuo.
Oh, knocked up in
great
time.
timing.
And now you're just dead. Even though you missed the hook, you got the most important part. The claw is out. Now the feathers are going to fly true. Oh, Chitoge threw it the wrong way. And that's going to be Yasuo staying alive. Nope, never mind. All right, Onslaught of Shadows, fearing Yasuo the wrong way, and they're dead. That's going to be the painful part. True Shot Barrage just for a little bit of confetti to pop over St. Ambrose as they win out in the mid and top lane.
Kill transfer complete. They're just going to hand it over to Shinigami Yagi, who's already incredibly fed. 5-0-4. I would have loved to see a Dark Seal picked up before this, because it would probably have been fully sacked after that series of action that we've been seeing throughout here. And now it's getting scary because we saw the burst come out from Shinigami Yagi onto Ornn. That is the tankiest member of EAUCD. If he can do that to the Ornn, he can do that to anybody on the side of EAUCD. And oh, man with a plan, of course, the recurve bow built into a Blade of the Ruin King. So high damage build, still very, very squishy. Yes, we do see the Now Magic Mantle picked up already here, but it's not going to do too much compared to, Everfrost, Sork Boots, and whatever else gets picked up on the Nyx back.
Might not, but it still provides so much dueling potential, and that's what we're really going to be watching. I'm still curious about what the Mythic is going for, because I think a Null Magic and Cloth Armor can still build into... I've seen some people do Gauntlets, I believe. It's still one that's also quite fun to go for. However, as you said, going for some of that raw damage output could be the better option. We'll still have to wait as Balloon Pants is still trying to run interference under the cover of Fog of War. Not spotted out here in the machine, just cranking along, looking for the next victim.
I'm scared not being able to see where Balloon Pants is either. Like, I'm trying to think, where's the hook going to come from here? They do have Vision and Osakat as well as Life Done here, but unfortunately wasn't able to find anything just yet. Doesn't interrupt the recall, doesn't clear the ward either. That random low noob finding absolutely nothing, unfortunately.
There we go. Got the ward. That's all we care about. The ward is down. What we do see now is a trade of lanes. Prey, after losing that 1v1, got some help in the 1v2, is now transferred towards that bot lane, which means Yasuo C might have some trouble there. It'll be Shinigami Yagi to match out against that random lull noob. And Life Done in the mid lane is trading CS back and forth between the two ADCs, and so far, Shitoge Kirasaki has been winning that one out to a slim fashion.
Yeah, these AD carries, the CS looks comparable, but the gold is not. It heavily favors Shitoge for taking that bot side turret, and most of that gold was solo, not to mention the additional kill and 3 assists as well here. So Life Done does have to be careful in that 1v1 Herald being picked up as we speak right now for St. Ambrose here. And I'm not sure that was the right call, because I think Dragon's more valuable this game to deny it away from a man with a plan. And now a man with a plan going to potentially pick up their first Drake of the game. Prey just looking around, but no backup.
I think it was just a scouting mission. Didn't realize everyone was there, and they do pick it up. However, that does give full pressure to the side of St. Ambrose. They're going to look to trade it out with a tower. They even dropped Red Tail for this, so this is going to be a major push. They're going to try and low down. Ooh! Flash Hook is just going to skirt by Pussycat. Now they go over the wall. The silence was almost used, but the follow is good. And they chase their way in. Yasuo C going to be the only one that falls so far. Unless that tower brings down Life Done as well. You have to flash away from that. I think that is appropriate. Prey with no mana now gets rooted, but a hook onto OCCat. OCCat is down, and it feels like this game is starting to spiral out of control, but the team fight is going to try and break back. The two big ones with the major damage might be able to do it, but no, the last fear. Oh, man, with the plan, almost out of plan, and they get another hook. Oh, a cacophony of errors. Net St. Ambrose, a massive gold swing, and they take 2 towers as well.
With that Herald we're talking about there, I mean, I still think Dragon, you could have taken both if you just focused the Dragon first, but you can't argue with the gold influx they just got. 5,500 gold lead right now, and the way they're pushing their lead with the Blitzcrank here, it's not about how many you miss, it's about who you end up hitting for Balloon Pants here, and he hit critical once. He found a Life Done, stopped the annoyance as well in EAUCD. I don't know if you can stop the siege situation. You don't have great wave clear. Even with Lissandra right now, she has to step in range of Hook in order to actually try and clear waves.
And it's always the threat of the Blitzcrank as well. It's the threat of this nasty, nasty robot hiding off in Fog of War, causing so many problems. And I have to give credit to Balloon Pants, right? This game would not seem as sinister if he wasn't landing such priority abilities. Because you'd be like, okay, yeah, we might be worried about a hook, but it's not really a big thing. Balloon Pants has been nailing them here in the mid to late game. It has been excessively important that they see where this Blitzcrank is and always worried about where he's going to appear. So now we get a chance here. It's a little bit more quiet since no objectives are truly up, but the vision battle is in full swing around this Baron Pit.
Yeah, and right now it's less for the burn and just more for safety to push out right now. The last remaining outer turret is that top side, so they're trying to make sure that they have the ability to force it. And oh, look at that damage that's being put out. That's a tank.
That is a tank that is chewed through at this point with the right people. Prey now possibly getting the same treatment, is getting chased down a little bit, but Yasuo C is not able to retaliate, so it's a free tower for St. Ambrose on the top side.
I mean, on the surface, it looks the same, Orbital, but one of them is running away from under his own turret to the further back turret, and the other one is pressuring. So if Prey backs off, they lose nothing at all. That random lone noob backs off, they lose a turret, and that's exactly what we just saw. They can continue this siege situation as well, and live done. Okay, still had the Arcane Shift, so was saved that particular time. It's worth noting, items-wise, Shinigami Yagi running both the stopwatch and the Zonias really doesn't want to die and make sure that they're safe. And for Chitoge, Mirror Mana completed. That is a full item up from Life Done right now, who's still just sitting on the tier, not even the Mana Mune.
It's the scrap build, right? You this far behind 1 and 2. Yes, you have 1 and 63 CS, but might not be enough. A man with a plan. That's going to be a hook, and you still draw him back. True-Shot Barrage lands on so many people, but the Hextech Ultimatum will deny that fate. It will be death called in. That's going to be a very nice Ornhorn being used, and Lighton is able to pick up Schooniverse. The damage has been done to a fair degree. Jungler for jungler with no major objectives up except for Baron, of course, but I don't think either of these teams really wants to go for that right now.
Yeah, and Osakat's really what's keeping EA UCD in a lot of these fights. If not for those heals, if not for those wishes, we'd see a lot more kills going the way of St. Ambrose here. And for St. Ambrose, they need to start picking up healing cut that they can apply. Right now, the only healing cut from a Bramble Vest on Schooniverse, and Schooniverse is not getting hit. So not quite able to apply that Bramble Vest on all the necessary targets here. If anything, I actually want to see Shinigami Yagi pick up an Oblivion Orb, because right now, they're the one who's popping people.
This has been Shinigami Yagi's enjoyment of a game, right? And you said it earlier, and I am surprised that we haven't seen it. We don't see a Dark Seal. I'm very sad, because that would be a very BM move to do, but it makes sense, right? 7-0 and 7 hasn't had much trouble at all. But Balloon Pants is on the hunt here. Guess what, OC Cat? You're dead.
Oh.
That's, yeah, I got no other words for that. You're just dead.
I love it when people are trying to juke the rocket grab, and the Blitzcrank just keeps running at you for the power fist. But I mean, it works, right? You've got Predator, you've got Moby Boots, and you've got a Hecarim in your back pocket as well, so you don't have to throw that out now.
No.
And he flashed? Yeah, he flashed.
Yeah,
Okay.
he had a flash, but we all saw it coming. It was the prep of 5 seconds just watching that occur.
Yeah, the CC chain trying to make sure that he couldn't get back out. And this does buy time for St. Ambrose to pick up Soul Point, Infernal Soul Point. So plenty of damage coming their way here. Look at this vision right now for EA UCD. They see next to nothing outside of their base. That jungle is not their jungle anymore. The only real estate they own is whatever is inside those walls around their base.
And that is horrifying, right? This is a team composition that wants to scrap and brawl, but they're not being allowed to. And we were wondering about this Blitzcrank. How well was it going to thrive in the mid to late game? And yes, we're not at the, I want to say late game point, but we're definitely at mid game. This is the point where we usually see teams start grouping up, start trying to fight together. But Balloon Pants has made that so difficult. The hooks continuously zoning everyone out has played to their advantage, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. EA UCD, watch the wards be cleared out, and I don't think they're going to do anything about it. What? Oh, St. Ambrose, they say, we don't want Baron, we want your lives.
Well, they're setting up for that Baron right now, right? By clearing out that vision. And EA UCD, they got to walk in and put that down because St. Ambrose was on a back at that time. Once St. Ambrose is back up, even getting vision towards the Baron pit is so dangerous here, right? If you walk anywhere near that pit, you've got to be careful about that rocket grab. And now, vision's cleared out. EA UCD, what are you going to do? Nothing. You can't even walk in there. You're not going to contest it. No steal this time from Life Done. A nice attempt, but Baron's a little bit tougher to snipe.
Well, I mean, you got another thing to work with, and they baited it so well.
Yeah, oh.
Are you kidding me? They baited our observer even, or no, maybe the observer knew this from day one because that was powerful. So well played. Yasuo C gets dragged right back in, and this
Oh my
is the
goodness.
wash that you love to
Oh.
see. That is Life Done bringing death right back in, and it is St. Ambrose taking the fight so clearly.
I almost don't want St. Ambrose to do Baron right now. I feel like push, take turrets, and keep Baron up. Because as long as Baron is up, EA UCT have to walk out of their base. And you saw what happened when they're not in their base. No turrets to protect them. Just the chase down. The rundown was brutal to watch. Yeah, you got balloon pants. Was it worth it?
It's what do you always say, RMC? It's the moral victory at the end of the day. You got one. You got the guy that's been consistently causing problems for you. And it's the small victories. But, of course, small victories sometimes don't win the major war here. And St. Ambrose collect all that they need. They now have Baron buff. They now have multiple lanes that they can pressure down. And with the threat of Balloon Pants just running around and just causing so much havoc for the next 2 minutes until this soul comes up or this next dragon comes up, St. Ambrose are going to have a ball of a time deciding what they want to do here.
Yeah, I mean, even when it comes up, they're still going to have a ball of the time. At that time, it's not deciding what they want to do. It's shooting fish in a barrel, right? You're just trying to hook whoever you get there. And unfortunately for EA UCD, they actually have to be careful. We mentioned before that who are you going to hook? Ornn, Shyvana, they're both tanky. But keep in mind, a man with a plan did not go the traditional Frostborn into Demonic Embrace, which gives you that tankiness. He stopped for that Blade of the Ruined King, and it's backfiring a little bit right now. You saw that the hook landed on Shyvana, and it did not even matter. St. Ambrose just burst right through that Shyvana anyways, and the reset still continued to roll through.
So good from the St. Ambrose squad. It makes game 2 feel a little bit like a distant memory at this point with how consistent they have been and how calculated they've been at trying to take some of these fights. Two-shot barrage from Life Done dressed to try and clear out that wave on the bot side, it seems. He's trying to slow down that push, but Chitoge's been fine, and top side now is going to fall as well. So that's 2 towers brought into this Baron power play.
Oof, well, Chitoge took a bit of a chunk there from that Mystic shot, but yeah, with Baron right now, they can 1-for-1, and oh, speaking of chunks, OCCat has to base.
That's so mean. OCCat just wants to heal. That's all OCCat, that's all a Soraka really wants to do. Now we're going to get the ADC battle. Life Done, I don't think you'll win that one. Flash forward even. The stylish finish from the Xayah.
With the Feather Storm, no less. So that's all the escapability from the Xayah down for the next minute and a half here. But they don't need to escape. They're pushing in multiple fronts. Hook lands.
Why does it have to be the healer? That's so mean. Don't do the healer like that. Pull Yasuo C. Pull Yasuo C now. Alright, it's going to be the kills, though. 3 inhibitors fall
wow.
at the exact same time. I can't remember the last time that I actually saw that. This is St. Ambrose already going to be fully closing the door on EA UCD. It is game number 3. EA UCD fought valiantly, but here comes the final fight. No kills going the way of EA UCD, except for one. But the Nexus is more important. The fight is cut short, and St. Ambrose will be moving on to the grand finals.
Well, congratulations to St. Ambrose there. They do it again. It's not a 2-0 this time, 2-1, but they have punched their way to the finals. And even more worryingly for whoever's facing them in the finals, what do you take away from this series, right? What weak point is there to exploit? The only game they lost was one where they drafted a very risky composition here. So unless St. Ambrose opt to do that in the finals in a best of 5, I don't know that there's a lot to exploit or a lot to learn from the series.
I don't either. They are just a very strong team. If you can lull them into a false sense of security, I don't know. I really don't know. It was glorious from start to finish, and also just don't poke them. You know, if they're doing Dragon, if they're doing Baron, let them take it. You don't want what comes next, or maybe you do because that's the game that they won. Hey, there you go. Eyes are open though as EA UCD Blue unfortunately fall here in the semifinals. They put up such an amazing battle. Of course, for the other side, St. Ambrose, we will get an interview, I believe, with one of the players from their team to get some insight as well. What is their weakness? Maybe they'll tell us. Maybe they won't. We'll see you in just a few for that interview. Welcome back, everyone. We have that interview ready to go, and it's not going to be one of the players as much as we would enjoy it because we had some questions for another person that plays a very important role. You ask anyone on any team, this is one that you cannot disrespect unless you want to get benched, of course. It is the coach of the team. We will be talking with Iggy to get a little bit of information here about their game plan coming into this series. Iggy, how you doing? We would call you gatekeeper, but we know you're not gatekeeper, so there it is.
There we go.
How you doing after that series victory, sir? How after your team has secured the 2-1 victory? Uh-oh.
I think we might be having some technical difficulties. IG, can you
dear.
hear us?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hello, how you guys doing?
All right. Iggy, how you doing after that victory? I
Great,
know it
great.
was probably tense after that game number 2, but how you feeling with the series victory?
Feels great, honestly. I think that my team had a rough second game, second ending of the game, so I think we were able to reel it in for the third game, bring it back home. Pretty happy for my team.
For sure. And IG, we had a chance to talk a little bit before the game, and you were mentioning that you were expecting some stiff fighting from EAUCD Blue here, that now they had time to prep for you. How do you feel about that? Was it everything you expected? Was it more, perhaps, than you expected?
I think we were able to bring up some things that we haven't tried before, and bring it to them pretty hard. So I think we kind of got a good idea of how they're drafting, and we were able to sit and perform on what we did, focusing on what we want to do for our game plan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're talking about trying new things, your game 2 draft certainly caught me by surprise there. The Samira was something that came completely out of left field. And I do want to talk a little bit about that draft here because it did feel like a lot of the series was partially decided by draft and sort of the win cons that the teams had. So what was the idea behind that game 2 draft with, the Samira and the Azir and the Irelia?
So the idea was to kind of have, when we picked Orin very early in the draft, we're like, hey, we can kind of play around the Orin, try to play something that's comfortable for our top laner to play into that matchup. Obviously, it didn't go too well into our favor, but we were able to try to do whatever we could to make and try to reel that game back in. Another thing, I think we got a little too ambitious, complacent with our team fighting. We kind of took a really bad fight towards the end of the game, and we're pushing with Baron. So I think it just came down to like nerves and stuff too as well.
Fair enough. Yeah, definitely a bit of a different draft. So perhaps, experimental, and you guys could afford it. You did win game 1. And last question for me here, AG, is, going into the finals, first of all, congrats for getting there. And I don't believe we found out who's made it to the finals on the other side. Who would you rather play? EAUCD Gold for the sister match there, or Sac State Gold?
I would rather play against the gold team to show them what we have left in our arsenal of tricks in our bag.
Wow.
We haven't shown everything out, and I think we're fully prepared to see what we can do.
All right, well there you go. Maybe go beat on their door and say, "Hey, you guys better win. We want to play you in the finals." It's a best of 5 at that point too, so that'll be very, very fun. Again, congratulations to you as the coach, being able to coach these guys into this grand finals. I know that feels great. Are there any final shout-outs that you would like to give to your audience, to your fans, and to maybe anyone else that is tuning in?
Yeah. Well, shout out to my team. Obviously, actually right next to us. They're very comfortable with going on with the flow and everything. Being able to communicate very well. Shout out to my director, Chase Newcomb. He's probably watching the stream at the moment. Big props to him, making everything work. Shout out to all the coaches, the close coaches from all the other games. Just to make sure that you guys are always repping us, so we're gonna rep you guys back. So just a shout out to everyone in the program.
Alrighty, well, again, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the victory, and go ahead, go celebrate that win before you possibly have to play your sister team in the grand finals. We'll see you next time, Aggie. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good one.
With that, of course, that does end our day on what could possibly be, and I do apologize for that, some butchering of our interviewee's name, and that was... I do apologize for that one. Of course, we are underway, though, with the final series. That'll be next week. Same time, same place, as always, between NECC_esports and and ECC 2, I do believe. That'll be the finals on Friday. Make sure to tune into those. Again, those are much longer days, but those are just as impactful and as much fun. But that'll be it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster, and of course, our production crew on the back end, PETA and Narwhals, repping us here throughout the day. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.